Indentured servitude. Unfree labor and citizenship in the British colonies. Anna Suranyi. Contents. Figures. Notes on spelling and punctuation. Preface. Acknowledgements. 1. Introduction. 2. Justifications of servitude. 3. The political economy of indenture. 4. Contracts and rights. 5. Living in servitude. 6. Women in indentured servitude. 7. Indentured children. 8. Resistance to servitude. 9. After indenture. Notes. Bibliography. Index. Preface. During the 17th century, hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children from Britain and Ireland journeyed across the Atlantic Ocean to populate England's new colonies in the Caribbean and on the American mainland. Most of them, about 70%, were indentured servants, who undertook their odysseys for a variety of reasons. The majority were impoverished and searching for greater opportunity and sometimes adventure overseas. A significant proportion were captives, transported by government forces because they were seen as vagrants, criminals, or rebels, and some were trafficked by spirits, professional kidnappers. Once servants arrived in the colonies, they were expected to work without wages for terms of 4, 7, or more years, until receiving a payment of freedom dues at the end of their servitude. They often worked alongside enslaved laborers from Africa, who shared many of the labor conditions of the servants, but who remained captives for life. Indentured servants were frequently maltreated and exploited, but unlike enslaved people, servants possessed crucial rights of English and British subjects, not only to eventual freedom but also to certain standards of food, shelter, clothing, and care, to the final payment of freedom dues, and to defend their rights in court. This book examines the role of indentured servitude in Britain and its colonies during the 17th and early 18th centuries, from the initial process of indenture in Britain and Ireland to the experience of living and working as an indentured servant in the North American and Caribbean colonies. In addition to establishing a population of white settlers in the British colonies, indentured servitude also shaped the way that settler communities envisioned themselves. The practice of indentured servitude was a crucial factor in shaping ideals of citizenship on both sides of the Atlantic. The condition of indentured servants in an undefined category between free English people and enslaved Africans compelled English and colonial societies to define the status of indentured servants and, by extension, the relationship of the subject to the state. By the time of the American Revolution, indentured servitude had had a significant role in shaping emerging ideals of citizenship. In studying indentured servitude, I have examined a variety of documents, including indenture contracts, British and colonial government documents and legislation, political, moral, and economic treatises, autobiographical accounts, poetry, letters, wills, runaway ads, and other material. One of the most valuable of sources has been court cases from both Britain and the colonies, which described individuals being sentenced to servitude, servants being punished for misdeeds, servants taking their masters to court, merchants, sea captains, and government officials being penalized for illegal shipping of servants, disputes over freedom dues and indenture terms, and more. Together, these sources help to demonstrate the contemporary legal criteria defining indenture as well as the lived realities of indentured servants. They also show the resourcefulness of servants, who adapted to adverse circumstances, and strove for opportunity, agency, and better lives. Their struggle continues to resonate in our own time. We are still confronted with the fundamental problems of poverty and inequality, and there are similarities to the practices of the past in current official responses, which range from assistance and encouragement to exploitation, imprisonment, and forced labor. This book confines itself to the 17th and early 18th centuries, but readers will recognize some reflections of contemporary society. Acknowledgements. In working on this book, I have benefited from conversations and encouragement from a number of colleagues and others who have supported my work in both large and small ways. I list them here: Seema Hagn-Abeba, Sam Alexander, Katie Barnes, Stephen Bruzo, Ariane Chernock, Paul Delons, Charlotte Gordon, Mark Herlihy, Jerry Hunter, Brendan Kane, Krista Kesselring, Daryl Key, Ilumkuri Makdisi, Audrey Koch, Brian Lewis, Mel Manson, Liz Metelsky, Muriel McClendon, Kelsey McNiff, Shannon McSheffrey, Maura O'Connor, Sharon Paradiso, Jen Purcell, Cindy Richard, Betty Rowland, Laura Rossi Ellie, Caroline Shaw, Jenny Shaw, Hilda Smith, Bob Titler, Pamela Walker, Gab Wuttling, Elizabeth Winthrop, Jean Wong, and Elizabeth Wood, as well as many wonderful students. Additionally, I am grateful to the archivists and library staff at the Barbados National Archives, Boston Public Library, British Library, British National Archives, Brown University Library, Folger Shakespeare Library, Halley Library at Endicott College, Harvard University Libraries, London Metropolitan Archives, Maryland State Archives, Massachusetts Historical Society, Swem Library at the College of William and Mary, and University of Cincinnati Library, for their help in procuring books and documents. I benefited from the use of a number of recently digitized collections, including British History Online, the Old Bailey Online, and the Archives of Maryland Online that have been of great usefulness. The team at McGill Queen's University Press has been immensely helpful and supportive, especially acquisitions editor Richard Bagaley and managing editor Kathleen Fraser, as well as copy editor Eleanor Gasparic. I also appreciate the funding and leave time provided by Endicott College. In addition, I thank my husband, Tim Correll, and my children, Thalia and Jesse, for their support and patience in living with this manuscript for quite a long time. Indentured Servitude. 1. Introduction. In 1661, Riquet McCain, an Irish indentured servant who had been taken by force out of his native country 7 years earlier, appeared before a Maryland court, arguing that he had been held in indenture past the age of 21, at which age a servant indentured in his youth should be released. He had been one of 8 Irish boys kidnapped in 1654. McCain's master, Thomas Gerard, contended that McCain had 8 more years to serve. In order to be heard, McCain first petitioned the court, which agreed that the servant have the liberty to sue his master. The local sheriff brought the case to the St. Mary's County Court to see justice done in the Bucines 2. Once in court, McCain argued that to remain in servitude for another 8 years would be contrary to the laws of God and man, that a Christian subject should be made a slave. 3. The court investigated, calling witnesses and checking archived records. The witnesses verified the dates of McCain's arrival and expressed criticism of Gerard's employing young children. Ultimately the court compromised between the two, but favored the servant more than the master, and determined that McCain had 2 more years to serve. 4. The following year, McCain was sued by Gerard to recover the court costs from the previous case and was temporarily arrested, yet by 1663, McCain was a free man, and empaneled on a jury examining a case of suicide. 5. McCain's suit illustrates many of the contradictory realities of indentured servitude. He had suffered from the initial abduction as a child and the many years of toil, but he had successfully established himself as a subject with rights and came to be acknowledged as a member of the settler community. A similar case was that of Hester Nichols, who was indentured at age 10 or 11 in 1659 by her father John Nichols, a poor Maryland farmer, to a wealthy planter, Thomas Cornwallis. In 1661, after Hester was resold by her master, her father sued for her freedom, arguing that Hester's indenture contract had specified that she be treated like her master's child and be taught to read and sew. 6. Although indentured women as well as children usually represented themselves in court, Hester Nichols was somewhat unusual in that she had been indentured in the colonies and had family nearby. In general, unmarried daughters were usually represented in court by their fathers, if they were available. 7. After an initial victory in court, which found Hester's contract illegal, deceitful and void, the Nichols family ultimately lost the case on appeal, as the superior wealth and status of her master prevailed, aided by the fact that Hester's indenture contract, when produced, did not promise anything other than that Hester would serve the said Thomas and his wife, who were to provide. Hester with meat, drinky, apparel, and lodging 8. As in McCain's case, John Nichols described Hester's condition as slavery, and countered that his daughter, by then about 14, was a free woman born in this province. Nichols referred to Hester's sale as contrary to equity and justice, and asked for a court order for her freedom so that your poor Petrus' daughter may not be made a slave. 9. Cornwallis's defense demonstrated concern not only about this particular lawsuit but also about the impact on his own business. He was a prominent merchant who described himself as a pillar of the community. He was also a shipper of servants. Cornwallis claimed his great cost and charges, for the space of 28 years been one of the greatest propagators and increasers thereof by the yearly transportation of servants. He vehemently rebutted Nichols's claim of slavery, objecting that the use of the word slave would deter potential future British servants from engaging in indenture contracts. It was a term so scandalous that if admitted to be the cond icon or title of indentured servants, then no free-born Christians will ever be induced to come over servants. Cornwallis insisted that he was a responsible master of servants and had always kept his obligations toward them. He hath always been so careful to discharge a good conscience in the true performance of his promises and obligations, that he was never taxed with any breach thereof. 10. Cornwallis tried to diminish the credibility of the Nichols family by claiming that a witness from the initial trial, Edward West, had lied because he was Hester's fiancé. 11. He described himself as a good judge of servants, whereof divers have been of very good rank and quality, whereas Hester was a rude, raw, ill-bred child and useless servant. 12. Finally, Cornwallis sanctimoniously concluded that negating Hester's father's claim about slavery would see the abused serfs and apprentices of this province righted, shrewdly transforming Nichols's claim of abuse into a slur toward other servants. 13. Although Cornwallis's statements were shaped by a self-righteous legal defense, his emphasis on his conscientiousness and aversion to the term slave delineated the official position that indentured servitude was a separate category of labor bondage from slavery. While in this case the defendant's privilege prevailed over the impoverished plaintiffs, the dispute also demonstrates, like the McCain case, the obligations pertaining to the masters of servants, the right of servants to litigate against their masters, and the serious attention paid by the authorities to the rights and subjecthood of servants. The lawsuits brought by Rickett McCain and John Nichols on behalf of his daughter Hester highlight the legal, economic, moral, social, and even political complexities of the practice of indentured servitude. Indentured servitude had a significant impact on both British and colonial societies, affecting labor economics, early capitalism, and discourses about poverty and labor, as well as race and gender and citizenship. The two cases, which are addressed further in this book, touch upon many of the issues pertaining to servitude, including legal protections for servants, Irish servitude, kidnapping, the status of women and child servants, and justifications for servitude. The existence of indentured servitude and the debates about its validity shaped the development of societal attitudes about slavery, race, and citizenship, and influenced the creation of economic structures that developed into slavery. For individual indentured servants themselves, servitude led to a diversity of outcomes, ranging from increased social standing and economic opportunity to exploitation, poverty, and death. The nature of indentured servitude was influenced at every level by the ambiguousness of the status of servants, positioned between freeborn English men and women, and enslaved people. Inconsistencies were rife at every level, from official regulations in Britain and the colonies to legal encounters on both sides of the Atlantic to personal relationships between servants and their masters and mistresses. Servitude, for all of its injustice and exploitation, was distinct from slavery, yet the two forms of unfree labor had many attributes in common. During the 17th century, evolving social norms resulted in an increasing desire to sustain the distinction between the two through legislation. Ultimately, the need for more precise demarcation was a factor in the development of a nascent sense of citizenship, encompassing white colonists, that was to transform the relationship of colonial subjects to their government. Indentured servitude compared to slavery. During the 18th century, the servant trade began diminishing in scope because of the rise of an even more exploitative labor arrangement, African slavery. The two institutions shared many similarities, but they were also substantively different. Servants petitioning against their masters in court, like Riquet McCain or Hester Nichols's father on his daughter's behalf, claimed that their experiences were tantamount to enslavement, but their very presence in court, as well as the arguments and verdicts in their cases, delineated the differences. Perhaps the most important distinctions were the assurance of legal rights and the expectation of eventual freedom that were the due of indentured servants, who remained subjects of the British state. According to historian Betty Wood, it was the legally binding guarantee of eventual freedom that differentiated indentured servitude from chattel slavery. 14 Although the language often remained ambiguous, from the 1620s, colonial laws in the Caribbean and on the mainland differentiated between whites or Christians and blacks or Negroes, designating the former as temporary servants, the latter as enslaved for life. 15. Both servitude and slavery were forms of bondage that deprived people of freedom and violated human rights. But to elide the differences between the two forms of exploitation is to flatten the ways in which the exploitation of the enslaved was more severe than that of indentured servants. There are two prevalent false narratives that persistently appear in popular culture: first, that indentured servitude was tantamount to slavery, and, second, that the Irish made up the majority of indentured servants and were treated differently from other nationalities. 16. The white slavery and Irish slavery myths have been contested by Jerome Handler and other historians. 17 Works that promote these ideas are not only historically problematic but also racist, aiming to detract from condemnations of African slavery. Some of the promoters are affiliated with white supremacist groups. Unfortunately, there are increasing numbers of books, websites, pseudo-documentaries, blogs, and other media sources replete with historical inaccuracies that are reaching ever wider audiences. 18. There is no question that indentured servitude was a brutal and exploitative form of coerced labor. Like the enslaved, newly arrived indentured servants were typically sold from the decks of ships for the period of their indenture. Servants were purchased more cheaply than enslaved Africans because they served for limited periods, but also because the inherent rights that they possessed decreased the labor value that could be extracted from them. Servants did share some conditions with the enslaved. They were expected to be humble, loyal, and deferential toward their masters and mistresses, and to serve without pay. Masters and mistresses could physically punish servants deemed to have misbehaved by striking or beating them, yet they were not permitted by either law or custom to cause permanent harm or incapacity. They were not entitled to kill, rape, or maim servants, or to whip them naked. 19 On the other hand, there were few restraints on violence toward the enslaved, or even toward free people of color. 20. Children born to indentured women could be taken from their mothers and indentured until age 21, but they would then obtain their freedom. Separation of a child from its indentured mother happened frequently, but required a court decision and usually court oversight of the child's care. By contrast, the children of enslaved women remained enslaved for perpetuity and could be separated from their mothers at any time with impunity. Masters and mistresses of indentured servants had a legal obligation to provide their servants with adequate clothing, food, and shelter, and to pay freedom dues. There was no obligation to care for enslaved people according to any kind of standard. Indentured servants had recognized legal rights. One of the most important, as shown in Christine Daniels's Liberty to Compel Ain, was the right to testify and petition in court if they were mistreated. 21 Servant plaintiffs frequently won their cases in court. 22 The many thousands of such cases, some of which are examined in this book, show that this right was taken seriously by the courts, and understood by servants. Some colonial courts appointed free legal counsel to servants, in accordance with English common law, as I discuss in Chapter 4. In contrast, those who were enslaved were unable to petition nor lawfully testify as witnesses in court. They had no legally recognized rights. 23. Cultural norms also protected indentured servants to some degree. For example, in 1639, John Winter of Richmond Island, Maine, defended his wife in a letter to Richard Trelawney, the organizer of his fishing settlement, in response to criticisms that had reached Trelawney in England, some YLL reports made against Mrs. Winter for beating the maid, Priscilla Bickford, who had been punished for idleness and running away. Winter's defensive letter demonstrates the disapproval of his community, leading him to protest that the beatings hath never hurt her body. 24 Such objections were not made to the routine whipping of the enslaved. Enslaved people could and did resist their bondage in both small and more substantial ways, but the opportunities to do so were fewer and the consequences more dire than for indentured servants. While indentured servants also endured brutality and a loss of self-sovereignty, their circumstances provided greater autonomy and dignity, more personal safety, a recognition of their subjecthood, and the promise of eventual release, unlike the situation of enslaved Africans. It is questionable whether there was a real choice involved for the majority of servants, even those who voluntarily entered indentured servitude. They were constrained by poverty and lack of opportunity, and were deceived by false advertising about the benefits of indenture. Nonetheless, the numbers of servants who survived their terms of servitude and joined colonial society, or even prospered, increased greatly during the 17th century. Indentured servitude could be a death sentence, especially during the early days of servitude in the 1620s. This was a function of the high mortality rates in the colonies, which resulted in casualties among a large percentage of the settler population, higher than they would have experienced in England. 25 Virginia, for example, experienced very high mortality rates until the 1640s, after which the population began to increase sharply. Of indentured servants, about 40% died while in servitude in the early 17th century, dropping to 5% 50 years later. 26 In 1670, Virginia. Governor Berkeley stated that new people, both whites and blacks, rarely died after arrival in the colony, whereas in the first year of the colony, not one of 5 escaped. 27 Indentured servants were more likely to die, in part because there were significantly higher death rates for new migrants than for Creoles. 28 It is difficult to disaggregate mortality rates for indentured servants specifically. But the figures given above for Virginia essentially accorded to general mortality rates for both servants and the general population in the mainland colonies over the 17th century. 29 Mortality rates were higher in the Caribbean for all populations, white and black, free, indentured and enslaved. Indentured servants in Barbados were more likely to die there than they would have been on the other side of the Atlantic, especially if they were serving the long terms given to criminals and rebels. 30 In Jamaica, about 15% of the white settler population died annually in the late 17th and early 18th centuries. 31 Yet while death in indenture effectively made servitude a fatal sentence, slavery always comprised condemnation to a lifetime of inescapable cruelty and denial of humanity. Scholars have frequently argued that it was Bacon's rebellion in Virginia in 1676 that led the British colonies to seek ways to legally distinguish those in servitude from the enslaved. 32 The armed conflict involved collusion between indentured servants, enslaved laborers, and free white settlers seeking to seize Native American lands against the will of the English authorities, and demonstrated the dangers of cohesion among bound laborers. 33 However, I argue that from the beginning of the 17th century, colonial governments as well as settler communities strove to delineate servants and enslaved people, not only to define divergent forms of labor bondage but also to define different categories of people. While the rebellion did serve as a catalyst in this regard, earlier legislation as well as practices on the ground were already moving in that direction well before the 1670s. By mid-century, the population of the enslaved was becoming equal to the population of servants, and would soon supersede it. 34 Thus control over enslaved people, who had evident incentives for rebellion, had rapidly become an important concern for colonial governments. Indentured servants participated in Bacon's rebellion under the perception that the promise of land ownership through freedom dues was their right as they took their place in American society as freemen, but that this right had been unfairly limited by the British government's treaties with Native American nations. Enslaved individuals joined the rebellion because they hoped for individual freedom, but there was no expectation of wholesale abolition of slavery. English law made sharp distinctions between servitude and slavery quite early on. These ideals were established based on precedents from the ancient world, Iberian Atlantic slavery, the English common law, and references in the Bible. 35 In England, the common law distinguished between slavery and servitude even before African slavery or indentured servitude existed in practice. In 1628, jurist Edward Coke's summation of the common laws explained that the relationship of apprentices and servants to their masters was similar to that of enslaved people to slaveholders, but also more mild and limited, with the master of a servant only entitled to their personal labor during the term stipulated. Consequently, the master cannot claim any other acquisitions. 36 In England, a 1660 Council of Foreign Plantations report ambiguously stated that servants are either blacks or whites, but went on to specify that blacks were perpetual servants while whites after certain years are free to plant themselves, or to take wages for their service. The same report recommended government roundups of felons and sturdy beggars but condemned spirits or professional kidnappers who were involved in forcing, tempting, and seducing servants into indenture. 37. Colonial laws made sure to clarify that enslaved people and servants occupied separate categories. Even early colonial laws and informal texts employed the term Negroes in contrast to Christians or servants. 38 These terms themselves are enlightening, because for 17th-century Englishmen, they delineated indisputable inborn classifications, distinguishing between Christian European servants and African Negro slaves, rather than merely designations of categories of bound labor. Even as early as the 1620s, prior to the formal legal codification of servant and slave status, there were already well-established informal customary norms that reflected differences in practices. 39 Arms were restricted from Negroes, even if they were free people, as opposed to servants, who in some cases from as early as the 1630s were expected to carry guns. 40 The earliest colonial slave law was a 1636 code from Barbados that specified that Negroes and Indians would serve for life, unless they previously possessed a contract, but no such contractual agreements have been recorded. 41 Such laws prevailed on the mainland as well. A 1638 Maryland Act limiting terms of indentured servitude to 4 years for adults specified that it applied to all persons being Christians. 42 A 1664 Maryland law defined the length of indentured servitude, provided that this act nor anything therein contained shall not give or be construed to give any benefit to any slave whatsoever. 43 This phrase was repeated in a 1676 elaboration of the law. 44 The 1661 Barbados Slave Code, one of the earlier surviving law codes from the island, referred to Negroes by nature as heathenish, brutish, and an uncertain dangerous kind of people. It ordered harsh punishments for a Negro or slave who harmed a Christian, clarified that the enslaved had no right to be heard in court, and gave masters impunity to enact any kind of harm on enslaved people. This law and subsequent laws also made certain to codify the status of the Negroes as chattel. 45 Meanwhile, in 1676, but before Bacon's Rebellion was well underway, the Lords of Trade and Plantations, a body supporting the colonial administration, reprimanded the Jamaican Assembly for referring to the servitude of white servants, because it was a mark of bondage and slavery, inappropriate for people who were only apprentices for years. 46. The fact that servants were subjects of the British Commonwealth was also acknowledged in early colonial laws. As white servants were inherently Christians, colonial assemblies mandated that servants had a right to religious participation. From the 1630s, the Virginia Assembly repeatedly reiterated that servants, as members of the household, should be taught the rudiments of Christian doctrine, and all fathers, mothers, maisters, and mistresses shall cause their children, servants or apprentices which have not learned the catechism to come to the church at the time appointed, obediently to hear, and be ordered by the minister until they have learned the same. To induce compliance, if any masters were to neglect their duties, then they shall be censured by the courts. 47 In contrast, that duty was not obligatory for enslaved persons. Instead, a 1667 law stated that slaveholders, of their own charity and piety, could permit their slaves to be baptized but should be freed from this doubt that doing so would free their slaves. 48. While violence towards servants was punishable by the courts, masters essentially had impunity to inflict any punishment or to murder their slaves. 49. In Virginia, an act about the casual killing of slaves established that the death of an enslaved person during punishment was not murder. 50. The 1705 Virginia Slave and Servant Code specified that masters should not give indentured servants immoderate punishment nor whip them on their bare backs, but that if a master killed a slave while correcting him or her, then he shall be free and acquit of all punishment and accusation for the same, as if such incident had never happened. If anyone apprehended a runaway slave, they had impunity to order such punishment to the said slave, either by dismembering, or any other way, not touching his life, the intent of the latter provision being to allow the enslaved person to be returned to the slave holder, because the next section stated that if the captive was indeed killed, the master would be reimbursed at public expense. 51. Maryland's 1716 Act of the Assembly ordered that all Negroes and other slaves already imported or hereafter to be imported in this province and all children now born or hereafter to be born of such Negroes and slaves shall be slaves during their natural lives. 52. The differences between the lives of indentured servants and the enslaved is cogently shown in Jenny Shaw's book detailing relations of servitude in 17th-century Barbados. Shaw traces the life of Cornelius Bryan, an Irish Catholic former indentured servant in Barbados during the 1650s. He first appeared in the records suffering a whipping for threatening to drink the blood of English settlers, but his life showed a continuous upward trajectory from that point. By the time he died, he had become the owner of a small plantation, with a household that included his wife, several children, indentured servants, and slaves. Bryan began his career at the very bottom of the Barbados hierarchy for whites, but by the end of his life, he was moderately prosperous. Shaw compares his life to the more severe limitations, greater exposure to violence, and permanent vulnerability suffered by Peg, an enslaved woman living on Bryan's estate. 53. Barbados was one of the most brutal locations for white servants in the English Atlantic, but Bryan's 1656 whipping can be contrasted to the 1654 torture of an enslaved man in Barbados by an Irish overseer for stealing a pig. The punishment, which was ended through the intercession of Father Bayet, a visiting French cleric, had already involved a week of severe daily beatings, and severing the man's ear and forcing him to consume it. Had it continued, the man would have suffered further whipping, and also lost his nose and other ear. 54. Although legally termed chattel, indentured servants were simultaneously British subjects and, as such, possessed certain inalienable rights, though legal language had not developed to the extent to describe them with those terms. Indeed, letters, government documents, and court records show servants' awareness of their rights, and resistance to exploitation. They wrote family members to ask for reimbursement of their contracts, sued masters for maltreatment or breach of contract, ran away, or even engaged in criminal activity. As shown in Chapter 4 and elsewhere in this book, recourse to the law, including free court-appointed legal representation, possible only because indentured servants were seen as freeborn English subjects, presented a significant way for servants to resist violence and maltreatment outside of cultural norms, but this was a defense that by its nature was not available to the enslaved. The practice of indentured servitude did provide a template for enslavement. 55. With slavery's growth as an alternative source of forced labor, it became necessary to define the distinctions between enslaved and indentured persons. In the earliest period of colonial settlement, the terminology was imprecise. Africans bound to servitude were sometimes described as servants and on occasion received indenture contracts. Some were even expected to receive their freedom after a term of servitude, although the terms were much longer, usually 14 to 20 years. Very quickly, however, the colonies developed the legal distinctions that described slavery as a permanent condition. Native Americans, too, were considered enslaved if brought in from the Caribbean, and often on the mainland as well if taken in war, though they were sometimes treated as indentured servants, with longer terms than whites. 56. One important reason for the increasing distinction between servants and slaves over the 17th century was economic, because slaves had no rights and were trapped in bondage for life. More labor and, thus, more wealth could be extracted from them, a fact recognized by contemporaries. For example, in 1680, at a time when the numbers of enslaved people were overtaking the numbers of servants, the governor of Barbados wrote that since people have found out the convenience and cheapness of slave labor, they no longer keep white men, who used to do all the work on the plantations. 57. Over the course of the 17th century, the value of the enslaved as laborers rose compared to the value of servants. 58. A further basis for the developing divergence between the status of servant and slave was a change in ethical norms and new expectations of social community and citizenship. During the 17th century, the British public as well as Parliament grew increasingly uncomfortable with the servitude of whites. This was reflected in the colonies by legislation defining the treatment of servants, and more strongly in Britain by disputes about whether freeborn white British persons should undergo servitude at all, which are addressed in Chapter 3. Ultimately, indentured servitude prepared the ground for slavery, but was superseded by it as a form of coerced labor for two reasons: slavery was more economically profitable and slaves did not possess the civil and contractual protections in English law that British subjects were increasingly expected to possess. Shared citizenship in the colonies. English and British subjects did not regard themselves as participatory citizens in the more developed sense of the late 18th century and after. However, it is clear that they did think of themselves as rights-bearing individuals who had an obligation to uphold societal solidarity as well as an expectation of certain cultural privileges. This perception of citizenship remained vague and inchoate when compared to later articulations of citizenship, but it was nonetheless real. Although it is conventional to think of the ideals of citizenship arising from the 18th century Enlightenment, more recently, scholars have shown that, like nationalism, it evolved gradually from earlier ideals. The term citizen, referring to an inhabitant of a state with rights, privileges, or duties, has been used since at least the 16th century. 59. For instance, the early lexicographer, Thomas wrote in his Latin and English dictionary that civilitas was the honesty, courtesy, and equality, which citizens use one to another, while civis is a citizen, both the man and woman, not only of the same city but also the same country, our countrymen. 60. However, the question of citizenship is obscured by the contemporary use of the ambiguous term subject, to explain the relationship of an individual to the monarch and to the state. Subject implies a subordinate individual within a hierarchical political pyramid. Yet some 17th century usages of the word were not very distant from the designation of citizen, positing subjects who possessed specific indisputable rights. Indeed, the notion of subjects with rights intrinsically begins to change the definition of subject. Much of the scholarship on citizenship in the 17th century shows the frequent interchangeability of the two terms. 61. Citizenship was fundamentally linked to the republican value of equality, which was increasingly acknowledged during the 17th century. At least from the major political upheavals of the English Civil War of 1642–51 and the Revolution of 1688–89, republican ideals were always present in the public sphere. 62. Many additional factors helped shape the nascent sense of citizenship: growing political participation, such as sitting on juries and voting, especially under semi-democratic colonial governments, a sense of common shared interest tied into the early growth of nationalism, which was deliberately fostered by the government to support the stability of outposts in a growing empire, and intellectual antecedents from Roman law and classical philosophers, particularly Cicero, that were increasingly promoted by humanist thinkers. 63. Ideals of citizenship were not always articulated in ways that included everyone. The fact that a sense of citizenship in the nation slowly arose from notions of subjecthood to an authoritarian monarch, who was necessarily limited to one nation, meant that the form of citizenship that arose also emphasized nationality, intrinsically excluding those outside the nation. While we usually laud the progression of democratic ideals, an ugly component of the advance of ideals of citizenship was the increasing need to explain the exclusion of some groups, and especially to justify slavery. As enslaved populations grew and justificatory racist ideas developed in the 17th century, it became increasingly urgent to ensure that the status of white servants was clearly distinct from that of black slaves. 64 Although the delineation between indentured servants and enslaved people was initially vague, as the above discussion of legislation pertaining to slavery shows, very early in the colonial project, colonial assemblies strove to separate the two categories of people, an effort that became more urgent as the population of the enslaved grew. 65 For indentured servants, these developments meant an expanding sense of being participatory members of their society, with inalienable rights. But tragically, the increasing sense of citizenship and republican participation among British subjects in the Americas was an inherent complement to racism and the validation of slavery. 2. Justifications of servitude. Thousands of British and Irish indentured servants crossed the Atlantic during the 17th and 18th centuries. Most had willingly contracted to serve overseas, but some were forcibly transported by government agents and some, like Riquet McCain, were spirited away by professional traffickers or spirits. Indeed, the word kidnap, the nabbing of kids, entered the English language at this time. 2 Some servants were Barbadosed, or sent forcibly to the Caribbean, or trap and into signing away their freedom by unscrupulous contractors who employed enticing images of service, plied potential servants with drink, or took advantage of illiteracy. 3 The new practice of indentured servitude provided labor for England's new Atlantic colonies, and from the point of view of the government, removed troublesome paupers, criminals, vagrants, and rebels from Britain and Ireland. But from the beginning, state policies incurred significant criticism, which the government rebutted by political, legal, and literary justifications for servitude. That said, although forcible indenture continued, the 17th century was characterized by increasing uneasiness about the servitude of white colonists. Demographics of servitude. Shortly after the initial establishment of English colonists at Jamestown in 1607, and continuing until the American Revolution, a flow of population commenced across the Atlantic Ocean that, by the mid-18th century, included approximately 400,000 people from Britain and Ireland. Comprised of about 350,000 English and some Welsh, about 40,000 Irish, and 7,000 Scots, as well as some continental Europeans, most sailed from the British ports in Bristol, Liverpool, and London. The majority of white people entering the colonies in this period were servants, about 320,000, approximately 1/4 of whom were female. More than half of all indentured servants went to the Chesapeake colonies of Virginia and Maryland, while 6% traveled to Pennsylvania, 2% to other mainland colonies, and about 35% to the colonies in the Caribbean, especially Barbados and Jamaica, which received 17% and 11% respectively. During the same period, over 1 million enslaved Africans were brought across the ocean. By 1800, they made up 69% of total migrants. 4 The majority of indentured servants were indigent youths from their mid-teens to mid-20s, but some were older adults and some, perhaps 5 to 10%, were children under the age of 14.5. Servants crossed the Atlantic for a variety of reasons. The majority had agreed to serve for a specified number of years. They may have hoped for land or better economic prospects in general, or may have fled destitution or the lack of opportunity. Others were forcibly indentured, kidnapped by spirits, or transported by licensed government contractors. Although the records regarding the activities of spirits are scanty, it appears that professional human traffickers were responsible for kidnapping or tricking thousands of people into servitude. 6 It was illegal to force servants into indenture, but the laws were poorly enforced and widely evaded. 7 Those transported by the government comprised individuals deemed undesirables, such as criminals, vagrants, and political or military rebels. The latter group included English, Scottish, and Irish royalist soldiers during the interregnum, as well as Jacobites, other political rebels, and, at various times, Irish Catholic priests, Quakers, and other religious nonconformists. 8 For example, in 1715, the slave ship Elizabeth N was used to transport 112 Jacobite rebels to Virginia, 29 with indenture contracts and 83 without, to be indentured upon disembarking. 9. There were 4 major types of indentured servant recruitment, as identified by historian John Waring: consigned servants, a relatively small group, who traveled alongside their masters, and possessed an indenture contract; redemptioners, also a small group, who owed the ship's master for their passage, and had a short period of time after arrival, usually 2 weeks, to obtain funds or make a service arrangement to pay for their travel; exchanged servants, the majority, who possessed a contract and were sold from the deck of ships upon arrival in the colonies; and customary servants, who traveled without a contract and were sold at the custom of the country, or local custom. 10 There were also hired servants in the colonies who worked in exchange for regular pay. All indentured servants served for specific terms of servitude, usually 4 years for servants with contracts, and 7 for those without contracts serving at the custom of the country, a group which included voluntary servants as well as convicts and others who had been tricked or forcibly indentured by either the government or professional kidnappers. 11 Underage servants like Riquet McCain who traveled without contracts would typically be expected to serve until age 21. Figure 2.1 Detail of the world, according to the latest discoveries, map by Thomas Jeffries, showing Britain, Ireland, and England's Atlantic colonies, 1760. Precursors to indentured servitude. Various forms of bound labor, including paid servants and apprentices, had been part of the English economic landscape since the Middle Ages. Indentured servitude, however, was a new practice that arose in the colonial environment, combining features from apprenticeships and pre-existing forms of servitude as well as the stipulations of the Statute of Artificers and Poor Law. This Elizabethan legislation, which included coercive measures to forcibly bind able-bodied poor persons to labor, was devised to address the problems of poverty within Britain. 12. Domestic and rural servitude were common forms of bound labor for poor youths in early modern England. 13 In 1700, 1/3 of the English population was under the age of 15, and most people were poor, so the need for poor youths to labor was a significant factor in the English economy. 14 Most poor youths left the households of their parents to work in another home. 15 Rural agricultural servitude was the most common occupation for English youths during the early modern period. Rural servants were hired through informal verbal arrangements, usually for the period of a year, during which they labored for a master, receiving some form of payment at the year's end. This was different from adult rural laborers, usually men, who were paid by the day. 16 Urban youths often were hired for domestic service. Work obligations were significantly influenced by gender, and domestic servants were more likely to be girls and women, while rural servants and urban apprentices were typically male youths in their teens and early 20s. 17 Early modern servants were seen as household dependents who owed deference and subservience to the head of the household, usually a patriarchal father who was seen as a parental figure toward the youth. 18 The term servant was imprecise and often used interchangeably to refer to anyone living and working in a master's household, including domestics and rural laborers. 19 Apprenticeships represented another tradition of bound labor for youths. These occurred in an urban setting and focused on formal training in a craft. The arrangement involved a written contract that obligated both master and apprentice to a relationship, usually of 7 years, during which the master housed, fed, cared for, and trained the apprentice in a trade. 20 The parents of an apprentice paid for this opportunity, sometimes a considerable amount. 21 The 7-year span for craft and parish apprenticeships and later indentured servitude was in accordance with Deuteronomy 15:12 of the Old Testament, which stated that if thy brother be sold unto thee, then in the 7th year, thou shalt let him go free. 22 The youths engaged in these arrangements were not expected to remain in apprenticeships for life, only during a temporary period of extended adolescence until they were able to form households of their own. 23 Similarly, Their counterparts in farm or domestic service had expectations of independent adulthoods. Youthful servants and apprentices were more likely to travel than other people in their society, with rural servants moving up to 5 miles from their birthplace, but apprentices sometimes going 20 to 30 miles away to enter big cities such as London. 24 High mortality rates ensured that there would always be fresh opportunities for youths looking for employment. Service and apprenticeships were an important stage of youth in a society in which the nuclear family was the main household unit. 25 Since most people were poor and young engaged couples needed to assemble the wherewithal to form a new household before marrying, marriage typically occurred at a later age in Western Europe than in other parts of the world, in the late 20s for men and mid-20s for women. 26 From the 14th century, various English statutes addressed the relationship between masters and servants. 27 By the 17th century, these labor practices were also adapted into legislation crafted to address societal anxiety about the increasing numbers of poor individuals in England, especially the Statute of Artificers and Poor Law, which forced able-bodied poor persons into binding apprenticeships. 28 Like traditional craft apprenticeships, these individuals were bound to a master for a term, commonly of 7 years, during which they were fed and housed but usually not paid. However, pauper apprentices were not necessarily taught a skilled trade. Instead, similar to rural and domestic servants, they did whatever work was set to them. If they did receive training, it was to be a low-level laborer. The Poor Law in particular was a reaction to problems such as vagrancy, crime, and the large populations of masterless men and women. It aimed to penalize and punish those whom it considered the undeserving or able-bodied poor, those who were physically capable of working, despite the reality that sufficient work was not available. 29 As England acquired colonies, these practices would evolve into indenture contracts in overseas settlements. 30 The forcible indenture of surplus populations was a novel practice that combined parish apprenticeships with another traditional way for ridding a parish of undesirables, banishment. Banishment had been established in law from before the 15th century to expel prostitutes and beggars from the parish. 31 By the late 16th and early 17th centuries, legislation specifically referred to deportation to overseas territories, those controlled by England as well as to foreign countries, for transients and lawbreakers. 32 For example, in 1631, the City of London, displaying some geographical confusion, sent 50 vagrants as bound apprentices to merchants to serve in the islands of Barbados and Virginia. 33 Parish apprenticeships and banishment were precursors to indentured servitude, yet there were significant differences from the new colonial labor practice. Indentured servants were usually youths from their mid-teens to mid-20s who were contractually obligated to work in a master's household for a period of years. Their masters or mistresses were responsible for housing, feeding, and clothing them. Voluntary servants may have sought opportunity or were fleeing destitution, and their travel across the Atlantic can be seen as an extreme form of the mobility seen among poor youths within Britain. Servants who traveled without a contract, even if they had agreed to enter indentured servitude, usually served a 7-year term, consistent with the Elizabethan statutes. Instead of receiving training like apprentices or pay like hired servants, the labor of indentured servants paid for their passage across the ocean and for the freedom dues provided by their master at the end of their servitude. Rarely, the passage across the ocean might itself be the incentive for entering indenture, as it was for Elizabeth Gardenia, who sought to travel as an indentured servant to Virginia in 1691 because she has a daughter there whom she has a great desire to see. 34 Freedom dues likely originated from the tradition of paying rural servants after their year of service, but also, like the 7-year length of indentured servitude, came from the book of Deuteronomy's promise of payment after completing servitude, and when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, and out of thy floor, and out of thy winepress, of that wherewith the Lord thy God hath blessed thee thou shalt give unto him. 35 Indentured servitude was distinct from hired servitude in England in significant ways. Traditionally hired English servants either received a regular wage or were paid at the end of an informally arranged one-year term. Unlike servants in England, indentured servants could be sold, or have their contracts sold, from one master to another, usually without consent. 36 Once in the colonies, labor norms were altered, and both women and men did farm labor such as cultivating, planting, and harvesting, typically men's work in England, though domestic service remained mainly women's sphere. 37 Living conditions in the colonies were harsher than in Britain, with a much higher mortality rate and greater impunity for abuse of masters and mistresses. 38 Historical sources demonstrate considerable variation in the treatment of indentured servants, from by-the-book labor arrangements to physical and sexual abuse, and illegal attempts to extend the length of service. Indentured servants were intrinsically vulnerable to maltreatment because of the structural conditions of their labor. Their contracts legally bound them to serve their masters or mistresses. Fleeing a master was a crime. Freedom dues diminished in value over the 17th and 18th centuries, while the colonial masters who purchased servants' contracts increasingly saw servanthood as the consequence of undesirable traits such as criminality, indebtedness, and idleness. Women servants additionally faced sexual double standards that restricted their autonomy and placed more stringent standards on their behavior. Nonetheless, indentured servants, both voluntary and involuntary, continued to stream across the Atlantic until the American Revolution. Poverty in early modern England. One pressing incentive for the rise of indentured servitude was the sharp increase in poverty during the early modern period, coupled with a significant rise in population. The growth of destitution, hunger, and unemployment presented a serious concern for the government. 39 These developments coincided with increasing centralization of power in the English state, which was intent upon limiting public disorder, but was unable to fully adapt to the increasingly capitalist economy. The early modern state lacked resources to effectively dole out poor relief, although it did provide some relief through parishes and workhouses. Additionally, in the early modern period, poor, jobless, or vagrant individuals were usually perceived as lazy and morally deficient. Cultural and social norms dictated that inferiors owed deference to their betters and should be enfolded within a patriarchal household, yet the burgeoning population of the poor defied these ideals. 40 The state was forced to develop new models to address what it perceived to be a growing crisis. Fears of crime and social disorder led 17th-century commentators to pursue political solutions. For instance, in the early 17th century, writer Gervas Markham urged that jobs in husbandry be found for waste persons. 41 In 1610, Thomas Balnarasset, a leading planter in Ireland, proposed that England, overcharged with much people, should find room for its overplus population in Ulster. 42 By 1621, colonial entrepreneur Edwin Sandys encouraged plantations in Virginia as a way to allow the nation to disburden itself of the abundance of people. 43. The establishment of overseas indentured servitude provided a resolution for many of these problems. The state adapted older practices to contractually bind servants to colonial masters in a way that had never been practiced in the British Isles. Criminals and rebels presented similar problems, leaving government officials grasping at solutions for resolving financially and politically costly incarcerations and executions. Like indigents, these groups could often be managed more cheaply and effectively as forcibly indentured servants. These policies initially faced little opposition in a political climate in which innate human rights were not recognized, though, as will be seen, they still aroused disquiet among both commoners and political elites. In addition, poverty provided a strong incentive for the enlistment of voluntary servants, who were the vast majority of indentured servants. It is worth questioning whether a decision shaped by economic constraints was a true choice, especially since mortality rates were much higher in the colonies than in Britain. Yet the colonies, particularly on the mainland, also offered real opportunities for economic and social advancement. Servants traveling overseas risked much, but had the potentiality of obtaining land, economic independence, and civic participation unavailable to them in England. 44. A caveat: I have used the term voluntary to refer to servants who gave verbal or written consent to indenture, but self-evidently there was a formidable element of compulsion in their decision to enter servitude. Even when servants were not deceived by recruiters about the terms of their contracts, few servants had any understanding of the hardships and dangers that awaited them during servitude. Historians have debated the varying degrees of volition, constraint, deception, and market forces, but it should be clarified that while most voluntary servants faced severe economic hardship in England, it appears that most were choosing between alternatives. 45 Their choice was a precarious and risky one between two poor outcomes, but for most, there was not an obligation to enter indenture. Ultimately, however, it is questionable whether indenture was a better choice. Writing about servitude. In addition to a body of legislation dating back to the Middle Ages regulating labor relations, there was an extensive literature that addressed the moral duties and obligations of both masters and servants, within both the colonial and the English context. 46 Typically, these works focused on hired servants who worked for a wage, but they were applicable to indentured servants by virtue of concentrating on the dependent nature of the servant's role within a patriarchal household rather than delineating the specific contractual nature of servitude. These sources can tell us much about the expectations and beliefs about servitude from a variety of perspectives. They range from moral and philosophical tracts that rationalized the practice of servitude and explained its role in the social hierarchy, to promotional tracts that promoted migration and servitude as ways to people the new colonies and find employment for the abundant laboring population, to political petitions protesting against servitude, autobiographies that touched on the author's time of servitude or described observations of the colonies, a few letters from indentured servants, and literary works such as ballads and poems purporting to describe the lives of indentured authors. Cotton Mather. One American treatise was Puritan Cotton Mather's short yet meandering A Good Master Well Served. In examining how to obtain and oversee a servant, it constructed an analogy of a Christian's relationship to God. 47 In a sermon peppered with biblical quotes almost to the point of incomprehensibility, Mather emphasized the hierarchical nature of society, in which there must be some who are to command, and there must be some who are to obey, such as wives, children, and servants, the latter the lowest of all the categories. 48 Mather urged that servants could sanctify their servile employments by seeing them as obedience to the commandments of God. 49 He also emphasized the value of work in itself, as a guard against idleness. 50 At the same time, Mather exhorted masters to lay no sinful commands upon their servants, nor appoint them any evil work. A servant was not to be handled like a beast, and masters were not to be tyrannical. Let not your servants have their lives embittered, healths impaired, their bodies macerated by the dictates of a despotic master. In addition, eliding apprenticeship with servitude, he asserted that masters were obliged, if servants were with you in order to learn any mystery in your occupation, to convey this knowledge. It would be a most complicated cosenage and robbery in you to conceal that mystery from them, he wrote. Masters, he asserted, owed their servants nourishing food, medicine when needed, and clothing that was neat, warm, and modest, and most importantly, they were obligated to provide spiritual guidance. 51 Mather had little sympathy for disobedience by servants, however. Masters owed their servants discipline, and lest it be doubted what was meant by the term, he specified some servants are so refractory as to come under lash. 52 Runaway servants were driven by the devil. 53 Overall, Mather emphasized that obedience was a central component of society, an implicit theme of his sermon. He also addressed slaves in this sermon, but rather than urging them in the way he had servants to subordinate their will to their masters because it was a component of Christian humility, he condescendingly advised them that they were better fed and better clothed, and better managed by far than they would have been if free. Their reward would come in the afterlife when their souls would be liberated. 54 William Fleetwood. In England, the sermons of prominent Anglican divine William Fleetwood, first published in 1705, more clearly exemplified the early modern conceptualization of the appropriate relationship between servants and masters. 55 Fleetwood did not explicitly distinguish between indentured and hired servants working for regular wages. However, he clearly appears to have been addressing the former in some cases, as well as referring to the colonial context. Although only a few years removed from Mather's tract, Fleetwood offered a much stronger emphasis on the contractual nature of master-servant relations. Like other authors, Fleetwood associated master-servant relations with the patriarchal familial relationships between husbands and wives and parents and children, and explicitly situated servants as dependents. He defined obedience to servitude as a religious duty, but he also saw servitude as a legal compact between masters and servants. He explained the relationship by combined evangelical religious and capitalistic justifications that were emerging in the late 17th century as well as older notions of deference and patriarchy. Fleetwood urged servants to obey their masters according to the flesh in all things, remaining exactly diligent and faithful in their service, whether their masters were absent or present, and to serve sincerely and without dissimulation. He rationalized that while paying all obedience and due service to their masters, servants should consider themselves to be undertaking a religious devotion, in obedience to the Lord, and expecting a heavenly reward, even if their earthly masters did overlook, neglect, or evilly entreat them. Servants should see their labor itself as sanctifying. 56 He also articulated the capitalist expectations of the transaction. A servant, when he enters into service, gives up his time and labor by agreement to his master. And therefore he would be unjust to waste that time, and spare that labor, that is truly none of his, they are his master's by his contract, and his master ought to have the advantage of them. It is defrauding people of what is their due, it is keeping back part of what is already sold them, and agreed for. 57. Only in cases where a master ordered a servant to contravene the laws of God or the laws of the land, such as if a master ordered a servant to set upon another, and take away either his money or his life, were a master's orders to be disobeyed. Regardless of any orders, servants had an obligation to be just and honest, and do no hurt or violence, or lesser injury to anyone. 58. Masters also, Fleetwood specified, had obligations to servants, on religious, moral, and contractual grounds. They had the right to correct servants, presumably even physically, but could not abuse them excessively. Masters must not be over-rigorous in their punishments when servants are faulty, but should inflict them with deliberation, good intention, and compassion. In addition, they could not overwork servants, they must not oppress them with immoderate tasks and labor, but are to have a merciful respect to the capacity, ability, and strength of servants. Masters had the obligation to provide for their servants and, in the case of sickness, to see that they want not what is fitting their condition. 59 Also, they must be fair in contractual dealings with servants. If a servant contract with a master to give him all his time and labor, for such a space of days or weeks, or months, or years, and he is as good as his word, and stand to his bargain, he has an undoubted right to whatever wages or advantage his master agreed to let him have, and his master would be a very wicked and unjust man to deny him it. Because he earned it and deserved it, and it was his due, by contract and agreement. 60 Fleetwood expressed concern that sometimes servants could be cheated of their final wages, writing, "There is reason to think this part of justice is very ill practiced by many masters, encouraged by laws that put the servant so much into the hands and power of their masters." 61 It is not fit, he averred, that the laws should make the masters judges. 62 Masters must remember their religious duty, and quoting St. Paul, as had Mather, he asserted, they should give to their servants that which is just and equal, including what is theirs by contract and agreement, that which is due in law, and to deal fairly, honestly, and kindly with them, even if they have not formally contracted with them. 63 The reason and benefit of a contract, he emphasized, was that it created additional constraint upon masters to uphold their obligations to their servants. 64 These obligations could include instruction, wages, maintenance, or clothing, or whatever else is bargained for. A master who denied these things was faithless and unjust. 65 Like servants, who were enjoined to serve their masters because they were in reality serving God, masters were exhorted to give to your servants that which is just and equal, knowing, that ye also have a master in heaven. Indeed, the meanest servant is as dear to God as the most honorable master. 66. However, having laid out the limits of masters' authority, Fleetwood qualified that the authority of masters over servants is very useful to the good and order of mankind. The value of obedience was such that even though masters should not order servants to commit serious crimes, servants should obey their masters' orders in the case of lesser infractions. It was accounted reasonable that a great many small offences are excused in servants under authority and acting by command, because they are under some constraint and awe, and because a great many inconveniences would follow upon the scrupulous dispute of servants weighing and examining the orders and injunctions of their masters. In such indifferent cases, submission and obedience was the appropriate role for servants. Fleetwood seemed to be referring specifically to servitude in the colonies when he specified that the state of servitude is very different in one country from what it is in another, and that servants of different sorts and degrees are not alike obliged to obey their masters in all things, but are at liberty in some particulars, according to their contracts and agreements. He maintained, nonetheless, that servants, and even downright slaves, had an obligation to uphold obedience toward their masters, even to endure exhausting labor, encouraging them to obey your masters in all things, as becomes your sad condition, and make your chains as easy as you can, by your compliance and submission, to gain an eventual heavenly reward. 67. These exhortations were clearly gendered. Fleetwood always referred to both masters and servants as masculine, perhaps in part reflecting the greater preponderance of males in both these roles, but also because he presented a patriarchal justification for servitude. Mather's treatise likewise emphasized the patriarchal hierarchy but, in contrast, briefly addressed handmaids who ought to cause their mistresses to count you their children through the servant's obedient devotion. 68. However, Fleetwood was more concerned about the hierarchy within the family. A servant, he wrote, was responsible only for himself, having themselves alone to provide for, but their masters have wives and children and relations. In addition, masters had to involve themselves with the cares of everyday political and economic participation in public life, including whatever public mischiefs oppress a nation, such as changes of government, while servants contribute little to the supporting of the public, pay no rates nor taxes, suffer nothing by the malice or indolence of parties, undergo no odium, calumny, or slander, thus possessing a set of conveniences that accrued to them by virtue of being in a household under the protection of a master. 69. As part of their patriarchal obligation, masters had the responsibility to provide servants with a good example, to give them good advice, and by instructing them, in the common rules of honesty and justice, truth and faithfulness, exciting them to diligence and industry, and to make them virtuous and religious. 70. Servitude was actually beneficial for servants, Fleetwood claimed. Masters had an obligation to ensure that servants labored, as masters who were too indulgent and remiss would create lazy servants, and laboring for a master trained a servant to overcome obstacles in later life. After servitude was over, when the former servant required industry and labor as a result of unusual urgencies or the necessity of their condition, they would be at a loss what to do if they had not previously been accustomed to labor. Indeed, Fleetwood argued that the deferred gratification inherent in servitude trains servants to become hard-working individuals who could eventually become self-sustaining members of their society. They who have served their masters with the greatest industry and diligence will certainly serve themselves the best when they come to it. 71. Fleetwood, like most of his contemporaries, saw servitude, with its temporary and transitional nature, as a bridge to success for the laboring classes. Fleetwood's situation of servitude within conventional relations of patriarchal relations was popular, and his book came out in several additional editions. It was followed by a number of other works on the appropriate conditions and obligations for both servants and masters, even as the relations of servitude began to change in the 18th century with emerging ideals of human rights, citizenship, and spiritual participation. 72. Promotion of colonization. Indentured servitude was interwoven with many aspects of British colonial policy, including both political necessity and expediency, as well as economic gain. One pressing problem of the early modern state was the prevalence of poverty, but another was retaining and peopling the colonial territories. From the 16th century, English commentators began promoting the benefits of overseas colonies. In his 1584 book, A Discourse on Western Planting, Richard Hakluyt, one of the earliest advocates of colonization, suggested that idle people in Britain might be sent to people the colonies. His fourth chapter focused on the manifold employment of numbers of idle men and the many thousands of idle persons who, having no way to be set on work, be either mutinous and seek alteration in the state, or at least very burdensome to the commonwealth, and often fall to pilfering and thieving and other lewdness, whereby all the prisons of the land are daily pestered and stuffed full of them, where either they pitifully pine away, or else at length are miserably hanged. 73 Unlike many early modern commentators, he understood that a major cause of vagrancy was insufficient work, a want of sufficient occasion of honest employment, and thus the sharp execution of the laws against idle and lazy persons and loiterers and idle vagabonds would not be enough to prevent the numerous poor and unemployed men in England from engaging in crime and political rebellion. 74 Hakluyt presented the transportation of indigence as a policy that fulfilled two aims simultaneously. It alleviated the state's burden of dealing with the poor, and it provided employment of our idle people in a venture of colonization, becoming in itself one of the many noble ends of such a venture. 75 In 1622, poet and divine John Donne, in a sermon before the Virginia Company, agreed that the Virginia plantation would sweep your streets, and wash your doors, from idle persons, and the children of idle persons, and employ them. He further averred that truly, if the whole country had only a single purpose, to force idle persons to work, it had a good use, acting as a spleen to drain the ill humors of the body. 76. John Hammond. Most indentured servants agreed to enter servitude, and some authors aimed to encourage such migration, publishing propagandistic works that encouraged travel to the colonies, especially on the mainland. In 1655, Virginian John Hammond published his tract Leah and Rachel, or the Two Fruitful Sisters, Virginia and Maryland, to promote settlement of the colonies, especially Virginia. He also aimed to redeem the reputation of the colonies, which had been criticized in discouraging stories by former indentured servants. 77 Like Hakluyt, Hammond proclaimed that it is the glory of every nation to expand trade and control overseas territories. The Virginia colony exemplified this, while providing plentiful opportunities for new settlers such as indentured servants. In the early days of Virginia, he conceded, disorder had prevailed. In addition to Indian attacks and hunger, the martial law in existence did not dispense justice, with no redress of grievances, complaints were repied with stripes, moneys with scoffs, tortures made delights, and in a word all and the worst that tyranny could inflict or act. Yet while this had been true at one time, and rumors asserted this lie was still true, things had changed, he argued. The original problems had been complained of in England, and now the bondage was taken care of, the people set free, and servants with legitimate complaints against masters were treated with respect in the courts. Hammond lamented that many potential servants had been misinformed about their prospects in the colonies, and so preferred to remain in England, living a base, slavish, penurious life, and choosing rather to beg, steal, rot in prison, and come to shameful deaths, than to better their being by going thither. 78. Hammond lauded Virginia as a place wherein is plenty of all things necessary for humane subsistence. He described how the people had lands assigned to each of them to live of themselves, and enjoy the benefit of their own industry. Men then began to call what they labored for their own. He praised the current productiveness of the colony and the increasing stocks and great plenty of agricultural produce. The land was wholesome, healthy, and fruitful, and there was a climate of religious, moral, and political justice in the colony. This rosy picture would have been a powerful inducement to the poor of England or Ireland, where land, the basis of wealth and self-sufficiency in a largely agricultural society, was almost impossible to come by. Hammond did warn potential servants of possible pitfalls, such as mercenary spirits, urging them to find legitimate merchants, to make sure that they possessed an indenture contract in writing and underhand and seal, and to make sure that land, in addition to the usual corn, clothing, and tools, was a part of their freedom dues. He brushed off fears of the sale of servants, claiming that they could adjust their contracts to give them a fortnight to choose their master, and averring that if a time must be served, it is all one with whom it be served, provided they be people of honest repute, with which the country is well replenished. There was no real reason to fear, he continued, the labor servants are put to, is not so hard nor of such continuance as husbandmen, nor handicraftmen are kept at in England, and there was plenty of opportunity for rest. Food was plentiful, rumors of inadequate lodging were untrue, and even before servitude ended, those servants that will be industrious may in their time of service gain a competent estate before their freedom. 79 This tract, with some truth and much exaggeration, illustrates both the temptations and the negatives that potential servants weighed when deciding whether to sign an indenture agreement. George Alsop. Another propagandist, George Alsop, had actually labored as a servant himself in Maryland in the 1650s. His reverential tract begins with a description of Maryland as a fertile and pleasant piece of ground with green, spreading, and delightful woods, unparalleled by any place under the heavenly altitude, where people could dwell here, live plentifully, and be rich. 81 Food was plentiful, and there was no begging or hunger, he wrote. 82 There was also little crime, and no need for Newgates for pilfering felons, nor Ludgates for debtors, nor any bridewells. In Maryland, the merits of the country deserves none. 83 Life in the colony was characterized by peace and order. Here every man lives quietly, and follows his labor and employment desiredly, assured of the protection of the laws. The colony was well governed, with no rebellion. Led by a governing assembly made up of good ordinary householders of the several counties who with a plain and honest conscience made laws for the general good of the people. 84. Alsop justified the concept of servitude as necessary to societal stability and criticized the levelling doctrine present in England, but he argued that the subtle difference in Maryland was that after completing their time of indenture, servants had the opportunity to become masters and mistresses of families themselves. He minimized the small computation of years of servitude, maintaining from his personal experience that it was not so slavish as the 2-year servitude of a handicraft apprenticeship that he had served in London. He recommended that those whose abilities were capable maintain themselves remain in England, but that those who are low and make bare shifts to buoy themselves up would be better off by removal to Maryland, which would also reduce pressures on those of the poor who remained in England. 85. Once servants arrived, he wrote, their 4 years of servitude would advantage a man all the remainder of his days, and they would live plenteously well. Women servants had the best luck here as in any place of the world, obtaining marriage quickly. In a rare promotion of sexuality outside of marriage, intended as an enticement, Alsop wrote that male servants, if they be good rhetoricians, and well versed in the art of persuasion and their masters were deficient from age, might, in an innuendo-laden phrase, rivet themselves into the private and reserved favor of their mistress. Like Hammond, Alsop incorrectly claimed that upon arrival servants may choose whom they will serve their prefixed time with. In a rare acknowledgement of the perception that indentured servitude was exploitative, Alsop criticized the damnable untruth that servants are sold in open market for slaves and draw in carts like horses. Instead, he claimed, servants had leisure time, were responsible for relatively light work, and were without much work in winter. Every servant has a gun, powder, and shot allowed him, and after their allotted time was over, became a freeman whose master owed him 50 acres of land, 3 suits of clothing, and a year's supply of corn. 86 These propagandistic accounts, though acknowledging some hardships, painted a rosy picture of opportunity, prosperity, and fair treatment for servants. Autobiographical accounts. In contrast to the idealized depictions of the colonies represented by promotional tracts, there were several more authentic accounts of servitude written by people who had endured servitude, or who had traveled to the colonies and observed conditions of servitude there. For most, the description of servitude was only a small part of a longer autobiography. Nonetheless, these renderings provide powerful first-hand narratives of what it was like to be an indentured servant. These are supplemented by other works by individuals who possessed personal experiences of servitude, including letters home from indentured servants, and political prisoners petitioning against servitude. One of the most poignant testaments to the perils of indentured servitude comes from the letters of Richard Fredhorn, who was a servant in the Virginia colony during the early 1620s. 87 In letters to his parents and a parish official in England, Fredhorn described the harsh early days of the colony, when it was threatened with starvation, disease, and attack by Native Americans. Although he described dearth of food and unremitting labor, he does not seem to have been physically abused. He pleaded for his loving and kind father and mother to pay off his indenture, writing, "If you love me you will redeem me suddenly, for WCH I do entreat and beg," and if that was not possible, he beseeched them to send provisions. He wrote that he would have died had not an acquaintance of his parents living in the colony provided him with food and shelter, and that the former much marvelled that you would send me a servant to the company, he saith I had been better knocked on the head. Fredhorn's lists of the dead in the colony testify to the precariousness of life in the early days of the colony. 88. Another servant from the Chesapeake region was Charles Bailey. Kidnapped from England as a 13-year-old in the 1640s, he described violence and neglect during his servitude, "where I was sold as a bond slave." 89 Bailey's description of his servitude is brief. As an adult, he converted to Quakerism and his narrative is mainly a spiritual autobiography. Bailey prospered in later life, and eventually rose to become the first overseas governor of the Hudson's Bay Company. In the mid-17th century, several transported rebels wrote negative accounts of their servitude in the Caribbean. Heinrich von Uchteritz, a German mercenary in the Royalist army during the English Civil War, was transported to Barbados in 1652. He described scant food and poor conditions, although servants, he wrote, were kept under better conditions than the enslaved. He complained of the unaccustomed work, writing, "I had to sweep the plantation yard the first day, on another day I fed the pigs, and thereafter I had to do the kind of work usually performed by the slaves." However, von Uchteritz was privileged by both his white skin and noble birth. After 18 weeks of bondage, he informed his master of his social rank, and the latter discharged him after arrangements were made for reimbursement for his master's outlay of £800 of sugar. 90. Marcellus Rivers and Oxon Bridgefoyle, former Royalist rebels against the interregnum government, were sentenced to indentured servitude in Barbados in 1656. In 1659, they challenged their detention in Parliament. 91 A similar petition was filed by Roland Thomas, another Royalist sent to Barbados. 92 Foyle and Rivers decried their poor conditions of food and housing, as well as hard labor, abuse which included whippings, and many other ways they were made miserable. They eloquently criticized merchants that deal in slaves and souls of men and who had no authority for the sale and slavery of your poor petitioners. The pair questioned by what authority so great a breach is made upon the free people of England, and argued that their case represented not only the former rebels but also all the free-born people of England. Ultimately, they gained a privilege denied to slaves, the right to petition Parliament, which debated their punishment extensively. They were not reprieved, although Rivers and Foyle were jailed rather than returned to Barbados. 1 year later, Royalists were pardoned at the restoration of Charles II in 1660.93. Henry Pittman, a surgeon arrested during the 1685 Monmouth Rebellion against James II, likewise described the cruel treatment, meager food, and physical abuse that he received as an indentured servant in Barbados in 1685. Pittman and his brother, who was indentured with him, were rebellious, and their master's more and more unkind behavior with abuses and unkindnesses intensified after the two men defiantly refused to follow orders. Pittman's time in servitude was short, as he soon escaped, but his brother died there. 94. John Code, another Monmouth rebel, was sent to Jamaica. He described much better treatment by his nonconformist masters, receiving ample food and experiencing Christian conference, and mutual love, and affection. Not only his master but also all the rest of the neighborhood were very kind and courteous to me. 95. A later master was less amenable, but Code's greatest complaint was that as a supervising carpenter to work with Negroes I must submit, while the rest of our white men had no employ, but to lie in the plantation for little service, but to eat and drink and spend the time in idleness. 96. The Monmouth rebels, sentenced to 10 years, were pardoned at the accession of King William in 1688, but not freed until an English warship arrived to the island in 1690.97. These accounts of servitude are supplemented by second-hand accounts from observers who traveled to the English colonies as free men and wrote about what they had observed. The most famous of these is Richard Lygon, a royalist escaping England and residing in Barbados for a couple of years during the 1640s. He provided more detail than most in describing the conditions he saw. 98. Although he himself held a plantation briefly, employing both servants and slaves, he was horrified at the ill treatment of servants, although less concerned about the enslaved. However, he also wrote that the treatment of servants varied considerably, depending on their masters, the usage of the servants, it is much as the master is, merciful or cruel. Those that are merciful, treat their servants well, both in their meat, drink, and lodging, and give them such work, as is not unfit for Christians to do. But if the masters be cruel, the servants have very wearisome and miserable lives. 99. On the same page he described both having seen such cruelty done to servants, as I did not think one Christian could have done to another, and also different better natured men who had come to rule there, making the servants' lives much bettered, including one master who got such love of his servants, as they thought all too little they could do for him. 100. Father Antoine Bayet, a French priest who visited Barbados in 1654, was critical of the conditions under which indentured servants, who are native-born English, Irish, or Scotch lived, and was sickened by the treatment of the enslaved, against whom he described great brutality. He was angered that servants with families were separated so as not to receive any solace from each other. While masters were obliged to support servants, he wrote, they barely upheld this, treating indentured servants not much better than slaves. Bayet, from monarchical France, did not quite understand the recent political upheaval in England and found it strange that they sent from England those persons who were suspected of being royalists. 101. There are also some 18th-century autobiographical reports of indentured servitude that confirm much of what was written in the 17th-century works, though the 18th-century authors, if they were men, generally fared better than their 17th-century counterparts. Some brief mentions of indentured servitude also occur in Ebenezer Cook's satiric poem, The Sotweed Factor, in which the author describes a voyage to Maryland during his youth, probably with significant poetic license. 102. There are also 2 accounts by women, who experienced harsher terms of servitude. William Morley, a young artisan from a previously wealthy but economically diminished family, indentured himself to Pennsylvania in the 1730s after being overlooked in his father's will. Not caring what became of me, it entered into my head to leave England, and sell myself for a term of years into the American plantations, he wrote. In 1743, Morley published The Unfortunate, The Voyage and Adventures of William Morley, an indentured servant, which detailed his misadventures, as well as describing Pennsylvania more generally. Morley worked amicably for a clockmaker in Burlington, Pennsylvania, for a time, with a mild term of servitude under which he was treated more like a traditional apprentice. Nonetheless, he described the conditions of more typical bought servants as very hard. His account is notable for its length, his frequent descriptions of carousing, and the sympathy he demonstrated toward the enslaved. 103. 2 Scottish authors also had relatively mild experiences in indenture during the 18th century. Peter Williamson was kidnapped in Aberdeen at the age of 8 along with several other boys and shipped to Pennsylvania in the 1730s, at a time when Aberdeen merchants were noted for stealing young children from their parents, and selling them as slaves. 104 But after experiencing this terrible cruelty, Williamson was comparatively fortunate. He was purchased in Philadelphia by a fellow Scot, who had in youth been kidnapped like myself. Williamson's master was sympathetic to him, treating him almost as a son, assigning him only light work, sending him to school, and, in his will, leaving Williamson £200, his clothing, and his best horse and tack. 105. John Harrower, another Scot, was a schoolmaster who indentured himself to Virginia in the 1770s, leaving behind his wife and children, to whom he sent remittances. His period of indenture was relatively easy. He was treated as a professional tutor rather than as a servant, paid for freelance teaching, well fed and clothed, and accorded considerable personal freedom. His motivations for traveling are unknown, but appear to have economic roots. 106 In his letters to his wife, copied into his diary, he repeatedly urged her to immigrate with the children and wrote, "I yet hope to make you a Virginian lady among the woods of America, which is by far more pleasant than the roaring of the raging seas round about Zetland, and yet to make you eat more wheat bread in your old age than what you have done in your youth." 107 His diary ended abruptly during the American Revolution. There are two accounts by women describing indentured servitude. It is difficult to generalize from a sparsity of sources, but both describe severe ill-treatment while servants. Elizabeth Ashbridge's spiritual autobiography described her progress toward Quakerism, but began with her wild youth, when she was light and airy and full of vivacity. She disobeyed her parents as a young teenager, eloping and, after the death of her husband, engaging in a journey to New York in 1732, thwarting her parents' attempt to bring her back home from the ship. During the voyage, she was forced to sign an indenture by the captain. While in servitude, Ashbridge was often hungry and ill-clothed, and suffered abuse by her master. But always independent and capable, she managed to buy off her time after 3 years, expressing pride that she was able to maintain herself handsomely by her needle. 108 Her unusual life trajectory culminated as a Quaker minister in Pennsylvania. Another woman's voice was heard in a 1756 letter from Elizabeth Spriggs, indentured in Maryland, appealing to her father in London. Spriggs described abysmal conditions under which she was toiling almost day and night, so severe that it was like horses' drudgery, repeatedly belittled and abused, her master accusing, "Bitch, you do not half enough," and then tied up and whipped to that degree that you'd not serve an animal. She suffered from lack of food and adequate clothing. Like Ashbridge, she was apologetic about a rift with her family, occasioned by my former bad conduct, but begged her father to remember his former care and tenderness for her, to forgive her, and to send clothing. 109 It is possible that to her family, Spriggs' big fault was engaging in an indenture contract without her father's permission, like Elizabeth Ashbridge. There are so few accounts from women that it is difficult to know how representative these experiences were, but 18th-century men like Morley, Williamson, and Harrower served easier terms than many who served in the 17th century. The scarcity of women's writing was due to several factors: lower rates of literacy among women, doubts about the propriety of women writing, and a lower percentage of women among the indentured. It should be noted, though, that even Spriggs and Ashbridge with their stories of deprivation and violence were more fortunate than enslaved people. Both possessed family members in England who were potentially willing to provide support, and Ashbridge ultimately achieved some success and renown after completing her indenture. Literary narratives. Most of the descriptions of indentured servitude available on English streets were probably oral accounts. While these can't be traced, there was also a tradition of literary narratives and humorous satires, often involving convict transportation, in which reality and fiction are intertwined. 110 These tended to present a negative account of indentured servitude. Probably most of these popular accounts were largely fictional, but they were inspired by the real dangers of surviving spiriting and servitude, and reflected contemporary views about the lives of indentured servants. 111 Most famous today is Daniel Defoe's 18th-century novel Moll Flanders, which described the titular character's transportation to Virginia. 112 An older account is The Trapined Maiden or Distressed Damsel, an English ballad of the late 17th century that described the travails of a young woman cunningly trapined, or deceived, and sent to Virginie from England, where she served 5 years in sorrow, grief, and woe in farming and domestic service. The ballad described deprived conditions, ragged clothing, and relentless hard labor. The narrator complained, "No rest that I can have, whilst I am here a slave," and the ballad's ending alludes to the precariousness of survival, but if she lives to cross the main, she vows she'll ne'er go there again. 113. Figure 2.2 The Trapined Maiden. Another popular account was James Revil's verse chapbook, the poor unhappy transported felon's sorrowful account of his 14 years' transportation, at Virginia. 114 The earliest extant version of this dates from the late 18th century, but the original text probably stems from the 17th century, and possibly depicts a genuine experience of indenture. 115 Revell described himself as a young apprentice who took to wicked company and lived a life of vice as a thief, until he was caught and transported to Virginia as an indentured servant, where he wrote, "I was a slave. He did back-breaking work in the tobacco fields with my fellow slaves, 5 transports more, with 18 Negroes. Servants and slaves," he wrote, "were treated alike. We and the Negroes both alike did fare, of work and food we had an equal share. When he fell sick, yet was still forced to work in the fields, he received more sympathy from the poor Negro slaves than from his master. When the latter died, Revell had 2 years left to serve, but despite quick sales of the Negroes, who for life are slaves, it was trickier to sell transported felons. Yet Revell was purchased by a benign master, who said he would not use me as a slave, but as a servant if I'd well behave." Revell lived his remaining 2 years in Jamestown in plenty, peace, and ease, his master even paying for his transport back to England. Revell concluded his ballad with a warning to those tempted by a life of crime: "They risk being forked from your country for to go among the Negroes to work at the hoe, sold for a slave because you prov a thief." Despite Revell's sympathy for the enslaved, the implication of this work was that slavery was suitable for Africans, but not whites. Fictional or semi-fictional accounts like these countered the more positive promotional pamphlets and would have provided a significant disincentive for individuals considering indenturing themselves. However, indentured servants continued to flow across the ocean, impelled by poverty and lack of opportunity in Britain and Ireland, and drawn by what they saw as potentially promising economic prospects in the colonies. Perhaps they were also drawn by what they had heard about more egalitarian prospects in social standing and political participation on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. 3. The political economy of indenture. For the English authorities, indentured servants supplied requirements for particular kinds of labor within the early British Empire. Indeed, colonies sent regular requests for shipments of servants. Colonial expansion also created a need for white subjects to populate the Caribbean colonies to ward off the threat of French and Spanish encroachment. In addition, the authorities viewed forcible indentured servitude as a way of reducing what they saw as surplus populations, developing policies through which indigents, criminals, and rebels were sent overseas to serve their sentences. Shipping vagrants and beggars also reduced incarceration costs, with older English poor laws employed as a justification. Moreover, government authorities believed that indigents, and especially destitute children, benefited morally from being placed in positions of indenture. Thus, indenture of undesirable populations emerged as a practical tactic that supported the expansion of the early English Empire, while resolving persistent problems at home. The government's policies were also shaped by the intertwining of public imperatives with private interests. Many influential members of English and colonial administrations were also entrepreneurs who personally profited from the transportation of servants. The system was prone to corruption as magistrates, shippers, and captains were paid per head without too much notice of how they obtained their cargoes of servants. Economic and political priorities guaranteed that the policy of transporting purported undesirables continued unabated through shifts between royalist and parliamentary governments. However, emerging discourses of race and citizenship led to vehement political debate about the conditions for indentured servants and about the ethics of indenture itself, as well as legislation aiming to curb the worst excesses of forcible servitude in both Britain and Ireland. Forced indenture policies. Almost as soon as Elizabethan legislation provided models for care and punishment of the poor, it was adapted for a policy of overseas transportation. The earliest example was the 1597 Vagrancy Act. Though not implemented, it allowed the forcible transportation of able-bodied vagrants and beggars, and was followed by similar acts in 1603, 1609, and 1620.1. The earliest large-scale transportation, of 100 children, took place in 1619.2. Parallel parliamentary orders were established for detaining vagrants and indigents in England and Ireland. For example, in May 1653, the Commissioners of Ireland issued the following order: all laws and statutes now in force in the Commonwealth of England for the correction and punishment of rogues, vagrants, sturdy beggars, idle and disorderly persons, and for relieving and setting of the poor to work, be and are hereby declared to be in force in Ireland. 3. These ideals were reiterated in various descriptively titled pieces of legislation, including the Orders of the Council of State concerning the apprehending of lewd and dangerous persons, rogues, vagrants, and other idle persons, who have no way of livelihood and refuse to work, and treating with merchants and others for transporting them to the English plantations in America from August 1656, and instructions for the Council to consider how the colonies might be best supplied with servants, that no persons may be forced or enticed away by unlawful or indirect ways, that those willing to be transported thither may be encouraged, and a course legally settled to send over vagrants and others who remain here noxious and unprofitable in December 1660, and others. 4. Once begun, the policy of transportation was continued through several government administrations of diverse political persuasions. As it took office in 1649, the interregnum administration reiterated the previous government's right to apprehend, punish, and put to work English vagrants, beggars, rogues, and poor children. 5. In addition, it transported rebel soldiers from England, Scotland, and Ireland as well as Irish civilians to the colonies, especially the Caribbean. 6. In 1652 and 1654, parliamentary acts recommended shipments of the poor away from Britain, a policy reiterated by the Interregnum Council of State in 1656. And by the Restoration Government in 1662-64, 1667, and 1670, with a term of labor usually set at 7 years for involuntary servants. 7. In 1670, an Act of the Scottish Parliament established transportation for those who refused to disclose evidence about rebels against the state or Presbyterian conventicles, an ever-present issue in culturally fractious and religiously divided Scotland. 8. Criminal servants. Convicts were another group forcibly transported by the English government. The perception of an escalation in crime resulted in increased numbers of criminal trials and higher conviction rates during the early modern era. 9. Convicts were always a small minority among servants, with fewer than 5,000 transported in the 17th century, increasing up to about 55,000, mainly during the 18th century, when they still made up less than 20% of transported servants and about 30% of women servants. 10. However, conviction records provide valuable sources for historians. Penal transportation was not an official punishment until the passage of the 1718 Transportation Act, which gave magistrates the power to sentence felons to 7 or 14-year terms, but from 1615, the government of James I allowed judges to reprieve criminals from death sentences by substituting transportation to parts abro ad a. 11 reprieves offered a conditional pardon during the 7-year sentence of transportation, which allowed felons to escape capital punishment for certain crimes, though not serious crimes like murder. This policy expanded considerably after the Restoration in 1660. In addition, convicts retained in prison, for example, for debt, could also agree to overseas indentured servitude. Shippers were induced to carry criminals with a stipend of about £5 per person. 12. The ruthlessness of early modern criminal justice created an opportunity and even a desire among juries and magistrates to mitigate capital punishment. In addition to violent assaults and murder, lesser felonies such as robbery, negligent manslaughter, assault, and poaching, and even slighter crimes such as counterfeiting or the theft of small amounts of property, cash, clothing, or food, could incur sentences of death. It was recognized that many of these crimes were opportunistic, born of desperation, rather than the activity of hardened criminals. Sympathetic juries and magistrates sometimes convicted felons on lighter charges to save them from execution. 13 In 1622, John Donne deplored the fact that many convicts were sentenced to ignominious death for perchance a small fault, or perchance a first fault, or perchance a fault heartily and sincerely repented, or had been accused through perchance no fault, but malice, and countered that transportation reprieves would redeem many a wretch from the jaws of death, from the hands of the executioner. 14 In 1656, even Oliver Cromwell criticized the practice of executing criminals for petty matters and trifle, specifically pinpointing execution for theft as wicked and abominable and an ill framing of the law. 15. Mercy was seen as a virtue of governance, tied to the role of the monarch as a personification of state power, and in the case of transportation reprieves, probably also served to mitigate what was seen as excessively harsh penalties according to community consensus. 16 Thus, the stated aim of the 1615 legislation allowing reprieves of capital sentences was that justice be tempered with mercy, as well as that convicts might yield a profitable service. 17 By the 1630s, the practice of remitting sentences to transportation appears to have been standard. 18. Both magistrates and the general public tended to regard felons as lawless dregs of society in both the colonies and Britain. 19 However, convicts themselves did not necessarily accept this assessment, and the records show them actively involved in negotiating for their lives against the power of the state, including bargaining for reduced punishments for crimes. 20 Strategies differed depending on the felon's sex. Men might plead the benefit of the clergy, a legal fiction that involved reading a biblical verse to prove one was a clergyman, usually Psalm 51, the neck verse, which saved one's neck. Rarely, an uncompromising judge could ask for another verse, eliminating the uneducated who had memorized the lines. Women were ineligible for this, but might plead the belly, involving a legal determination that the convicted woman was pregnant, established by a jury of women who exercised a kind of judicial judgment often based on their perception of the culpability of the accused. 21 For those for whom neither of these chances was possible, reprieves were another possibility. In some cases, reprieve from a capital sentence involved whipping, branding, or mutilation. Some convicts or magistrates preferred transportation as a penalty. The existence of transportation as a form of respite for punishment also allowed judicial authorities to impose harsh penalties with the knowledge that they would likely be remitted. Transportation could also be perceived as a form of rehabilitation, hard labor as an appropriate consequence of punishment. 22. In some cases, despite the letter of the law, convicted criminals appear to have been immediately sentenced to transportation even before 1718, especially if they were first-time or nonviolent offenders. For example, in 1674, a woman in Newgate who had stolen a silver cup from a victualling house, the cup was discovered on her person when she was later arrested for prostitution, and she was sentenced to transportation. 23 More typical was Mary Harris, imprisoned in Newgate after being respied from capital punishment in 1682, it was ordered she be sent without delay, out of this kingdom of England for a 7-year indenture in the colonies. 24 Another case demonstrates the ruthlessness of early modern criminal law. In 1676, Thomas More and James Parker were convicted of theft and agreed to transportation as a respite from punishment. The court records state they were sent aboard a ship by their consent. However, they ran away before the ship sailed and were sentenced to execution. Parker had actually been transported 5 years before and had returned early. He refused to plead, which meant that he was subjected to the torture of being pressed to force him to recant his obstinacy, an ordeal that injured him so much that it was much doubted whether he would have survived had his sentence been less than execution. 25 Returning early from transportation was considered evading punishment and had been added to his list of misdeeds, although it was not usually sufficient for a death sentence on its own. 26 Transportation was obviously preferable to a death sentence. In 1676, when 2 women were arrested for stealing a considerable parcel of linen and other things, one of them, who had already been transported in the past, begged for heartily now again, although it appears without success. 27 Indeed, some politicians felt that transportation was excessively merciful. When a bill for transporting thieves who had not committed burglary or murder to the American plantations was debated in 1667, some members of Parliament criticized it on the grounds that it would be an encouragement to thieves and robbers to commit crimes in order to obtain free passage to the colonies. 28 This theory was of dubious accuracy, but it did reflect the opinions of some politicians that transportation was an advantageous prospect for the poor. Figure 3.1 A group of convicts being marched from Newgate Prison, to be transported to the colonies. On June 18, 1635, John Hayden, a prisoner in Bridewell, petitioned the Court of High Commission to be freed if he voluntarily went to Virginia. He appears to have been a member of a dissenting sect, as his crimes included preaching abroad. He was also a security risk, who had escaped prison previously. 29 Hayden may have gone as a freeman, but many in the same situation agreed to have their passage paid for by their servitude. 2 weeks after Hayden's petition, a warrant was issued to send 9 women and 5 men from Newgate to Virginia. 30 Mal Floyd's plea for transportation as a respite from a capital sentence was granted on July 17, 1674. 31 Relatives, friends, or patrons could intercede on behalf of a prisoner, as when John Throgmorton's grandmother, in the 2nd decade of the 17th century, begged that her grandson, perhaps an adolescent, be transported to Virginia rather than executed. 32 In 1619, Lord Russell requested that Harry Reid, a highwayman, receive clemency by being sent to Virginia. 33 In 1633, the King granted mercy to Thomas Bryce, a condemned prisoner in Newgate, at the request of his father, commanding that Bryce be transported to Virginia. 34 In some cases, an influential patron might even be able to help a convict escape punishment altogether. In 1663, Isabel Langley was reprieved from death by a sentence of transportation, but she was dissatisfied with this verdict and petitioned to obtain an unconditional release. She wrote to the Earl of Craven, who appears to have facilitated her initial pardon from the more severe penalty, thanking him but complaining that, instead of my being in a free pardon, I am crowded into the transportation pardon, and next week to be carried on board some merchant's ship to be sold into some of the plantations as a slave, which would be worse than the untimely death I was doomed to. She pleaded that her age and impotency be not exposed to so much unbecoming misery, and she solicited him to try to influence the king to grant a warrant to stop my sudden transportation and me in the next general pardon for poor convicts without proviso of transportation. 35 Langley's connection with the Earl, who had already bestowed many undeserved favors on her, was unclear, but it is quite apparent that she was ready to employ every ounce of influence she possessed and had likely initiated the Earl's earlier activity on her behalf. Somewhat similar was the situation of Jane Steele, who was sentenced to death in 1691. Her mother, also Jane Steele, sought to have her sentence discharged rather than respite for transportation, because the younger Jane apparently had a learning disability and was very foolish in all her actions and not having sense. 36. Sometimes transportation was employed as an alternative to keeping petty criminals in prison. In 1638, Elizabeth Cotterell, who was still imprisoned in the Marshalsea prison 8 months after she had been reprieved, likely for non-payment of prison expenses, which prisoners were responsible for, successfully petitioned to be transported to Virginia. 37 For individuals like Cotterell, service overseas might have presented an opportunity, particularly when the fees for the passage across the ocean were paid through her service agreement. Similarly, 300 malefactors who had been made free of fees from the jails were sent to St. Christopher in 1676.38. It is evident in these cases that a sentence of transportation was not intended to be a death sentence. In addition, transportation should also be contrasted with the prospect of remaining in prison, as typically prisoners were held in insanitary group cells without adequate food, and many did not survive there even for a few months. 39. Yet, as in many transportation schemes, there was a disjunction between the needs and desires of English and colonial authorities. Although the government in England was eager to remove felons from Britain, colonial societies were hesitant to receive them. They feared that convicts would be troublesome servants and might corrupt voluntary servants. 40 For example, in 1663, the Virginia General Court complained of the danger to the colony caused by the great number of Virginia felons and other desperate villains being sent over from the prisons in England, citing a horror of the subversion of our religion, laws, liberties, rights, and privileges. It passed a resolution prohibiting the landing of any jailbirds. 41 Maryland passed an act in 1723 to regulate the importation of convict servants, who of late years imported into this province have not only committed several murders, burglaries and other felonies, but also debauched the minds and principles of several of the ignorant and formerly innocent inhabitants, made honest people very insecure in their lives or properties, and had taken up the greatest part of the magistrates' time in the prosecution of the said convicts and their proselytes. In legislation that must have acted as a significant disincentive to those who hoped to save money by employing convict servants, those who purchased them had to henceforth provide £30 surety for the first year. 42. Rebels. Another group with a reduced value on the labor market were enemy military combatants and rebels. Beginning in 1649, transportation was used to punish and remove military forces that had opposed the interregnum government, following the precedents established for convicts. 43 Such men were considered a threat to order and might be transported if they seemed of no use in prisoner exchanges, were not charged with capital crimes, and were expensive to keep incarcerated. After the fall of the Royalist garrison at Drogheda in 1649, Oliver Cromwell infamously wrote to Parliament that when they submitted, their officers were knocked on the head, and every 10th man of the soldiers killed, and the rest shipped for the Barbados. The soldiers in the other town were all spared as to their lives only, and shipped likewise for the Barbados. 44 It should be pointed out that this policy did not inherently demonstrate retaliation against the Irish, since most of the soldiers in this rebel army would have been English. However, such soldiers were seen as traitorous for aiding the Royalist and Catholic cause. 45 There were also a number of instances in which such troops were exiled to continental armies, a policy that acted as a double-edged sword. It removed rebel soldiers from Britain but meant they might be deployed in French or Spanish armies supporting non-British interests. 46 In 1654 then, the Irish commissioners overturned plans to send a group of Irish Catholic military prisoners to the Spanish army on the continent, altering their destination to the West Indies and easing their servitude by stipulating they will have as good condition as any English or other servants there, with terms of 4 years rather than the usual criminal term of 7 to 10 years, after which they were to be free men to act for their advantage. Soldiers and male civilians who travelled voluntarily would be offered a 14-shilling stipend. Women volunteers were to be given clothing. 47 A substantial number of the Royalist Salisbury rebels of 1,654, many of whom were gentlemen, were also sent to work in the fields in Barbados. 48 In September 1655, the Council of State ordered that the English, Scottish, Irish, and Dutch sailors held in the Castle of Plymouth and not fit to be tried for their lives were likewise to be sent to Barbados. 49 Although the interregnum Parliament had initiated the practice of transporting rebels, Restoration governments continued to employ transportation to punish and remove military forces that had opposed the government. The Scottish rebels of 1667, the 1685 Argyll rebels, and many of the 1685 Monmouth rebels were also sent to Barbados, sentenced to 10-year terms of servitude 50. It should be noted that even captured rebels were not sent to permanent servitude. Rebels were normally sentenced to capital punishment, which was RESPI'd to 10 years servitude. While conditions of servitude were extremely harsh, there is also evidence that some survived to the end of their terms. Numbers of former political prisoners in Barbados were freed at the accessions of both Charles II in 1660 and William of Orange in 1688.51. Colonial needs for labor. The perception that work was available in the colonies was accurate. Colonial economies were chronically short of labor, especially before the expansion of the slave trade during the later 17th century, and colonial assemblies sent many requests to Parliament asking for cargoes of servants, even convicted criminals. 52 There was a disjunction between the needs of the colonies, which mostly desired adult non-criminal English men, and those of the government, which sent a much more heterogeneous population of individuals, including women, children, criminals, and military rebels. However, a significant portion of the labor needs of the colonies were generally fulfilled by the servant trade during the first two thirds of the 17th century. The bulk of servants went to colonies with plantation economies, Virginia, Maryland, Barbados, and Jamaica. As the British expanded their overseas colonies, there was an increasing need to lay claim to them by expanding the settler population. After the settlement of Virginia in the late 16th century and gradual settlement of the other mainland American colonies, the British settled St. Kitts, Barbados, Nevis, Montserrat, and Antigua, and in 1655, seized Jamaica from the Spanish. In addition, they developed the relatively sparsely settled colonies in Central and South America, such as Belize and British Guyana, as well as Canada. The acquisition of territories incentivized the shipping of servants, both to labor to make the colonies viable and to populate the territories with English subjects who could defend them if necessary. In some cases, likely men received a remission of their criminal sentences if they agreed to serve as soldiers in the Caribbean. 53. The Caribbean territories were particularly vulnerable to encroachment by other imperial powers such as the Spanish, French, and Dutch. 54 The government aimed to send indentured servants in order to swell the island population of freemen once they had completed their indentures. 55 This aim was clearly indicated in a proposal to secure Antigua in April 1656, which lamented that as no supplies of servants have of late arrived from England, number of fighting men very inconsiderable, and in the Antiguan governor's request for a garrison of 500 soldiers be kept upon the island, or a supply sent of English and Scotch servants with arms and ammunition. The plea expressed a preference for prisoners and the like, but if not available, Scots and Irish. 56. In 1655, after the English seized Jamaica from the Spanish, they attempted to encourage settlement there as rapidly as possible, offering considerable incentives for New Englanders to transplant themselves to the new Caribbean colony and shipping servants there who, when they had served their time of indenture, would become colonists. 57 The ostensible reason was to increase the English presence, but Irish servants were seen as an acceptable alternative. On October 3, 1655, the Council of State ordered that 1,000 Irish girls and 1,000 Irish boys under 14 be sent to Jamaica, presumably as servants, with a small stipulated compensation of cash, 20 shillings, perhaps to be given after completing servitude at the age of 21. 58 The council also issued a proclamation more generally throughout Britain for the encouragement of persons who will transport themselves to Jamaica and provided for an allotment of lands to officers and soldiers in Jamaica as an inducement. 59 These initiatives blended many of the government's goals in encouraging transportation. Contemporaries could actually, if unrealistically, define this proposal as beneficial to the youths involved. Henry Cromwell, Oliver Cromwell's son and at that time de facto leader of Ireland, wrote of the girls requested by the Council of State that concerning the young women, although we must use force in taking them up, yet it being so much for their own good, and likely to be of so great advantage to the public that it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Cromwell continued that for the girls it will be necessary, that care be taken for the clothing of them, possibly a reference to the usual freedom dues of clothing for indentured women. 60 In reference to the boys, Cromwell continued that it may be a means to make them Englishmen, I mean rather, Christians. Unlike the women or girls, Cromwell believed that the recruit of men or boys would travel voluntarily, attracted by encouragements such as freedom dues, if provision be made for their pay and accommodation. He wrote, "There will be no difficulty to engage 1,000 or 1,500 men, or perhaps more." 61 Notably, the scheme assumed that the Catholic Irish would readily give up any prior national or religious affiliations and accept an identity as British subjects. An obstacle to this plan was that the government was short of ready cash, having much exhausted our treasure by keeping soldiers on the payroll. This meant that we are not anyways able to provide the pay that Cromwell wished. Nonetheless, Cromwell hoped that former soldiers might be recruited to go to Jamaica. While his letters are somewhat unclear, he appears to have been considering the possibility of recruiting soldiers from the English army in Ireland, which had not yet been disbanded. In the end though, the plan of a large-scale shipment of settlers from Ireland, whether former soldiers or as servants, seems not to have been implemented. 62 1,200 soldiers, from government forces, not defeated royalists, were sent to Jamaica in 1656 from Carrickfergus. 63. In addition to populating Jamaica, the undisguised underlying policy incentive was the desire to reduce the ranks of the Irish poor while supplying labor for the colonies. Cromwell acknowledged this, adding, "We could well spare them, and they would be of use." 64 In addition, servant women were sometimes transported as potential wives for the colonists, which may have been an additional motivation to ship 1,000 Irish girls. A year later, over 1,000 poor English women, possibly including prostitutes and criminals, were sent to Barbados. 65. The Caribbean continued to actively recruit white men as servants. As the dangers of French or Spanish invasions receded, a new imperative was to maintain populations of white men because of fears of slave revolts or collusion of the enslaved with foreign invasions. This was acknowledged by a scheme to send 300 convicts to St. Christopher for the better supply of white men in the island. 66 During the mid-17th century, most Caribbean colonies adopted rules mandating that planters employ one white man for every 10 slaves, although this was hard to enforce because of the reluctance of servants to go to the islands. 67. Capitalist entrepreneurs and the servant trade. The actual task of shipping of servants under government auspices was done by independent contractors. The economic aspects of the servant trade illustrate the complex and ethically compromised interaction of public and private interests. The government-sponsored servant trade, involving the transportation of vagrants, criminals, or rebels, was immensely profitable, and largely controlled by politically influential merchant capitalists. Merchants who carried large numbers of servants had an advantage since the individual profit per servant was relatively small. Outlays could include £3 to £6 to pay off jail fees, £5 to £6 to an independent ship's captain for passage across the ocean, about £1 for food, £3 for clothing, and potentially £2 for medical costs. 68 Sale prices for servants were unpredictable, ranging from £12 to £18 for men and £10 to £12 for women, in some cases incurring a capital loss. In contrast, a slave sold for approximately £20. Merchants and independent captains who dealt in spirited servants could avoid paying jail fees but had to advance similar sums to kidnappers. However, government contractors were subsidized by up to £7 per head, which allowed for a significant profit margin. 69 In 1656, for example, shipper Martin Noel received a stipend of £5 per head for shipping Irish rebels. 70. Martin Noel was one of the most prominent of government contractors. He regularly received subsidies for shipping coerced servants as well as profits from selling their contracts. However, Noel was not only a merchant. He exerted significant influence in political circles and served in the boards of trade and the Council of State, seamlessly remaining in the government through several opposing regimes, including the royal administration of Charles I, the interregnum parliament, and the restoration government of Charles II. Noel was involved in many political endeavors, and controlled excise farms in a number of colonial and domestic projects, held military contracts, and helped bankroll Cromwell's expedition against Jamaica. He likely was one of the authors of the Navigation Act of 1651, an attempt to restrict foreign shipping. He received a knighthood during the Restoration period. In addition, Noel was a sugar merchant and a colonial planter, owning estates in Jamaica, Barbados, Montserrat, and Ireland. He controlled a firm involved in a number of shipping ventures to the West Indies, including human cargoes of slaves and indentured servants as well as sugar, shoes, horses, and other goods. 71 Noel exemplified the tangled incentives and conflicts of interest inherent in the policy of transporting unwilling indentured servants. His public and private roles intertwined, allowing him enormous influence over government economic policies to his personal benefit. Although probably the most powerful of such capitalist entrepreneurs, Noel was by no means unique. There were many others, such as Thomas Pavey, who also exercised significant political power, probably helped Noel write the Navigation Act of 1651, and likely suggested the Council for Trade in the Americas, serving as one of its more active members. He too held key government offices and controlled excise farms and Atlantic shipping ventures. Like Noel, Pavey had a career spanning the administrations of Charles I, the interregnum, and Charles II. 72 Along with Noel and Pavey, several other entrepreneurs, among them, Maurice Thompson, Andrew Rickard, and Robert Rich, Earl of Warwick, were simultaneously active in colonization, human trafficking, military contracting, and government office holding. 73 Such men retained influence through 3 government administrations that held supposedly disparate political principles but were united by an interest in the capitalistic exploitation of resources, whether colonial or human, as well as by a disinclination to separate the private interests of their members from the will of the state. At a lower economic level, merchants such as William Haviland openly employed spirits to bring them servants. 74. The interests of capitalist entrepreneurs and government policies contradicted each other to some extent. For example, there is evidence that impoverished but self-supporting individuals were swept up with some regularity when servant cargoes were assembled. 75 This was disadvantageous for the government because it meant paying for the transportation of individuals who had not previously been the recipients of government funds. However, although there were instances of administrative strictures against this practice, they were rarely enforced. This can be explained in 2 ways. In part, the perceived need to rid society of certain populations, the poor, disreputable, and disorderly, led local and national governments to turn a blind eye to their disappearance, or even to encourage it. But a further factor that enabled this practice was that interests of national and local governments, local officials, shippers, and contractors did not always coincide. From a purely economic perspective, governments might favor sending only people enrolled in poor relief out of the country. Yet those who profited through commissions or direct profits obtained by amassing or shipping individuals were less fastidious about which individuals they chose to ship. In fact, the shippers themselves preferred strong and healthy servants who would bring a greater price upon the sale of their contracts, and fit individuals were perhaps less likely to come from the destitute poor. The very system of government-sanctioned indenture thus bred corruption. 76 In the 18th century, the necessity of convincing contractors to ship criminal servants resulted in increases to the length of the criminal sentences assigned to convicts, regardless of the magnitude of the crime committed, as the government sought to make convicts desirable to shippers who were primarily interested in profits. 77 In addition, the financial obligation incurred in providing poor relief or in maintaining poorhouses was considerably higher than the one-time shipping cost for servants. 78 Thus, equality of justice under the law was undermined in favor of capitalist concerns, which encouraged the commercialization of criminal justice. 79. And yet, even these merchant entrepreneurs were not able to fully control English transportation policy. Whether in England or Ireland, implementation of the state's commitment to the policy of shifting particular populations abroad often proceeded in a haphazard manner, like many policy initiatives of the early modern state. One difficulty involved disjunctions between the English government's desire to remove certain populations that were seen as unwanted and actual colonial desires for labor. Another was political uneasiness about the restrictions on rights of freeborn Englishmen, causing even Martin Noel to defend himself against charges of enslaving Englishmen, as is discussed later in this chapter. Spiriting, the illegal trafficking of servants. In addition to persons transported unwillingly but legally by the government, a considerable illegal trade in servants persisted. The sporadic attempts to regulate this trade reveal most of what we know about it. Fear of the spirits was very real, even as early as the beginning of the 17th century. In 1618 a warrant was issued against Owen Evans, messenger of the chamber, because he had pretended a commission to press maidens to be sent to the Bermudas and Virginia, and raised money thereby. Evans's undue proceedings breed such terror to the poor maidens, that 40 have fled from one parish to obscure places, and their parents do not know what has become of them. 80 While this case, in which the offender was not actually engaged in spiriting but in fundraising under the pretext of a government contract, shows prosecution of an influential member of society, such repercussions were infrequent, and enforcement of the laws against spiriting in Britain was rare. When spirits were prosecuted, it was often piecemeal, a result of tips or the resolve of determined individuals. If children were kidnapped, it was often their fathers who traced them and then brought in magistrates to rescue their offspring. Ship's masters typically refused to release a kidnapped servant without a signed warrant and a public official present, so that when the father of Bart Broom traced his son to a docked ship in 1653 or the father of John Brooks demanded his kidnapped son in 1668, they were initially refused their sons. While eventually successful in rescuing them, many other unclaimed children were left on board the ships. The captain detaining Bart Broom had to be threatened that he would resist the warrant at his peril. 81 Because of Thomas Vernon's diligent search for his stolen son, the spirit Edward Harrison and Captain Azariah Daniel were prosecuted, and 150 children were rescued. Nonetheless, other parents who had lost their children still required the Lords of the Admiralty's warrant in order to search all outward-bound ships for the recovery of M. 82 In the 1730s, Elizabeth Ashbridge's family still required the water bailiff to procure her release. 83. Likewise in August 1657, a tip led to a search of the Conqueror, about to embark for the West Indies. Of the 27 servants on board, 14 were willing to go into service overseas, with another 2 women willing to continue if they had their clothes, seemingly negotiating contracts including the typical freedom dues of clothing, despite being originally coerced. 11 more had been spirited and wanted to leave. The ship was only allowed to continue after the 11 people unduly enticed were freed. This investigation was taken seriously, sending the lieutenant of the Tower to investigate, seize the captives, and report to the Council of State. 84 In none of these incidents were the merchants or ship's masters prosecuted, but in 1634, Henry Dean, a Greenwich fisherman, was prosecuted for receiving men and women, and in 1638, 2 men were arrested for taking up of men and selling them like cattle, to be shipped by such as have no license to levy. 85 In 1670, William Haviland, John Stewart, William Theany, Robert Bailey, and Mark Collins were each individually charged with spiriting hundreds of people yearly to Barbados, Jamaica, and Virginia. 86 John Waring has identified 249 cases in which 353 spirits, both male and female, were accused, mainly for deceiving rather than kidnapping servants. However, prosecutions did not always result, in part because often the victim was 4,000 miles away in America. 87. Policy regarding spiriting was fraught with ambiguity. While the idea of kidnapping was regarded as abhorrent, it coexisted with a genuine need for labor in the colonies, the worry that England was overpopulated, and the belief that most vagrants were shiftless and lazy. Sometimes when kidnappers were apprehended, they were allowed to continue with their cargoes of captive servants because of the belief that vagabonds would be better kept in custody. 88 Such competing imperatives led to simultaneous condemnation of spiriting and disinclination to remedy it. 89 There was also substantial government collusion in kidnapping, as is shown by the activities of the spirit William Haviland, a career magistrate. 90 Spiriting, especially of children, remained an emotionally resonant issue. There were a number of legislative initiatives meant to limit the practice, although most failed to pass in Parliament, and child stealing remained a misdemeanor. 91 The first ordinance to have ships leaving London searched for kidnapped servants before embarking was enacted in 1643. 92 In 1645, Parliament published a broadside ordering the strict and diligent search of all ships to apprehend any lewd persons, who in a most barbarous and wicked manner endeavoured to steal, sell, buy, inveigle, purloin, convey, or receive any little children, so that the kidnappers might be brought to severe and exemplary punishment. Magistrates were to be very diligent in apprehending such persons. 93 In 1647, while encouraging adventurers to colonize, Parliament stipulated that all servants being transported be registered as willing, uncoopted, and adult. 94 In 1654, a Bristol ordinance reacting to people carried away, stolen and sold mandated that all servants be registered by officials before being taken onto ships, and that ships from time to time be searched for unwilling servants. 95 In 1660, there was an attempt to establish a registry for all servants and children to be transported to Virginia and Barbados, to declare their willingness to go. 96 The Privy Council referred to the kidnapping of children as a thing so barbarous and inhumane that nature itself, much more Christians, cannot but abhor. But the latest bill failed to pass. 97 In 1682, the spiriting of servants who had been seized and carried by force to His Majesty's plantations in America by evil-disposed persons, as well as the aim to regularize the servant trade, inspired a law mandating documentation and validation of indenture contracts. 98 Political commentator Narcissus Luttrell reported on the Privy Council orders of 1682 and 1686 as part of an increasing emphasis by the authorities on putting a stop to so prodigious a villainy of child kidnapping. 99 There were at least 19 attempts in Parliament to restrict illicit kidnapping and to ensure that servants being transported were willing to serve, including mandates to inspect all ships and register all servants leaving British ports. However, most attempts to authorize legislation faltered and a considerable illegal trade in servants persisted. 100. A hint as to why may be found in the July 1664 petition of a number of merchants involved in the servant trade. Although claiming that they abominate the very thoughts of spiriting youths, they alleged that preventative legislation gave the opportunity to many evil-minded persons to enlist themselves voluntarily to go the voyage, and having received money, clothes, diet, and to pretend they were betrayed or carried away without their consents. 101 Although presenting itself as a disavowal of spiriting, this petition in fact undermined the idea that it was occurring, or that kidnapped individuals could be reliably identified, implying instead that poverty-stricken individuals were exploiting the supposed benefits of an indenture contract and then claiming to have been spirited in order to take advantage of innocent merchants. This argument was taken seriously, which led to the evisceration of the bill then being debated, which in itself was relatively weak since it only recommended but did not mandate that shippers register their cargoes of servants. 102. At journey's end, there do not seem to have been systematic safeguards in the colonies, such as officials charged with inspecting all cargoes of servants to ensure that they were voluntary. It would have been difficult to enforce given the laxity of the early modern state and, of course, would also have been detrimental to colonial interests. One example of an attempt to alleviate criticism can be found in a 1661 Barbados Masters and Servants Act, which included a provision for kidnapped servants to complain to magistrates. However, this relief was limited to the first month of arrival, which must have prevented most servants from regaining their freedom because of lack of knowledge, difficulty of travel, inability to prove arrival dates, or fear of reprisals. 103. Criticism of government indenture policies. The practice of legal but compulsory indenture by the government also caused disquiet, both among government officials and members of the public. The critique touched on two issues: firstly, whether the forcible indenture of vagrants was tantamount to spiriting, especially in the case of children, and secondly, whether the government was entitled to indenture freeborn Englishmen, even if they had been rebels against the government itself. This touched on the evolving ideal of citizenship and the rights of all English people. Criminal indenture, although criticized by servants themselves, was less prominent in public discourse because until 1718 it was widely seen as reprieve from even harsher punishment. A 1650 broadsheet from the Office of Admiralty, the government body in charge of maritime policy, clearly illustrates administrative intent to deflect criticism that there was little effort to prevent spiriting. 104 The document was meant to be posted in the Royal Exchange and other public places in order to take off that most false aspersion, the complaint and rumor, that there were divers little children taken up, and shipped aboard of some ship or ships to be transported for the plantations. The Admiralty Court, the text declared, had made strict search and inquiry, ordering the stay of all such ships as should have any such children aboard. The lack of such ships, with one exception, showed the rumors to be most false and scandalous. The one ship with children on board, the Victory, was on its way to Barbados and carried 12 poor boys and youths, who were for the most part, beggar boys, aged 12 to 20. But the broadside claimed that all of them very desirous and willing to go the voyage. The text maintained that the boys were orphans, and concluded with a listing of the names, ages, original parishes, and fathers' names and occupations. This piece of propaganda is full of lacunae that divulge more than what is simply printed on the page. It reveals the government's responsiveness to allegations of inaction about spiriting and its desire to portray itself as a protector of the public. The text clearly delineates even beggar boys as valuable subjects possessing rights within the English commonweal. Yet the broadsheet also implies that the search of the ship was a one-time event rather than a systematic policy to counter what was an entrenched practice of kidnapping and coercing servants. The document neglects to explain how the determination of willingness to travel was made, but by noting the boys were destitute orphans, it provided a plausible explanation for their voluntary servitude, their fathers' deaths having left them without the protection of a household or employment. This was in truth a common reason for youths to sign indenture contracts. 105 The document's self-conscious listing of the theoretically verifiable list of names and parishes to give notice to their parents, friends, and masters, if they have any, and its mandate to be displayed prominently aimed to reassure the public that kidnapping was rare and also that the government was ready to take immediate action if it occurred, while ignoring the possibility of coercive practices used for other cargoes of servants. Whether or not the youths on the Victory were actually traveling voluntarily or as a result of force, many servants were indeed unwilling. Concern about the government's transportation of vagrants was a recurrent theme. For example, in 1645, Henry Whalley wrote in the interregnum newsbook The True Informer that the poor should be placed in workhouses rather than to send the children of the freeborn subjects of the kingdom to be slaves in foreign. Part 106 The similarity of indentured servitude to slavery led to denunciation of the practice by many contemporaries. They objected not to slavery itself, but to the maltreatment of English subjects by placing them in a slave-like status. 107. Even more remarkably, the question of whether it was legitimate for the government to transport rebels was vigorously contested in Parliament, especially during the interregnum period. The dispute centered on whether the government was overreaching by limiting the rights of the freeborn people of England, a particularly striking reservation because the individuals being forcibly transported were considered criminals, rebels, and vagrants. There were several rounds of discussions about the legality of shipping felons and prisoners overseas, including in 1649, 1651, 1657.108 bills to outlaw the transportation of English prisoners were unsuccessfully introduced in 1670, 1674, 1675, 1676, and 1679.109. One of the most remarkable debates occurred in 1659, in response to the parliamentary petition of Marcellus Rivers and Oxenbridgefoyle on the behalf of 70 cavaliers who had been sentenced to 10-year terms of servitude in Barbados by the interregnum government, and the petition filed by Rowland Thomas, another royalist indentured in Barbados. 110 The three men had been permitted to travel to England to pursue their case. 111 Their petitions condemned the merchants who sold the indentured rebels as their pretended owners, merchants that deal in slaves and souls of men, who enslave those of their own country and religion in denial of their obligation to the free-born people of England by whose suffrages they sit in Parliament. 112 Both complaints pinpointed Martin Noel as an exploitative profiteer. Thomas contended that he had been sold as a slave for £100 by Noel. Noel was forced to rebut this charge in Parliament, retorting that he never sold anyone for money, and that I abhor the thoughts of setting £100 upon any man's person. It is false and scandalous. I indent with all persons that I send over. Indeed, the work is hard, but none are sent without their consent. They were civilly used. 113 Noel continued that the prisoners had 4 times of refreshing, and work but from 6 to 6, so it is not so hard as is represented to you, not so much as the common husbandman here. The work is mostly carried on by the negroes. It is not so odious as is represented. He also reminded the MPs of the economic importance of Barbados. It is a place as grateful to you for trade as any part of the world. 114 Noel's claim of never selling men was disingenuous, since he typically shipped prisoners and convicts, but his defensiveness as well as the required deposition evidenced the necessity of emphasizing legality and fair practices. This case in particular, even though it ultimately led to little substantial change, was to have a real impact on parliamentary consciousness. Members of the interregnum parliament were powerfully affected by this discussion. Some members responded by defending the forced indenture of royalists on the grounds that they were serving a punishment for their crimes, or by claiming that if the petitioners were reprieved, then all royalist prisoners, Scots were particularly mentioned, would clamour for release. 115 However, others thought like Sir Henry Vane, I do not look on this business as a cavalierish business, but as a matter that concerns the liberty of the freeborn people of England, or like Sir John Lent Hall, I hope it is not the effect of our war to make merchandise of men. I consider them as Englishmen. We are the freest people in the world. 116 Sir Arthur Hasselrig was so affected that he could hardly hold weeping when I heard the petition. He maintained that without impartial application of the law regardless of faction, the rights of all Englishmen were endangered, leading to military rule. That which is the Cavalier's case, today, may be the Roundhead's a year hence. We must be careful of suffering such precedents. Otherwise, he contended, we are likely to be governed by an army. I would have every man be careful how he acts any man's commands against law. 117 Hasselrig continued that no Englishman ought to be imprisoned but in order to a trial. While he would never plead for a Cavalier in Parliament, he would stand for the liberty of an Englishman, and for the laws. 118 Likewise, MP Edward Boscawen stated, I am as much against the Cavalierish party as any man within these walls, but we are miserable slaves if we may not have this liberty secured to us. 119 The debate on transportation centered on whether the government was overreaching by limiting the rights of free English subjects, specifically about whether it was legitimate for Parliament to authorize the imprisonment of Englishmen without trial, even if they had conspired treasonously against the state. Although not all MPs agreed, those who supported the right of the petitioners to be heard based their position on the rights of freeborn Englishmen, regardless of the rebels' political affiliations. The very terms of this debate seemingly excluded those who were not English. The Irish and other British nationalities were not mentioned, other than a brief reference to the Scots. Yet they may implicitly have been included as subjects, a position for which there was some legal precedent. 120 At the same time, the speakers who condemned the servitude of royalist rebels explicitly indicated that they did not extend the same English rights to African slaves. MP Boscawen declared, for example, "I would have you consider the trade of buying and selling men, but specified that if the plaintiffs were ignored, our lives will be as cheap as those Negroes." 121 For Sir Arthur Hasselrig, one of the hardships of servitude was that these men are now sold into slavery among beasts, that is, African slaves. 122 Slavery itself was not at issue, only the servitude of Englishmen, and perhaps other subjects of the English state. This question would not be resolved by parliamentary debate, but Charles II was restored to the throne the following year, and most political prisoners in Barbados were freed. In the end, this attempt at regulation failed, as did most others. However, the government continued to attempt, albeit inadequately, to ensure that the servant trade proceeded according to the law and included legal protections for individuals both in England and Ireland. This was consistent with the government's self-representation as a protector of freeborn Englishmen, which included a paternalistic interest in the welfare of servants, including servant children who were supposedly being shipped overseas for moral redemption. The debates about this practice centered on moral concerns, reforming the undesirable populations and removing negative influences from the Commonwealth or, conversely, safeguarding the rights of the transported. Yet evidence suggests that another unspoken imperative was stronger in the end: the economic interests and political influence of capitalist entrepreneurs like Martin Noel outweighed the scant political will in elite circles to effectively curtail abuses in the servant trade. Despite government assurances that it was protecting servants against kidnapping and inequitable indenture practices, even those shipped unwillingly, the validity of these claims was diluted by the weakness and endemic favoritism of the early modern state and the lack of will to implement impartiality. Within this framework, the rights of the poor or of adversaries of the government were recognized, as evidenced by debates in the government and the attempts to regulate, but ultimately were treated as almost negligible. Thus, the state's claim to protect its subjects was compromised by its willingness to countenance the intertwining of public and private aspirations. The violence of indenture demonstrates the complex and sometimes contradictory nature of state participation and intervention in unfree labor systems in the English Atlantic. Despite the high-minded ideals expressed in the many discussions and written works detailed here, the practice of indenturing people, even through legal means, was inherently exploitative and abusive. Yet at the same time, by their very existence, these debates constituted an articulation of the nature of the rights of English, and to some extent British and Irish, subjects and citizens. They envisioned a polity in which beggar boys as well as rebels who had conspired to bring down the government possessed inalienable natural and legal rights, and re-emphasized a model of government that governed with the consent and in the interests of the people. It would take many generations for these ideals to solidify, but just as the existence of indentured servants in the colonies forced British settlers to define the rights of white subjects, critiques of the practices of indenturing individuals in Britain and Ireland pushed the English government along the path of delineating individual and corporate rights of citizenship. Irish servants. Irish servants comprised a special category. As a colonial territory, the Irish were conquered and in subjection to English law. Their rights might not seem to be encompassed within the rights of freeborn Englishmen, but legal and political theorists of the time were divided about whether the Irish were subject to English common law either by virtue of conquest or as a byproduct of Calvin's case, a 1608 legal determination that a Scot born after the 1603 union was an English subject. 123 Yet, as the case of Riquet McCain illuminates, the situation of Irish servants was remarkably similar to that of English servants in the practice of indenture and in the conditions of servitude, although there were also important differences. Like the claims of white slavery, there is a persistent pseudo-history of Irish slavery that must be addressed. Advocates argue that during the interregnum period, the British government accomplished large-scale raids of Irish civilians who were sold into permanent slavery, mainly in the Caribbean. This contention has been effectively contested by Jerome Handler and others. 124 The narrative relies on a few grains of truth. There were indeed some raids on the Irish coast by spirits as well as some instances of forcible indenture by the British government, but it ignores the bulk of the factual evidence. The vast majority of servants in British territories were English, with lesser numbers of Scottish, Irish, and Welsh servants. Despite the reality of virulent prejudice against the Irish by many of the English during the 17th century, there is little evidence that Irish servants were recruited differently from English servants, were treated differently while in servitude, or served longer terms. Conversely, there is evidence that former Irish indentured servants like Rickett McCain were integrated into colonial society once they had served out their terms of servitude, with free people of Irish descent making up part of the population in the Caribbean and mainland colonies. As McCain's case shows, forcible indenture of Irish civilians did exist during the interregnum period in particular. 125 The 17th century was an era of tremendous English prejudice against the Irish and against Catholics, magnified by the Irish Rebellion of 1641 and Ireland's royalism during the English Civil War. Many in the English government viewed all Irish Catholics, including civilians, as dangerous and actively hostile to English rule. Sending the Irish to indenture overseas was a policy in concert with the forced migration of landowners to Connaught on the western side of Ireland, especially as those who refused to relocate were further threatened with banish overseas within 6 months if they remained. 126 The 1650s was a peak period for the forcible shipping of Irish indentured servants, and in 1660, approximately 20% of the servants traveling across the Atlantic were Irish, though percentages ebbed and flowed. 127 Yet during the English Civil War and interregnum periods, when defeated royalist soldiers from Ireland were sometimes Barbadosed, most of those soldiers were actually English in ethnicity, and few were in fact sent into indentured servitude. During the interregnum, the Council of State's vagrant removal legislation was applicable in both England and Ireland. For example, in 1653, a Bristol merchant applied to ship 250 Irish women to New England. This was turned down, but shipment of a cargo of male and female beggars and vagabonds from Cork was granted. 128 In 1654, local town governors were ordered by the Irish commissioners to hand rogues and vagabonds to 3 Waterford merchants. 129 Just as in England, such schemes encouraged vice. Officials looking to rapidly fulfill quotas swept up non-vagrant individuals, or shipping contractors pressured officials to ignore unhealthy indigents in favor of vigorous servants who would bring higher prices. These measures resulted in the transportation of many thousands of Irish civilians to the colonies, especially the Caribbean. Yet the English government also established and enforced legislation to prevent spiriting in Ireland, possibly more stringently than within Britain, even during the interregnum period. As early as 1636, Captain Anthony of the Abraham, recruiting servants in Kinsale, was briefly imprisoned by the city's mayor until 2 kidnapped servants in his hold were released. 130 In the 1654 roundup of vagrants, town governors in the south of Ireland were ordered to demonstrate that no persons of good repute or members of families were shipped. 131 During the 1650s, there were repeated attempts by the Commissioners General for Ireland to prevent non-vagrants from being transported unwillingly from Ireland and to enforce the search of all ships bound for Barbados. Vagrants were to be identified by warrants signed by 2 justices of the peace. By December 1654, the Irish commissioners were ordering that all ships in Irish harbours bound for the colonies be searched to ensure that no persons on board had been detained without warrants. 132 In 1655, a ship in Dublin harbour was ordered to be searched on the suspicion that the servants within its holds had been taken forcibly. 133 That same year, the Irish commissioners stopped issuing licenses to contractors, and Irish vagrancy laws were temporarily put in abeyance because they had been misused to delude poor people by false pretenses into by places, and thence they force people on board their ships. 134 By 1657, widespread abuses of the vagrancy laws led to the transportation orders for Irish vagrants being repealed. 135 Such stringent measures never occurred in England, perhaps because rule-breaking was less frequent, but these actions showed the rights of Irish civilians being taken seriously. It remains difficult to assess the government's level of assiduousness when many factors still remain unknown, including the extent of the government's knowledge about abuses and outcomes of servant transportation, accurate tallies of numbers of individuals spirited, and the degree of success of government initiatives against spiriting. The largest numbers of forcibly indentured Irishmen were sent to Barbados, the most brutal and dangerous colony for indentured servants. 136 But even there, less than half of the indentured population during the mid-17th century was Irish, and the Irish were a minority of settlers. There were about 2,000 Catholics, probably mainly Irish, among a population of 25,000 whites, with fewer than 3,000 currently in servitude. 137 By comparison, in Virginia, Governor Berkeley stated in 1670 that about 1,500 servants arrived in the colony yearly, of which most are English, few Scotch, and fewer Irish, as well as 2 or 3 ships carrying enslaved people in the preceding 7 years. 138. Colonial planters themselves had distinct preferences regarding servants and tried to influence the demographics of servant shipments, though sometimes their aims contrasted with government desires to remove certain populations from Britain. Unsurprisingly, planters favored servants who were healthy young adults without criminal records. Caribbean planters repeatedly expressed preferences for English or Scottish servants rather than Irish. 139 Protestant colonists stereotyped the Catholic Irish as lazy and rebellious, while Scots, in contrast, were seen as hard-working and diligent. Irish Catholic servants were particularly believed to present a risk in the Caribbean, where there was danger of conspiracy with Catholic French or Spanish forces. These suspicions were not entirely unmerit, as shown by the collusion of Irish servants with the French in the Leeward Islands in the 1660s and 1680s. Irish servants had also gained a rebellious reputation from their involvement in revolts in Barbados in the 1630s, 40s, and 50s and their suspected participation in slave revolts in the 1670s, 80s, and 90s. 140 In 1655, Barbadian planters sent a petition to Oliver Cromwell to ask for exemption from military service because of the dangers of leaving potentially rebellious African slaves and Irish and Scottish servants, the latter of whom were formerly prisoners of war and ready to rebel on the island. They concluded by asking for more English servants. 141 Planters soon reconciled themselves to Scottish servants as well as to slaves, but continued to try to eschew the Irish. In a 1675 petition by Barbados planters asking for increased shipments of slaves, the planters again requested English and Scottish servants, since Irish servants they find of small value. 142 In 1676, the English government responded to similar concerns by discussing a plan to recruit Scots to go to Jamaica as being very good servants. 143 Meanwhile, Governor Jonathan Atkins of Barbados was complaining that Irish servants were idle. 144. In the mainland colonies as well, Irish servants were less desirable as servants. In 1654-59, the height of Irish transportation, there were instances of legal discrimination based on national origins of servants. In 1657, the Barbados governor, claiming that Irish servants and free people were often involved in crime and rebellion, instituted measures to limit Irish mobility on the island and prevent their bearing arms. These were repealed by 1660 because of fears of slave rebellion, which were addressed in a 1661 Master and Servant Act. 145 The Virginia legislature briefly increased the length of terms of servitude for Irish servants, as well as of other aliens, who had come into the colony without indentures. Such servants would otherwise have served at the custom of the country, but notwithstanding the act for servants without indentures, the colony maintained that it was only the benefit of our own nation. Irish servants without indentures were to serve 6 years, and if under 16, then until the age of 24. 146 The previous 1642 law regarding servants without indentures had stated that servants older than 20 were to serve 4 years, those 13 to 19 were to serve 5 years, and those 12 and younger were to serve 7 years. 147 The Virginia law may have aimed to make undesirable Irish servants more attractive for purchase or to retain Irish servants under indenture for a longer period of time because they were believed more disorderly, or both. Yet within 5 years, this law was repealed because the longer terms discouraged potential Irish servants from coming, and by that means the peopling of the country had been retarded. Instead, all servants of what Christian nation soever would serve the same term of servitude as others of their age category. 148 Implicit in this later legislation was the idea that most Irish servants were migrating voluntarily into indenture. The initial law and its rapid repeal illustrate the fluctuating perceptions of Irish servants. On one hand, prejudice against Catholics, rebels, and people from a foreign nation meant the Irish were not seen as part of the Commonwealth. On the other hand, the colonial need for workers, and the objective of delineating the rights of white people, increasingly placed the Irish in the category of British subjects. Claims that the Irish were particularly targeted for indentured servitude, universally treated more severely, kept in indenture longer than other indentured servants, or sold into permanent slavery are mainly untrue. This falsely magnified atrocity seeks to replace the real history of oppression of the Irish and the forcible indenture of both Irish and English civilians as well as of former soldiers. Henry Cromwell's plan to ship 2,000 Irish youths to Jamaica is often cited as an example of the special malevolence of English indenture policies in Ireland. 149 However, as shown earlier in this chapter, the proposal, never enacted, would have provided the Irish servants the same indenture provisions of 4-year terms and freedom dues that were available to English servants, and was intended to provide white British subjects to people the island. The implication of conversion to Christianity suggests a repellent intention of cultural obliteration but not enslavement. Like the life trajectories of Cornelius Bryan or Rickett McCain, Henry Cromwell's proposal shows the malleable nature of social status in the early modern English Atlantic world and how Irish Catholics, although the object of prejudice, were also seen from the earliest period as white. 150 In addition, the many instances in this book of Irish indentured servants suing for the rights belonging to English subjects illustrate the participation of some of the Irish in a form of British citizenship well before it was clearly articulated in law or social ideology. The practice of indentured servitude contained intrinsic contradictions that forced the English government as well as ordinary people in Britain, Ireland, and the Atlantic colonies to wrestle with questions that had often previously been confined to esoteric legal disputes. Indentured servitude compelled debate about the right of the government to confine and transport large segments of the population against their will, even criminals and traitors. It laid bare the influence of capitalist entrepreneurs like Martin Noel within the government, but also revealed parliamentary attentiveness to the rights of subjects. The existence of white servitude compelled new conceptualizations of the limits to which English, Irish and other British subjects, in contrast to African slaves, could be regarded as chattel. It also helped establish the validity of legal precedents for representation in court, including, as shall be seen in the next chapter, the right to be represented by an attorney. While fluctuating and contradictory, the increasing consensus that indentured servants, the lowest rank of the white population, were freeborn subjects with rights was a formative step toward the idea of a rights-bearing citizen, which would be more fully articulated in the late 18th century. 4. Contracts and rights. For many voluntary servants, the first experience of indentured servitude was signing a contract in London or Bristol. Contracts, as John Hammond had pointed out, could significantly better an indentured servant's experience. They usually limited the term of servitude to 4 years, compared to 7 for servants indentured at the custom of the country, and provided crucial verification of the date of indenture, expectation of freedom dues, and sometimes other benefits. However, although most servants fell into the voluntary category, it appears that most also did not possess a paper contract, which would have required enlisting with a shipper who was relatively scrupulous in adhering to the letter of the law. Contracts provide a revealing source for historians because they precisely delineate the responsibilities of both servants and masters. Contracts also demonstrate how the law viewed the parties engaged in a transaction. Indenture contracts shielded masters, including the merchant shippers who were usually the initial signatories, but also protected servants. Additionally, they intrinsically configured the contracting parties as voluntary and equal participants in a regulated exchange. To ensure validity, they typically required a magistrate or clerk to oversee the transaction and to sign, and often seal, the documents as well as signatures of both contracting parties and usually of witnesses. Illiterate servants signed with a mark, which was certified by the magistrate. The documents were produced in duplicate, one copy to the shipper and one to the servant, and also recorded in registers at the point of origin, usually London or Bristol. In order to guard against counterfeiting, the two copies of the contract were often laid one on top of the other, and their top edges were trimmed with matching patterns of ripples or zigzags, a crude way of discouraging either party from making false claims. Indeed, the word indenture was used in the 17th century for all contracts, not just those involving servants, and originates from the indentations at the top of contracts. It might have been relatively easy for the holder of a contract to imitate the other copy of the pair by trimming the paper to match the original, but falsifying a contract was a crime that would have required forging the signatures as well. In addition, the archival record at the point of registration could also be turned to for verification, though in practice would be difficult to obtain across the ocean. By modern conceptions, servants and masters were unequal parties in the transaction. According to early modern law, however, the contract bound both participants, even in circumstances where one individual might be assumed to be under some constraint. 2 Indeed, early modern legal courts and legal theorists accepted that subordinates were able to actively consent, even under conditions of compulsion, such as a wife fearful of her husband. 3 Indentured servants, typically impoverished, and sometimes deceived, were inherently under some compulsion. Yet nonetheless, by requiring consent, and construing contracting parties as real participants, the law also constructed them as active citizens. The development of contractual equality before the law was a formative factor in the development of the 17th century political doctrine of contractual governance between a monarch and the people. 4. It is worth looking at the details of actual contracts, and I examine 3 in the course of this chapter. Official documents. During most of the 17th century, contracts were sometimes printed, but often remained handwritten documents, though usually upholding similar provisions. In 1682, the government passed an act aiming to regularize the making and recording of indenture contracts, which specified that they be verified by a magistrate and recorded by court clerks. There were further protections for children. Their contracts were required to certify parental consent and, if under 14, the child was to be retained on shore for at least 2 weeks while the local magistrate searched out their parents or the local parish overseer. Any expenses associated with this were to be compensated by the Crown. 5 Adults also possessed some protections. In an unusual case in 1698, an indentured servant who had already contracted to travel to Jamaica changed his mind, not now being willing to go, and successfully sued the shipper to recover the value of his clothing already on the ship. 6. Printed contracts were normally sold by printers in pairs, and after the servant was indentured, usually initially to the ship's master, both the master or captain and the servant retained one copy. 7 The earliest contract blanks were available from printers by 1635, and from 1685, they consisted of 4 basic types, 2 of which are shown in figures 4.1 and 4.2.8. Each copy was signed by both participants. Illiterate servants scrawled an X or other mark, to be followed by the clerk's clarification, the mark of William Smith. Some individuals who signed with the mark might have been able to read if not write, but for most, the contract would have been read to them by the clerk or magistrate during the transaction. Contracts included many options for individualizing the arrangements. They contained unfilled sections where specific items could be written in, such as dates, the names of the contracting parties, the age of the servant, the length of servitude, obligations or duties for both the servant and master, and the amount of freedom dues. Some contracts made provisions to use a pronoun that aligned with the servant's sex, with an H followed by a blank or underline to fill in H, or simply gaps for the pronoun, as in Mary Hilliard and Charles Aldridge's contracts. Others, like William Smythe's, defaulted to male pronouns, which were accurate for the majority of servants. Contracts specified the rights and duties of both masters and servants, and although these could be modified in the unfilled areas, they were usually laid out in standard terms in the pre-printed sections of the contract. They included measures to protect both contracting parties, including the rights of servants to food, clothing, and shelter, and the rights of the master to the loyalty and obedience of the servant. The contracts specified that the shipper paid for the passage across the ocean and that the servant signed voluntarily. There was usually a space at the bottom that allowed for further individual comments. The 1682 contract of William Smith, for example, clarified that Smith was to serve in such employment as his master assigned, while his master was to pay for his passage, and to find and allow him meat, drink, apparel, lodging, and washing necessary. A crucial aspect of indenture contracts was that they represented the servant as an equal participant in a legal contractual proceeding. For example, in the language of the contract, William Smith did voluntarily covenanteth, promiseth, and granteth to serve his master, while Mary Hilliard and Charles Aldridge in their contracts did hereby covenant, promise, and grant to serve. Some contracts might include more unusual arrangements, such as making the indenture more like a traditional apprenticeship. For example, in 1688 Virginia, there is a note in the Middlesex County Court Order Book that Robert Jones, servant to Mr. William Churchill, comes and acknowledges that he is freely willing to serve his master 7 years from his arrival, the said Churchill promising that he will employ his said servant in the store, and not employ him in common working in the ground. 9 In 1680, the court recorded servant John Talbert's agreement with his master, Richard Willis, to serve an extra year in exchange for Willis's promise to keep the said Talbert constantly at the shoemaker's trade and not to work in the ground, and also to provide extra freedom dues, to give the said Talbert a new serge suite, shoes, stock, and hat more than the law enjoins att the time of his freedom. 10. Most contracts, like the ones included here, were endorsed by the shipper, who would sell the servant upon arrival in the colonies, so the contracts also specified that servants could be handed over to the masters or mistresses' assigns or heirs. This also meant that if the servant's master or mistress died before the term of the contract was completed, the heirs would gain possession of the servant for the remainder of the term, a provision that resulted in the frequent appraisals of servants' value in estates. If a contract did not include this provision, it could potentially be challenged. For example, in 1662, John Norman successfully claimed in the Arundel County Court in Maryland that he should be released from his indenture after his master John Hatton died, because his contract specified that he was to serve the S.D. Hatton, but no assigns or any other PRS whatsoever. 11 When one of Hatton's heirs challenged the decision in the higher provincial court, it upheld the lower court's decision and Normand was declared free. 12 Similarly, Edward Jessup argued in Baltimore in 1665 that his indenture stated that he was to be freed upon the death of his mistress, but that her husband, Colonel Nathaniel Udy, continued to retain him as an indentured servant. Jessup was able to produce his copy of his indenture to show the court. The court found in Jessup's favor, ordering that he be free and acquitted from the service of the said Nathaniel Udy and to dispose of himself as he pleaseth. 13. The existence of the contractual procedure, including the legal requirements for official records, the presence of government officials and witnesses, and the duplication of documents, indicates a genuine effort on the part of the government as well as of the parties involved in these transactions to ensure legitimate and fair interactions. These aimed to protect the rights of servants as well as those of employers, setting aside the reality that the employment of indentured servants was in itself intrinsically exploitative. Again, it should be emphasized that by employing provisions and language that bound both parties, the law was implicitly engaging in a leveling maneuver that recognized servants as rights-bearing subjects, even as paradoxically they were being locked into an unequal status. Both masters and servants recognized the power of contracts and safeguarded them. Those who were in possession of a corroborative contract in a legal dispute were more likely to prevail, like Thomas Cornwallis, the master of Hester Nichols. Examination of the contracts themselves provides a number of significant insights. William Smythe's indenture, signed in London in 1682, included the characteristic fluted top, witness signatures, and wax seal demonstrating that the contract was legitimate. Smith himself had signed with a squiggly mark, possibly meant to be an S. Smith, from Cambridge, was 21 years old and on his way to Barbados to serve as an indentured servant for a 4-year term. The top of the print section of his contract emphasizes the voluntary nature of the transaction, summarizing the 1682 Privy Council Act stating all servants that are any time free and willing to be retained in His Majesty's plantations in America are to be duly examined by any of His Majesty's Justices of the Peace and bound accordingly and recorded in the Court of Sessions. The text emphasized that Smith had voluntarily engaged in a legal contractual procedure, agreeing to serve with the notorious merchant William Haviland or his executors, and assigns 14. This language permitted Haviland to sell Smythe's contract once the ship arrived in Barbados. In exchange for indenturing himself, Smith was to receive passage across the Atlantic, meat, drink, apparel, lodging, and washing necessary for the said term. Specific freedom dues were not itemized, but the end of Smythe's contract notes that he was to receive such other allowances, as to others are given and granted in like kind, which meant according to the custom of the country. Smythe's new master or mistress would have been obligated to pay his freedom dues at the end of his service or, if he were sold before that time, then his final master or mistress. Figure 4.1 Indenture Contract of William Smith, call #V.B.16. Figure 4.2 Indenture Contract of Mary Hilliard, call #VB.16. Mary Hilliard's 1683 contract is simpler in format and does not have a fluted top, but does include the magistrate's signature and seal. Hilliard was traveling to Maryland with a 4-year contract. The bottom of the contract includes the publisher's information. Like Smith, Hilliard's contract paid for her passage across the ocean and meat, drink, apparel, and lodging, with other necessaries, and at the end of her term, she would be paid freedom dues according to the custom of the country. Unlike Smythe's contract, the last portion was handwritten, but it should be noted that in both contracts, the obligation to provide the servant with food, clothing, and lodging was in the print text, and therefore not negotiable. The implication was that the servant had certain rights that were not subject to compromise, unlike the freedom dues. Hilliard had signed her contract with a capital H. An unusual aspect of Hilliard's indenture is that she was traveling with another woman, almost certainly her mother, also named Mary Hilliard. 15 Mary Hilliard Sr. had contracted on the same day with the same shipper, John Williams. She had also signed with an H, though in a less practiced hand than that of her daughter. Hilliard Sr. was 35 years of age, but the age inscribed for the daughter is very difficult to read. The second part of the number is an obscure scrawl, and she could have been 10, 16, or 18 years of age. Poor women in this era tended to begin having children in their 20s, but it is possible that Mary Hilliard Sr. had given birth in her teens. 16 The fact that they were journeying together may make a younger age more likely. 17 Although the two were traveling as a pair, they were likely to experience an unwelcome shock when they reached Maryland, since their contracts did not specify that they were to remain together, and they would probably have been sold separately. 18 Charles Oldridge's contract was similar to Mary Hilliard's. Oldridge was also age 35 and had indentured himself in 1683 to serve in Virginia for 4 years. Oldridge's contract used the same blank form as the Hilliard's contracts. It shares the fluted top and multiple witness signatures of Smythe's contract, while like the Hilliard's documents, it explicitly lists the custom of the country as the specification for freedom dues. Oldridge had signed with an O with 2 strokes through it. Like Mary Hilliard Sr., Oldridge was unusually old for an indentured servant. While the Hilliards likely traveled because of the difficulty for single women in London to sustain a living, We can't know what prompted Aldrich to make this drastic move. Figure 4.3 Indenture Contract of Charles Aldrich, call hashtag VB.16. The contracts discussed here all established the typical 4-year term for the servants who engaged in them. They also established a legal recognition of the servant's role and position. The substantial segment of servants traveling across the ocean without contracts were automatically in a weaker position regarding their rights and treatment once they arrived across the Atlantic. However, while servants without contracts were more vulnerable to mistreatment, the custom of the country also provided significant protections for servants, as discussed below. For indentured servants who did not possess contracts, the custom of the country shaped not only what freedom dues they were allocated but also how long a term they were to serve. For adult servants without contracts, this was normally 7 years, while child or teenage servants usually served until age 21, which could be a substantial number of years for a young child. Freedom dues. All indentured servants were entitled to freedom dues upon completing their servitude. The specific compensation was either noted in the contract or paid to servants without contracts according to the custom of the country, which established uniform freedom dues for each individual province or colony. 19 Even if a servant's master or mistress died before a servant was freed, freedom dues were an obligation. For example, in 1656 the Charles County, Virginia court ordered that servant Tom Chappell's freedom dues be paid from the estate of John Richards, lately deceased. 20. In the earliest period of settlement, freedom dues included the most valuable form of compensation, land. The opportunity to become a landowner would have provided a powerful incentive to voluntary servants because there was simply no way to earn land within Britain. The only way to obtain it was by purchase, an option unavailable to the poor. 21 Land allotments were most generous in the early 17th century, becoming progressively less so, and eventually disappearing from freedom dues by the end of the century as available land became scarce. Legislation regulating the custom of the country was meant to ensure the fair distribution of freedom dues. When Virginia passed its first law regulating the term of servitude for the custom of the country, it specified that this was to protect masters and servants, who both have often been prejudiced about what they were entitled to. 22 In Maryland, a 1639 Act of Assembly dictated that servants would receive land, 3 barrels of corn, 2 hoes, an axe, and clothing. For a man, the latter comprised a suit, shirt, shoes, stockings, and a cap, all new. Women received a petticoat, waistcoat, smock, shoes, and stockings, as well as the right to keep their old clothing. But the most important dues were the acquisition of 50 acres of land, at least 5 of them arable. 23 In 1647, the Maryland Provincial Court verified that the freedom dues required by the custom of the country included 1 cap or hat, 1 new cloth or frizz suite, 1 shirt, 1 pair shoes and stockings, 1 axe, 1 broad and 1 narrow hoe, 50 acres land and 3 barrels corn. 24 But by the time of Maryland's 1676 Act relating to servants and slaves, freedom dues for those serving at the custom of the country were defined for men as a good cloth suite, a shift of white linen, 1 new pair of shoes and stockings, 2 hoes, 1 axe and 3 barrels of Indian corn, while for women, the like provision of clothes and corn, but no tools. More importantly, no land was included for either men or women. 25 From 1715, the custom of the country in Maryland dictated that male servants would obtain a new hat, good quality suit, new shirt, shoes, and stockings, 2 hoes, an axe, and a gun, while women were to receive a new waistcoat, petticoat, shift, shoes, and stockings, an apron, 2 caps, and 3 barrels of corn. 26. In the Caribbean, Jamaica was the most desirable location, with shorter contracts than the norm, usually lasting 2 to 4 years, and freedom dues including up to 20 acres of land, while Barbados was the least desirable after 1660, where little land was available and dues were given in sugar. 27 As labor conditions and availability in England improved in the late 17th century, the Caribbean became even less desirable for voluntary servants. Caribbean planters tried to entice servants by shortening terms of servitude below those of the mainland, but the prospect of better freedom dues as well as information about harsher conditions for servants in the Caribbean led most servants to continue to choose the mainland. 28 In the late 17th century, the Carolinas, a less desirable location, were still offering 100 acres to any servant when out of his or her time to their own proper use, later reduced to 70 acres. 29 In colonial Pennsylvania, indentured servants who had finished their servitude received 50 acres in freedom dues. 30 Land was available not only to servants but also to those who brought servants into the colonies, a practice known as head right. For example, in 1636, Alice Bagwell claimed 200 acres for bringing herself, her son, and 2 servants to Virginia. 31 In 1638, Thomas Melton received a certificate for transporting 4 people, including himself, to Virginia in 4 separate ships between 1632 and 1637.32 In 1650, William Moseley gained 550 acres for bringing himself, his wife, 2 sons, and 7 servants to Virginia, and Jonathan Martin gained 100 acres for bringing in 2 men, but in 1652, Robert Wyard only received 10 acres. For each of 3 manservants transported into Virginia. 33 In 1659, Henry Morgan claimed an unspecified number of acres for bringing servant Hannah Grinley to Maryland. 34 The typical amount in early Virginia was 50 acres per servant. 35 In the Carolinas in 1667, colonists were encouraged to bring indentured servants with promises that those who transported themselves would receive 150 acres for each member of their family and each male servant, and 100 acres for women servants and boys, later reduced to 150 acres respectively. 36 The practice of head right competed with land allotments for servants. Expending the master's newly acquired land on freedom dues disincentivized land head rights for shippers who might bring in more servants. In Maryland, for example, the dues of land for servants had been revoked by 1663, but masters who brought in servants continued to acquire 50 acres per servant to encourage them to bring servants into Maryland. 37 Servants as commodities. Some individuals were contracted as servants within the colonies themselves. These were usually orphans and indigent children contracted by the courts or parish authorities, or poor children contracted by their parents, like Hester Nichols, although there was a small subset of poor adults who entered servitude arrangements in their locality. As discussed earlier, indentured servitude did not exist as a practice within Britain or Ireland, but in the colonies the pattern of indenture of orphans generally followed the practice of apprenticeships from the Elizabethan Poor Laws. The contracts of orphans were more likely than standard indenture contracts to specify some form of education for the child and were often overseen by the courts or parish authorities to ensure care for the child, an expectation that had been expressed by Hester Nichols's father. For example, in 1657, the Kent County Court in Maryland oversaw the indenture of Margaret Anderson for 4 years by her parents. 38 In June 1668, the same court indentured Christian Deer, orphan, to Robert Dunn for 4 years, unless she married earlier. She continued to possess some goods that were to be held in security by Dunn. On the same day, John Dabb indentured his daughter Sarah to Morgan Williams and his wife for a 4-year term. 39 Although most of these cases do not mention a payment to parents, it is possible, and even likely, that some of the parents indenturing their children were receiving some form of compensation from the child's new master or mistress. Children or adults could also be pledged as security in a loan. In 1658 Maryland, Thomas Mitchell pledged his own son as security in a future tobacco sale. When the other party in the transaction died, Mitchell successfully sued to have his son returned from the beneficiary of the estate, contingent upon the payment of £1,000 of tobacco. 40 Likewise, in 1640 Barbados, merchant James Marshall engaged in a transaction involving the delivery of several £1,000s of tobacco to 3 planters. As collateral, he bound himself together with 2 saddle marais and apparently also his son, while the planters, if they defaulted, likewise owed him 2 horses as well as the body of each to serve him. 41. In addition, occasionally adults were indentured by the colonial courts, usually for non-payment of debts. For instance, in 1670, the Maryland Provincial Court ordered that Charles Vincent pay his debt to the Sheriff of Somerset County, Randall Revell, by serving him for a year in discharge and acquittal from paying of the said fees, presumably as an alternative to imprisonment for a possibly longer period until the debt was paid in cash. 42. As in Britain, the policy of making prisoners pay for court fees could result in long-term imprisonment for debt. In another case in 1669 Maryland, servant Joseph Thompson, together with his master Peter Baucombe and Henry Gotney, another of Baucombe's servants, was arrested for stealing and butchering a calf and 2 hogs. Baucombe and Gotney pled not guilty, while Thompson pled guilty and put himself upon the mercy of the court. Thompson was in a particularly unfair position because his master Baucombe had ordered the servants to commit the thefts and had received the stolen meat. Baucombe and Gotney were found not guilty, and Thompson's indictment was quashed, despite his plea. Nonetheless, he was made to serve another master for 3 years to pay his imprisonment costs. After 1 year, he came before the provincial court again to petition for freedom, and he was released upon providing security for the remainder of his fees. 43. Sometimes even more voluntary arrangements fell afoul of the law when masters attempted to take advantage of the servants in their power. In February 1667, William Oglethorpe petitioned the Maryland Provincial Court about a breach of contract. He had at first voluntarily hired himself to Thomas Wynne for a period of 8 months for £800 of tobacco, but Thomas would not let Yo Petticonaire rest until he had induced Oglethorpe to sign a contract to work for 4 years for good sufficient diet, lodging, washing, and a cow, calf, and clothing. Apparently, the latter were not freedom dues but were to be provided immediately. However, after 2 years and many delays, Wynne had not fulfilled the terms of the agreement. Oglethorpe asked to be compensated for the 2 years of work and for the return of his contract. The court agreed, and ordered Wynne to pay him £950 of tobacco and free him. 44 Servants who voluntarily contracted themselves in the colonies seem to have been a minor subset, however, perhaps because they could see with their own eyes the hardships of working as an indentured servants, which the servants who contracted themselves in Britain and Ireland could not. 45 In addition, there were potentially other economic opportunities aside from indenture for an impoverished individual already residing in the colonies. A contract was a legal document and obligated both parties according to the law, but the hardest provisions often fell upon the servants, who were regarded as chattel in the valuation of estates or debts. In 1648, the appraisal of John Pill's Maryland estate included various goods, and also various servants and cattle. As if to emphasize the status of the servants as property, the servants' names, William Wenham, Cornelius Cormus, and Margaret Teresa, were listed together with the names of the cattle, Gent, Longtail, Black, Bobby, Styles, and Newtown. 46 In the Maryland Provincial Court in 1658, a servant woman was used as collateral in a transaction involving the upcoming sale of a mare, with her master pledging, "In case I fail performance hereof, my servant Jane Whitten is hereby engaged for satisfaction." 47 The productive labor of servants could also be enumerated as part of their value. In 1663 Maryland, George Marshall sued to recover a portion of the profits from the sale of a tobacco crop because he possessed an interest in the servants who had produced the crop, who had belonged to his father-in-law. 48 In a 1666 Maryland letter discussing financial obligations, one party was expected to deliver to another 2 able men serfs between the age of 18 and 8 and 20 years, or if that was not possible, £5,000 of tobacco and 5 barrels of corn. 49 Servants could be resold by their masters, but only for the time they had yet to serve, as is shown by the following examples. A 1,658 debt in Maryland was satisfied by the transfer of a servant boy that had 5 years to serve. 50 In Barbados in 1656, John and Margaret Lewis received 8,000 pounds of Muscovado sugar in exchange for 2/3 of their plantation of 154 acres as well as 2/3 of all the servants, slaves, cattle, stock, houses, while merchant Seth Rowley, in exchange for 6,500 pounds of sugar to Edward Benny, received only 1/8 of a plantation of 195 acres with an 1/8 part of all houses, coppers, mills, stills, cattle, servants, negroes, and other appurtenances. 51 However, many Barbados deeds distinguished between enslaved people and servants, listing Christian servants by a first name and surname with time left to serve specified, and Negroes with only a first name. 52. Servants also frequently appeared in wills as part of the estate. In January 1664, an appraisal of a Maryland estate enumerated the value of livestock, a number of household goods, and also human beings in terms of their worth in pounds of tobacco. For servants as opposed to slaves, the inventory specified their term yet to serve. The appraisal included 2 Negro men, 5,000, 1 Negro woman, a child and a girl, 4,000, 2 men servants having 2 years and upwards to serve, 3,200, 2 boys having almost 2 years AP to serve, 3,200, 3 boys, 4,000. The last 3 boys are not clearly delineated as servants or slaves, but are likely the latter because of their place in the list. 53 A 1,658 will from Maryland valued 2 servants at 300 pounds of tobacco, as a form of chattel, but with limited terms, specifying that 1 servant having 1 year to serve, and 1 having 2 years to serve. 54 In 1656, Thomas Hawkins's will in Maryland included, among various items, Mary Bally, 6 months to serve, Thomas Simons, 6 months to serve, Henry Wharton, 1 year 1/2 to serve, and somewhat aspirationally, the absent will court shower, run away. WCH had 2 year to serve. 55 The 1,664 appraisal of Humphrey Haggett's will gives insight into how servants' value was gauged. Initially, the sheriff ordered 2 men to determine the value of James Williams, who was appraised at 2,000 pounds of tobacco, and Daniel Russell, whose value was assessed at 3,000 pounds of tobacco. However, Jonathan Meeks, who had a lien against the estate, had heard that the 2 servants had been deliberately valued high and asked for a reappraisal by indifferent men, which was ordered by the court. The new appraisal, taking into account the 2 servants' time left to serve, was set at 1,500 pounds tobacco for Williams and 2,000 pounds for Russell. 56 There were many similar cases. Rights to a court hearing. Indenture contracts were exploitative by modern standards, forcing servants to promise away their autonomy and years of their productive lives while offering little real protection against abuse and exploitation by their masters and mistresses. It is difficult to know how indentured servants perceived contracts. However, 17th-century magistrates and officials saw the contract as documentation of a fair transaction between master and servant. Nonetheless, simply possessing a contract was insufficient without legal support to back it up. By English law, servants were not free and independent, yet because their unfreedom was a temporary condition, they were regarded as covered by the protections in the English Constitution, as embodied in the Magna Carta and common law. As Christine Daniels has shown, one of the most important legal protections servants possessed was the right to be heard in court, unlike slaves. 57 Without this, the possession of a contract would have provided only precarious protection. The servant's liberty to compel ain indicates that while indentured servants were bound in servitude, they had not surrendered all rights, retaining the right of protection against unjust or cruel masters, the rights of all subjects to be heard in court, and the rights of English liberty. 58. Even Irish servants like Rickett McCain, as subjects of the British Commonwealth, had the right to bring complaints against their masters in a court of law. Although servants, being dependents, could not officially sue in court, they could petition the court to hear their case, which was functionally the same as long as the courts were willing to hear servant cases. 59 In practice, These cases were conducted like other suits, in at least some cases with court-appointed attorneys who brought in witnesses to testify on behalf of their clients. There was some truth as well as exaggeration to John Hammond's claim that servants' complaints are freely hearkened to, and their masters are compelled either speedily to amend, or they are removed upon second complaint to another service, and oftentimes not only set free, but ordered to give reparation and damage to their servant. 60. It appears that legal practices varied regionally. Maryland seems to have had a higher rate of favorable outcomes in court than other colonies. Servants rarely prevailed in Barbados, although they technically possessed the right to petition in court, as well as to complain to the council. The lack of surviving records in Barbados means there are few sources. 61 In Maryland, servants whose complaints were deemed compelling by the courts, and there appear to be thousands, usually received remission of court fees and, most importantly, the right, in some cases at least, to court-appointed attorneys. The right to counsel in misdemeanor cases had been established in the English common law from the 13th century and, from the late 17th century, for felonies as well. The practice, though not always followed, was to provide an attorney for indigent individuals, including plaintiffs, termed suit in forma pauperis, as a pauper. While this practice did not always prevail in the Northern American colonies until the late 18th century, Rhode Island provided a right to legal counsel by 1647 and Pennsylvania by 1701. Plaintiffs and defendants were entitled to attorneys in New York by the early 18th century, and in the southern colonies, defendants had a statutory right to counsel from the early 18th century, with some variation between colonies. 62 However, Maryland and Virginia lawsuits show court appointed lawyers for indentured servant plaintiffs even during the 17th century. These lawyers argued on behalf of their clients, called witnesses, requested documentation, and frequently won their cases, which were decided by juries. Many trials in Maryland did favor the suits of servants against their masters, despite the pervasive cultural partiality against servants that tended to predispose magistrates and juries to support the claims of masters. As today, local attorneys seem to have been eager to take up such cases, perhaps even frivolous ones, because they were sure of being paid by the court. In 1673, the Charles County, Maryland court cautioned lawyers not to independently take the cases of servants, but to wait until appointed by the court, whereas several attorneys have undertaken to manage servs causes against their masters and MRS to the MRS and MRSS great charge and damage. It is ordered that no person act as attorney for any serv hereafter, but such as the court shall appoint. 63 While this ruling perhaps was meant to limit servants' access to suits, it also acknowledged that it was a routine practice to assign attorneys to servants that brought cases, though normally only when the courts decided that such cases had merit. Yet the courts appeared to recognize their responsibility to provide a venue for servants bringing concerns. In Maryland, with a population of under 30,000 people, there were hundreds, and perhaps thousands, of cases brought by servants during the 17th century. 64 Attorneys were not always mentioned in the court records, and so it is not certain whether all servants received them. Yet the very existence of court-appointed attorneys indicates that the Maryland and Virginia courts took servant complaints seriously. It indicates that servants were subjects with more than just standing in the body politic, because the ability of an individual to contend against authority, including the state, is a key aspect of citizenship. Servants were legally dependents, locked into an unequal relationship at the lowest status category, yet local governments and judiciaries acted to ensure that their rights were defended against their masters. Indentured servants also had little or no ready capital, so in most servant lawsuits, the plaintiffs not only obtained special permission by the court to allow a suit but also received remission of court fees. For example, in April 1674, the Provincial Court in Maryland issued a special provision of court fees and a court-appointed attorney to a poor woman servant, upon the complaint of Mary Phillips of St. Mary's County, spinster, of several injuries done unto her by some persons of this province, and she being a servant and not of capacity and ability to present them at law, ordered that she be admitted in forma pauperis and that Kenelm Cheseldine be appointed her attorney therein. 65 What became of this case was not clear, nor whether the injuries referred to were physical or other sorts of harm, such as theft or libel. It appears that such attorneys provided a robust defense for their indentured clients. The attorneys who defended indentured plaintiffs were not public defenders, with either of the modern connotations of principled vocation or inadequate defense. Rather, they were also involved in many other kinds of cases before the courts. For example, Mary Phillips's attorney, Kenelm Cheseldine, was not an obscure lawyer. In 1674, the year of Mary Phillips's suit, he served as attorney in at least 6 other cases involving debts or disputes between executors. 66 Cheseldine was born in England about 1640 and obtained his law degree there, arriving in Maryland around 1669, already relatively well off and marrying his first wife that year. By 1676, 2 years after defending Mary Phillips, he was a member of the Maryland Assembly. He later became a member of the Maryland Council, the colony's Attorney General, Speaker of the House, a judge, and eventually a Chief Justice in St. Mary's County. 67. Likewise, Elizabeth Hazel, a runaway servant, was skillfully defended by her attorney, Richard Boughton, in Charles County, Maryland, in 1669.68. In this case, Hazel was the defendant being sued by her master, Nicholas Emanson, who argued that she had run away several times and should remain in indenture for a longer period. Runaways were regarded as treacherous and disloyal and were treated sternly by the laws, which mandated that additional time be added to a servant's indenture. 69 Boughton, however, ably argued that since Hazel had received corporal punishment for running away, she could not in effect be punished twice by invoking the laws applying to runaways. He brought in several witnesses who testified to the severe abuse Hazel had endured from her master and mistress, including chaining in irons and severe beatings, emphasizing one instance that had opened great wounds in her back and left a puddle of blood on the floor. However, the witnesses disagreed about whether the beatings had been occasioned by running away or other misdeeds. Nonetheless, the jury, motivated by the brutality of Hazel's treatment, found in her behalf. 70 Boughton, like Cheseldine, was a prominent member of the community who had already served as a judge of the provincial court. 71. In a 1664 case, servant Joan Nicholgud was ably defended by her attorney James Thompson before the Maryland Provincial Court. The case focused on a dispute over Nicholgud's time to remain in indenture. Nicholgud, who must have been transported as a child, had served 12 years in the household of Cuthbert Fenwick. After numerous court appearances, which included several witness depositions and the display by Fenwick of a misleading indenture that had been produced a year after Nicholgud had arrived in the colony, she was found by the court to be free. 72 Thompson demanded not only Nicholgud's freedom but also satisfaction for this unjust moles taken as justice and equity shall require. He admonished the court to consider larger issues of legal rights. If orders of court be so weak and men's oaths so little available, no man shall ever have either security for his debt or certainty of his cause, and the right of courts to maintain the right of laws would be excluded and totally overthrown. 73 Nicholgud was ultimately successful not only in gaining her freedom but also in her suit for both freedom dues and back wages in tobacco for the extra year she had been held in servitude. 74. The eloquent defense by Thompson broached some of the larger issues in the legal rights of indentured servants. His assertion was that even a servant like Nicholgud had a right to justice and equity and, further, that the colony had the obligation not only to recognize but also to defend such rights. If these were infringed upon, it would diminish the rights of any person in the colony as well as the very foundation of the courts and laws. Although Thompson appears to have focused entirely on the particular case he was involved in, the claims he made implicitly addressed the rights of both servants and women to claim citizenship in society. Virginia records are terser about attorneys' arguments, but they do show them defending indentured clients. In an indication of the participants' relative statuses, the masters and attorneys in these cases, but not the indentured clients, were usually referred to by the honorific Mr. In 1685, Richard Curtis sued his master Richard Davis for keeping him in indenture with an illegal contract. His attorney Richard Moore invoked a recent Act of Assembly to successfully convince the court that Curtis should be released and paid his freedom dues. 75 Likewise, when Sarah Maud sued her master for tricking her into signing a fraudulent indenture, her attorney Orlando Jones was able to obtain her freedom, leaving her former master responsible for court costs. 76 Thomas Danford pleaded through his attorney Henry Holdcraft that he was being held illegally in indenture. His master was subpoenaed, but the outcome of the case is not recorded. 77 It should also be noted that while most servant lawsuits did not mention the presence of attorneys for the plaintiff, the formality of the language recorded in many of the cases suggests that many or perhaps most were in fact defended by an attorney, though this cannot be verified. An example of such language can be found in Riquet Macane's statements that it was contrary to the laws of God and man that a Christian subject should be made a slave, and Yo Petra most humbly desireth that Ye honor will be pleased to grant Yo Petticaner an order for his freedom. 78. Most legal disputes involving servants also required the subpoenaing of witnesses, who were paid compensation for their attendance by the day, even if servants. For example, several witnesses having attended as evidence did crave order for attendance in the 1688 Somerset County, Maryland court. The case involved a dispute about who was the legal master of Mary Maxwell, a servant woman. Maxwell herself had been deposed in court and was one of those compensated for her court attendance. 79 Servants might be asked to testify in court in cases unrelated to their servitude, such as in a 17th-century Maryland case in which servants testified about a disputed will. 80 In contrast, slaves were not allowed to petition in court nor allowed to serve as witnesses under any circumstances. 81. Such trials also provide one of the most enlightening sources about the nature of indentured servants' lives and of their possession of inherent rights, although legal proceedings must be viewed with several caveats. Court cases inherently emphasize abusive and polarized relations between masters and servants and, thus, not necessarily the majority of circumstances. There must have been many instances of amicable or fair relationships, at least according to the letter of the law, and likewise, many occurrences of abuse in which servants did not resort to the courts and maltreatment was left unchallenged, or perhaps settled through informal negotiation. The significant attempts at fair dealing in legal disputes do, however, demonstrate the cognizance of the colonial courts that indentured servants, both men and women, were rights-bearing members of the commonweal. Contracts and legal disputes. Indenture contracts were a valuable source of documentation in court. Both servants and masters retained them carefully, as can be seen in Thomas Cornwallis's successful rebuttal to Hester Nichols's complaint by producing her ordinary contract. In response, Nichols was reduced to the unsuccessful argument that the contract itself was invalid because it had not been overseen by a magistrate. 82 However, contracts were more often used as evidence in petitions by servants against their masters. For example, in 1673, Elizabeth Hickox came before the Maryland Provincial Court arguing that she had finished her 4-year indenture. Her master was attempting to keep her at the custom of the country for 7 years. She won her case because she had a copy of her contract, originally signed in England. 83 In 1678, an unnamed servant boy of about 14 was sold in Dorchester County, Maryland, under the custom of the country for what would have been 7 years. However, when he was presented before the court for determination of his age, which would determine his number of years to serve until age 21, the boy produced an indenture stating that he had to serve only 4 years. The case was heard by the Maryland Provincial Court when the purchaser sued the seller for making false claims. 84. Possession of a contract was not always a sufficient safeguard. In 1671, Seth Foster's servant William Hackett demanded his freedom and produced a contract under the seal of the Register Office in London stating that his indenture was to last 4 years. However, his master claimed to have bought him at the custom of the country, and the Talbot County, Maryland court ruled that the contract was superseded by Maryland law, asserting the contract was of no effect against the law of this province for the limit taken of servants times 85. In this case, the local court contravened the law in favor of the master's interests, forcing Hackett to serve 1 further year. Similarly, in the Kent County Court in 1669, Eleanor Hutchins was initially ordered by the court to serve for 6 years, based on determination of her age. She produced an indenture showing that she was contracted for 4 years. Nonetheless, the court ordered her to serve for 5.86. Yet courts were also not sympathetic to contract fraud. When illiterate servant John de Krieger agreed to serve a few months extra time to receive his freedom dues plus a share of a tobacco crop, his devious master appended, "I will not perform this icon" beside his signature. The court saw this as deception and found for de Krieger. 87. However, unsupported claims of a contract were insufficient in court. In 1689, John Lyme, a poor servant who had been spirited out his native country 4 years earlier, claimed that he had been in possession of a 4-year contract but that it had been stolen from him by deceitful means. He claimed in court that his shipmates could testify to the existence of the document, but the court concluded that as no indentures appearing nor could be proved by any evidences, Lyme was obliged to serve the 7 years of the custom of the country. 88. The Maryland Provincial Court tended to be more cognizant of the legal preeminence of contracts over the custom of the country than the lower Maryland courts. An instructive case was brought by servant Francis Gunby in 1663. He had been indentured in Bristol to merchant Richard Dever and transported to Arundel County, Maryland. Gunby claimed that he had originally possessed a contract, but that it had been stolen from him, taken away by force or fraude during his late sentence. This putative contract was said to specify a term of 4 years and also to contain some apprenticeship-like provisions, including that Gunby would work only at his skilled craft as a joiner and that, instead of freedom dues, he would keep a 1/3 part of what he should by his labor gain as well as 2 suits and 4 shirts annually. 89. Gunby's petition to the court claimed that during the voyage, Dever had assigned Gunby to William Jennings, the ship's surgeon, who had then reassigned him to George Beckwith. While the term assigned is ambiguous, Gunby later referred to himself as having been sold to Beckwith. However, the contract was then breached. George Beckwith doth deny to perform the icons originally made between Gunby and Dever, that is, Beckwith held that he was not bound by the terms of the original contract. Gunby also accused Beckwith of having stolen the contract, he having fraudulently taken away his icon. 90. Gunby wanted not only to have his contract verified but also to receive the allowance of wages and clothing that he was due. The court responded by summoning Dever, Jennings, Beckwith, and 2 other men to testify upon oath. 91. Jennings, the first to testify, in it ally agreed that Gunby had had obligatory writing, grunting and allowing him a 1/3 part of his labor and sweets and shirts in the year. However, he demurred somewhat, saying that this was according to the best of my knowledge and he could not swear that the contract had been actually signed by Dever. He declared that what since became of it, I neither directly nor indirectly know. 92. The second witness, Henry Sewell, a lawyer, stated that he had previously been asked by Mr. Jennings whether a new master was obligated to hold to the contract made by a previous master, specifically referencing Gunby's right to the proceeds of 1/3 of his labor and yearly clothing allowance. Sewell had affirmed that even if it were to 500 perso floes, the last must and should make good that former icon. 93. This testimony makes one wonder whether the theft of the contract was perpetrated by Jennings rather than Beckwith. The final resolution of this case is not clear. Gunby was not present at 2 subsequent meetings of the court, perhaps because of illness, but Richard Dever came in again as a defendant to testify upon what terms the said Gunby became bound to the said Dever. The resolution of the case is marked no return. 94. Whether or not Gunby received his dues, this case demonstrates a number of legal realities critical to the servant experience. The importance of a contract, and the fact that it was stolen, testifies to its binding power, as does the court's sustained attempt to discover whether a contract existed and, if so, what it said. In addition, the court's attention to Gunby's case, which was revisited over 4 separate occasions, demonstrates not only legal due diligence but also a determination to treat the servant plaintiff fairly. Finally, however, this case demonstrates the difficulty for a servant in verifying allegations against his master. Gunby was a particularly litigious sort who was later the plaintiff in many other lawsuits, and made a good effort toward receiving his compensation, but even he may have failed to achieve his aims in the end. 95 Other servants who were less confrontational in defending their rights, or less literate, were not likely to receive satisfaction against unscrupulous masters. The case of Rickett McCain, the Irishman kidnapped as a child, had also hinged partially around the lack of a contract. During the hearings, Judith Love, one of the witnesses brought in to testify about McCain's age, testified that she had seen certain writings, a drawing, some kind of document being written up. She had also seen McCain and the 3 boys indentured with him at Gerard's house threatened with a beating and told they would serve 15 years. 96 George Clough, another witness, stated, in ambiguous language that seems to suggest the signing of a contract, that he had seen most of the 4 boys agree to serve. The said servants, or the greater part of them, did give under their hands the very same time to serve the said Gerard severally certain years, which was then computed by several persons sent to be according to the custom of the country, and did subscribe the same voluntarily without force or constraint. 97 A third witness, James Salstsm, further testified that he had seen McCain willingly comply, whereas Rickett McCain hath by Petticon complained that he was forced to set his hand to an indenture. It is false, for he was then sent and saw the contrary. 98 However, it appears that a copy of this dubious indenture was not produced in court, and the jury's determination appears to have been based on their estimate of McCain's age rather than the claims and counterclaims of the opposing parties. A 1661 Virginia law focusing on runaways specified extra penalties for servants who ran away and entered a new master's service, having stolen or forged their previous master's copy of the contract. The law, which probably had little impact, mandated that upon the expiration of their contracts, servants were to receive a certificate to prove that they had completed their servitude. This was to be recorded by a clerk so that if the certificate was lost, it could be reissued. 99 There were some anemic legal attempts to protect servants' contracts. In 1672, the Virginia Assembly mandated that if a servant arrived without a contract, they must be brought before the court, and if the servant claimed that they actually possessed a contract, they had 1 month to produce it, otherwise, he shall be barred from his claim by reason of any pretended indenture whatsoever. 100 There was an obvious incentive for a servant to prefer an indenture contract to the custom of the country, as the term of servitude was usually considerably shorter. However, it is likely that few were able to take advantage of this law. If their contract had been lost or stolen, then the only way to prove its existence would be to produce records from the place of indenture, usually England. It would have taken months, not to mention significant expense impossible for servants to pay, to obtain evidence of such records. While many of these cases demonstrate indentured servants' great vulnerability to exploitation, they also reveal their considerable legal rights. Indenture contracts shielded employers but also protected servants, and if a servant was able to demonstrate contractual rights, their side typically prevailed in the courtroom. Crucially, servants had the right to have their complaints heard by a court, and this was not a pro forma dispensation. To ensure due process, courts supplied remunerated attorneys, remitted court fees, and engaged in sustained investigations involving the calling of witnesses, the search of archival records, and multiple hearings. These practices show a real attempt by colonial authorities to ensure that court dealings were conducted fairly and that indentured servants, including women, were treated as rights-bearing members of colonial society. In addition, although many cases of maltreatment of servants probably went unreported, or were dealt with through informal means that left no records, the countless servants claiming justice in the courts demonstrate that many recognized themselves as individuals with standing and rights within the community, in other words, as citizens. 5. Living in servitude. Notwithstanding legal protections, the lives of indentured servants were often brutal and short. Both the continental and Caribbean colonies presented a hazardous disease environment, in addition to the risk of Native American attack in some parts of the mainland. Beyond that, servitude itself was perilous. The labor could be exceedingly difficult and dangerous, particularly if servants were working on a plantation. In addition, servants were vulnerable to violence, overwork, and neglect by their masters. As shown in the previous chapter, servants did possess contractual protections and the right to defend themselves in court, and public opinion also provided some protection as neighbors stepped in to intervene or bear witness in court, but masters retained considerable impunity. This chapter follows the experience of indentured servants from their ocean passage through the term of their servitude. It examines both the brutality and exploitation that they met with as well as the commitments and caring relationships that some experienced. It also shows the complex intertwining of servitude into everyday life in colonial societies. Passage across the ocean. The first risk to servants was the ocean voyage. This was less deadly than the Middle Passage for enslaved people sailing from Africa, since indentured servants were usually not chained, physically abused, tremendously overcrowded, or deprived of food and clothing, but significant mortality rates might still be incurred. 1 John Hammond warns servants that when ye go aboard, expect the ship somewhat troubled and in a hurly-burly, while George Alsop described his own long and blowing and dangerous passage, and saw the roughness of the ocean as a deterrent for servants. 2 For example, the Seaflower, which regularly plied the route between New England, the West Indies, and Britain carrying cargoes of servants, was notorious for the bad conditions on board. 3 Rebels and criminals could suffer worse conditions. In 1688, Monmouth rebel John Code experienced a voyage with 99 other men shut up below decks in a very small room where we could not lay ourselves down without lying one upon another. Food and water were insufficient and bad, and Code, like others, was wounded and feverish. At night, the men were kept awake by the cries and groaning of sick and distracted persons. Soon, disease spread and 22 men died. However, it was a relatively smooth and quick voyage of 5 weeks, and despite the captain's cruelty and stinginess, free passengers on the ship shared their food and interceded to bring Code and the other captives above decks. 4 Roland Thomas's petition for freedom in 1659 mentioned how during the voyage the men were put under hatches, to see no light until they arrived in Barbados. 5 Ebenezer Cook, though not a servant, described the transatlantic voyage to Maryland in the late 17th century in his satirical poem, We arrived in dreadful pain, shocked by the terrors of the main, for full 3 months, our wavering boat, did through the surly ocean float, and furious storms and threatening blasts, both tore our sails and sprung our masts. 6 John Harrower's journal of his 18th century journey to servitude in Virginia described a rough sea voyage of 16.5 weeks, during which the servants on board almost rebelled over the poor provisions. 2 servants were briefly put in irons, several servants died, and a number, including Harrower himself, fell ill. 7 Also during the 18th century, William Morley and the other servants on board a ship en route to Pennsylvania were ordered to take turns standing watch on deck to prevent our falling sick, by herding under deck, although many still fell ill during the voyage. The servants on that voyage seem to have received the same rations as the crew, but Morley complained of the insufficient and bad food on shipboard, including stinking butter, biscuits, an unsatisfactory daily thimbleful of bad brandy, and tough dried fish, occasionally supplemented by fresh fish caught by the crew. 8 Servants were often in poor physical condition by the time they arrived after a long voyage, and Virginia strove to protect them through legislation in 1657 mandating that ships' captains had to provide sufficient allowance of diet all the voyage and to take care that poor servants do not want clothes and bedding in the voyage, warning that if any shall offend they shall be liable to grievous censure here according to the merit of the offence. 9 There may have been some self-interest involved, as unsaleable sick servants would have been a burden to the colony. Once the ships arrived in the colonies, servants were sold from the ship's decks. 10 Richard Ligon described planters boarding ships in Barbados to purchase servants. 11 Elizabeth Ashbridge, traveling to indenture in the 18th century, wrote that she was sold on shipboard, 2 weeks after arriving in New York. 12. Almost all indentured servants traveled to one of 4 colonies, Maryland, Virginia, Barbados, and Jamaica, with each colony receiving about a quarter of the migrants, though slightly more went to the Chesapeake than to the Caribbean, with the remaining 3% going to other continental colonies. More women and youths went to the continental colonies, while more men traveled to the Caribbean. 13 The colonies they arrived to were growing rapidly during the 17th century. By the end of that century, Maryland had a population of 32,000, including free and indentured whites, the enslaved, and Native Americans. In 1670, Governor Berkeley of Virginia estimated the colony's population at 40,000, including 2,000 enslaved people and 6,000 Christian servants. Barbados, with approximately 30,000 slaves and 20,000 whites, was the most populous colony in 1670.14. Provisions and clothing. Once servants disembarked, they often found the basic conditions of life to be very poor, especially in the earliest days of colonial settlement. There was considerable difference between colonies. Like enslaved people, indentured servants were generally treated best in the New England colonies and Pennsylvania, and worst in the Caribbean. Servants themselves seem to have been aware of these factors, and voluntary servants preferred mainland colonies to the Caribbean, even at the cost of longer terms of servitude. 15 The behavior and attitudes of individual masters and mistresses also varied widely. Life in servitude could be unrelentingly harsh and was particularly deadly in the early days of colonization. In the Virginia colony in the 1620s, Richard Fredhorn described endemic disease, including scurvy and dysentery, and prevalent hunger. He described himself in the most miserable and pitiful case from want of meat and want of clothes, and the lack of beer, liquor, sugar, or spices. 16 Fredhorn was fortunate in encountering his parents' acquaintances, Mr. and Mrs. Jackson, who had built him a cabin and provided him with fish and other food. Nonetheless, I have eaten more in day at home than I have allowed me here for a week. He begged to be freed, but realizing the unlikelihood of this, asked for more provisions to be sent to the colony. He emotionally described the hunger pervading the colony, and how his cloak had been stolen by another servant and traded for food. 17. Barbados, a destination for many of the rebels, was the worst location to survive a term of servitude. In their 1659 petition to Parliament, Marcellus Rivers and Oxenbridgefoyle decried their poor food, diet of potatoes, and sleeping in sties worse than hogs. 18 Father Byett was appalled at the treatment of servants, observing that all are very badly treated and fed poorly, receiving only potatoes for food. 19 Likewise, Monmouth rebel Henry Pittman complained of the poor conditions of life in 1660s Barbados, including the inadequate food, writing, "Our diet was very mean, 5 pounds of Irish salt beef, or salt fish, a week, for each man, and Indian or Guinea corn, made into dumplings instead of bread, although the enslaved received worse." 20 Von Uchteritz, in Barbados in 1652, reported that white servants ate only sweet potatoes and cassava, but enslaved people received only cassava. While Von Uchteritz was poorly dressed, he wrote, "The Negroes and Indians go about completely naked except for a cloth tied about their privities." 21. Richard Ligon described how the servants' first task upon arrival to Barbados was to make a rudimentary cabin to sleep in, otherwise they are to lie on the ground at night. The leaky cold cabins undermine servants' health and, if they be not strong men, would put them into a sickness, but if they complain, they are beaten by the overseer. Beatings were common and vicious. I have seen an overseer beat a servant with a cane about the head, till the blood has followed, for a fault that is not worth the speaking of. 22 Ligon maintained that some masters treated their servants better, however. For example, he enumerated the annual expenses for clothing for the servants on the plantation where he lived for 2 years, alongside the allocations for enslaved people. All servants received a rug gown for cold nights. Manservants were given 6 shirts, 6 pairs of drawers, 12 pairs of shoes, 6 pairs of stockings, 3 caps, 2 doublets, and 6 Holland bands. Men working in the fields received 6 shirts, 6 pairs of drawers, 12 pairs of shoes, and 3 caps. Servant women doing domestic labor in the house each received 6 smocks, 3 petticoats, 3 waistcoats, 6 coifs or caps, and 12 pairs of shoes, while women who worked in the fields received 4 smocks, 3 petticoats, 4 coifs, and 12 pairs of shoes. The total yearly expense for clothing 30 servants was £78. By contrast, for the 100 slaves on the plantation, who were left nearly naked, a total of £35 was spent to provide 2 petticoats for each woman and 3 pairs of drawers for each man. 23 Ligon deprecated former conditions in Barbados, but maintained that during his time conditions had improved, and now, most of the servants lie in hammocks, and in warm rooms, could change into dry clothing if needed, and received meat 2 or 3 times a week. 24 However, although Ligon provided a multi-dimensional, if simplistic, description of the lives of servants, he was notably less sympathetic to the enslaved, depicting them as happy without seeing or caring about the violence and degradation that they experienced in their lives. Fictionalized accounts also corroborated these conditions, often more colorfully than prosaic autobiographies, but showing some real awareness of the deprivation servants experienced. In Virginia, the trapined maiden remained dressed in the cloth that I brought in, they are worn very thin, and described a lack of food, drinking only water, which makes me pale and wan, and sleeping in a bed of straw infested by spiders. 25 James Revel decried his shabby apparel, once sold from the ship's deck. His clothing was taken, and he was left with no hat, shoes, or stockings, only a canvas shirt and trousers, a hopsack frock, in which I was a slave. 26. Even the fictional accounts are valuable, because there is little evidence of conditions outside of personal narratives. Court cases, the other main source on servants' lives, rarely mention daily life except when depositions note that a servant plaintiff was deprived of adequate food, shelter, or clothing. In December 1640, Virginia servant William Huddleston complained that his master Mr. Kenhow had left him in want of all manner of apparel. The court ordered Mr. Kenhow to provide sufficient apparel of linen and woolen, and to make sure of his compliance, Huddleston's clothing was to be inspected by a court-appointed lawyer who would have power to dispose of said servant until Kenhow complied. 27 Yet adequate clothing was not the same as satisfactory, as is evidenced by a court case on illegal marketing of cloth in Virginia in 1633, which mentioned in passing coarse woolen stuffs, servants' shirts or coarse linen to make shirts, or sheets for servants, or coarse woolen clothes fitting for servants' apparel. 28 Similarly, Lois Carr's work suggests that in the Chesapeake as a whole, both masters and servants consumed a greater amount of and more nutritive foods than in England, but often still inadequate and unpalatable. 29 Servants were also potentially faced with tight-fisted masters who restricted food. Even as late as the 1730s, Elizabeth Ashbridge, serving her indenture in New York, described harsh conditions and lack of clothing, going barefoot even in winter, although by this time her hardships were due to the severity of her cruel master rather than the poverty of the colony. 30 Likewise, in 1756, Elizabeth Spriggs's letter from Maryland to her father described the violence and abuse she endured. She was provided little more than corn to eat, left shoeless and without adequate clothing, almost naked, and slept wrapped in a blanket on the ground. Many Negroes are better used than servants, she wrote, in a comparison made by many servants that underline the ideal that whites should not do slaves' labor. 31. Personal relationships in servitude. By their very nature, most of the court cases discussed in this book emphasize the exploitation and abuse of servants by masters and mistresses. Yet there were some who behaved more moderately toward their servants. Such individuals left behind little evidence of their relationships because they didn't turn up in court complaints. The examples that exist are few. In Maryland in 1672, Randall Revell sued Thomas Poole to recover Mary Perry Main, a servant whom the latter was detaining. Revell did lend the servant woman to Poole, but Poole refused to return her and forceth the servant to stay in his house. Perimane herself was deposed and emphasized that she had been much troubled at leaving Mrs. Revel, while Mrs. Revel had been grieved but had reassured Perimane that she would soon be able to return. It's difficult to know if this testimony indicated genuine caring between the two women or merely Perimane's desire to get away from Poole, but the descriptive language suggests the former. 32 Occasionally, a master would voluntarily release a servant early from service. 33 For example, 16-year-old Anne Bowden, having no indenture contract, had served 6 years at the custom of the country and would have had 5 more years of service before her, but her master William Round had brought her before the Charles County, Maryland court to be released early. 34 In some cases, indentured servants received benefits in the wills of their former masters. For example, in the 1650s in Barbados, Demott O'Doyle was to receive 6 months off his time and his master's best suit of clothes and best hat, and Catherine Wilson, originally bound for 7 years, was to be freed in 5.35 Some masters also appear to have been family members. A relationship that may have been more in loco parentis than a typical indenture contract. For instance, in 1673, after the death of his father, 3-year-old Peter Macnamillian was bound to his godfather Peter Carr until the age of 21. Peter Carr was probably also his uncle, as Macnamillian's mother's maiden name had been Carr. 36 Peter Carr was involved in a number of cases in which he acted at least partially in the interests of his servants. He paid the bastardy fine for his servant Margaret Evans in 1669, thereby saving her a whipping, although it is also possible that he was the child's father. 37 In 1671, he asked the Charles County, Maryland court to indenture the 12-year-old Elizabeth Liley to him. He had cared for her ever since she hath been born, without receiving any recompense, and was now fearful that she may be enticed by some or other from him. Perhaps he now wished some recompense for her earlier boarding through her labor, but his deposition suggests that until that time he had not required any work from her. 38 Likely she was the illegitimate child of one of his servants, or perhaps his own. But some masters and mistresses did show consideration for servants, especially if they were children. Before Riquette McCain was sold, Mrs. Speake, the new mistress of 4 of the 8 boys kidnapped with him, sent food to McCain and the other 3 boys still detained on the ship. 39 Likewise, the master of Peter Williamson raised him as a son and left him a large bequest in his will. Medical treatment. Medical treatment of ill servants was seen as a requirement in both the colonies and England. 40 In 1645, the Virginia Assembly responded to what was apparently a trend among masters to not pay for medical care for sick servants. Although possibly a consequence of the impunity held by masters, the ruling implied that the neglect was caused by the high cost of medical care. Nonetheless, the language chastised the masters who had hardened their hearts, thus risking their servants' lives. The Assembly enacted a somewhat equivocal standard that mandated that doctors and surgeons could be arrested for excessive fees, but also, if they neglected or refused to treat patients, being thereunto required to help any person or persons in sickness or extremity, that they could be punished in court. 41 These provisions were reiterated in 1660.42 in Barbados. The governor issued an order that articulated both moral and economic concerns, since the masters of sick servants frequently released them from servitude rather than pay for their treatment, whereby the said servants do miserably perish, or become a charge to the parish. Any masters who did not use all reasonable means for the recovery of their diseased servants, would be fined, the fees used to treat the servant, and the servant released. 43. Many masters seem to have voluntarily had their ill servants cared for. In 1691, Mary Hewitt's master paid to have her cured of syphilis. 44 In 1678, Thomas Bland asked Robert Proctor to heal his ill servant Alice Spire. Proctor was to take her into his house and care for her for a month to effect the cure, for which Bland promised a hogshead of tobacco. Although there seems to have been a genuine desire on the part of Bland to care for Spire, she still ended up valued as chattel. The case went to trial when Proctor claimed that his expenses ended up being much higher and claimed the servant woman herself as his fee, which was authorized by the court. 45 In 1670s Maryland, estate manager Peter Dennis first agreed, unusually, to pay one of his master's servants, Francis Story, a portion of the tobacco crop for his labor, and then hired a surgeon to heal a venomous humor involving ulcerous sores that afflicted Story, a cure that took a year. 46 The case came to court because Dennis's sympathy for Story did not extend to the surgeon, whom he attempted to avoid paying. But some masters refused to care for their ill servants. In Virginia, William Mansfield was subpoenaed for taking little care of his servant Mary Tabb, who had a lame leg. The court removed her to the home of a medical practitioner, with Mansfield responsible for charges for her accommodations and treatment. 47. In a more complex and also telling case in Maryland in April 1667, John Corbett, an ill indentured servant in a languishing condition of body, complained to the court that his master, Joseph Tilley, was taking no action for the cure of his distemper that hangs upon him. This case delineates the master's obligation to provide medical care for his ill servant. The court's judgment, which must have involved behind-the-scenes negotiations, strove to take the interest of several participants into account. It ordered Corbett's contract to be transferred to Dr. John Stansby, who would attempt to cure Corbett. Stansby would pay Tilley £250 of tobacco in exchange for Corbett's lost labor left in his contract. 48 Corbett would owe Stansby £2,000 of tobacco or 2 years of additional servitude beyond the terms of his original contract in exchange for being cured. However, the case continued with a sequel. By December 1668, more than a year later, Dr. Stansby had failed to cure Corbett, who was still languishing. Corbett did apply himself unto Peter Sharp, a prominent Quaker, for help, and Sharp took him into his home out of charity. Stansby hired the lawyer William Moorcroft to sue Sharp for detaining Corbett. However, the court found in favor of Sharp and Corbett, holding that Stansby had done little to cure Corbett's leg, that Sharp was not liable for keeping Corbett since he had been unaware of the earlier court judgment, and further that the previous decision had been conditional upon the curing of Corbett's leg, which had not occurred. Corbett was to be freed from servitude. 49 These two cases involving Corbett demonstrate the court's initial resolution to satisfy all parties with what it considered a fair settlement, as well as its willingness to revisit the case to ensure adherence to its prior judgment. At the same time, it demonstrates that the rights and claims of the indentured servant might be equally considered in the dispensation of justice. William Moorcroft was a practicing physician as well as a lawyer, and he entered into an unusual agreement in 1669 to trade indentured servants with Thomas Dent, giving Dent an unnamed indentured servant of his and taking Dent's indentured servant John Richards. Moorcroft's former servant still had 5 years to serve, but Richards, who must have been a desirable worker, had only 2 years and 10 months left on his indenture. However, he had agreed to serve 5 additional years if Moorcroft was successful in effecting a firme and absolute cure of his leg, otherwise he was only liable to serve the original length of his contract. 50 In a similar case in April 1667, Joseph Edlow, a boy of unspecified age with an old ulcer in his leg, was appointed a guardian by the court. He was ordered to live with Thomas Powell until the age of 21, presumably as an indentured servant, and Powell was also to provide a speedy remedy for his leg. 51. In another case, servant Eliza Thompson was beaten and kicked by Thomas Hayes, a neighbor, laming her leg and requiring medical care. Her master paid for a surgeon to treat her, but also brought a suit against Hayes for the value of the cure and of Thompson's lost labor. However, he lost the case because, although Thompson herself as well as another witness testified to the beating, the surgeon attested that Thompson had previously told him that the disabling lesion had arisen spontaneously, the sore bred of itself. 52 As in other cases, this incident hinged on the master's financial loss, and no one claimed that Thompson herself deserved any redress for the assault. The reality was that servants occupied an anonymous status, shifting between chattel and rights-bearing freeborn subjects. This meant that when a servant was ill or injured, the courts weighed not only the harm to the servant but also the potential loss or depreciation for their master or mistress. Servants' economic autonomy. Servants were typically not allowed to engage in business outside of the duties assigned by their masters. 53 The Virginia Assembly made clear its concern that independent trade encouraged servants, who possessed little, to purloin and embezzle the goods of their masters. 54 Freemen who broke this rule also risked punishment. In 1640, Robert Newman was accused of trading with Captain Samuel Matthews's servants, bartering for 60 pounds of tobacco. As a penalty, he was fined 4 times the value, to be paid to Matthews. 55 In 1666, the Maryland Provincial Court awarded damages of 1,000 pounds of tobacco to one of its own justices, Colonel William Evans, with 1,000 pounds more payable to the court, to penalize a man who had engaged in a business transaction with one of Evans' indentured servants, in breach of the law. 56. The same Francis Gunby who had sued to recover his stolen contract attempted to take advantage of these rules by reneging on a business deal with Petronella Chivers, claiming that he was not obligated to pay the debt he owed her because he was then a servant upon indenture, which he is ready to aver. The court was not convinced by this argument and found for the plaintiff. 57 Gunby only had to pay his debt, but he had undertaken a significant risk incurring it in the first place. If convicted of a crime, servants potentially incurred harsh penalties because they were unable to pay fines. In 1665, the Virginia Assembly mandated that in all cases where a freeman is punishable by fine, a servant shall receive corporal punishment, for every 500 pounds of tobacco, 20 lashes, unless another person paid the fine, contingent on the servant's agreeing to perform future service after his or her term of servitude was over. 58. On the other hand, if a servant was acting under a master's orders, there was significantly more leeway. For example, a power of attorney could allow a trusted servant to engage in trade, as when Robert Simmons in Maryland in 1668 was allowed to buy and sell all liberties belonging to any freeman provided he continued to obey the orders of his master. 59 Even a servant committing a crime at the behest of a master or mistress might not be seen as culpable. When Elizabeth Green ordered her servant Richard Jones to forge a receipt for goods in 1663, the Maryland Provincial Court punished Green severely, with the loss of one ear, as well as the pillory, a fine of double the court costs, payment of damages, and 1 year's imprisonment, but Jones was not charged, perhaps because the court recognized that he was acting under constraint. 60 Indeed, he had stated in his deposition that she caused him to write it. 61 Likewise, in 1665, Raymond Stapleford made his servant boy Humphrey Jones aid him in a burglary in which Jones was lifted through a broken window and then opened the front door of the house. However, while Stapleford was indicted, Jones was not charged. Despite what appeared to be overwhelming evidence against him, Stapleford was ultimately found not guilty by the jury. 62. Another incident in Somerset County, Maryland in 1691 demonstrated the compulsion a master and mistress could bring to bear on their servants. Bridget and Stephen Page and their servant Margaret Kennedy were charged with stealing and killing some of their neighbors' pigs. A rambling series of witness testimonials described the events, including Bridget Page's outlandish claim to her children that the 2 pigs were overgrown possums. An onlooker described the Pages' bribes and threats toward Elizabeth Larimore, another servant, including how Stephen Page offered Larimore 20, 30, 40, nay £50 to lie for them, but the skeptical Larimore instead poignantly replied, "Ah, Master YW promised to send me home for England, but you did not." In her own testimony, Larimore described how when she refused to help dress a hog, one of the Page's slaves was ordered to knock her unconscious. In the end, there was plenty of evidence of wrongdoing. The jury found all of the Pages, including their children, as well as Kennedy, guilty of slaughtering the pigs, but imprisoned only Stephen, as head of the household, until financial restitution could be made. Perhaps fortunately for Larimore, she had been sold into the household of William Oswell shortly before the case came to trial, removing her from possible reprisals for her testimony against the Pages. 63. Violence against servants. The nature of servitude placed masters in a position of great power over their servants, and many of them behaved as though they had impunity to do anything they wanted. There were frequent instances of violence against servants, usually revealed through court cases in which servants complained of being excessively beaten, or when courts established inquests and investigations when servants were killed. It should be noted that some domestic violence was considered normal in early modern society. It was acceptable for husbands to hit or beat their wives, parents to beat their children, masters and mistresses to strike their apprentices and servants. 64 The latter individuals were seen as subordinates within the household, and thus subject to correction by their superiors. In early modern law and society, the patriarchal father or husband in charge of a household had a special role, akin to that of the monarch of the country. Murder of a husband by a wife or of a master or mistress by a servant was termed petty or petit treason, a crime viewed with more gravity and incurring more terrible punishments than ordinary murder. 65. However, superiors did not have the legal right to scar, maim, incapacitate, or sexually assault subordinates, although marital rape was not a crime. 66 Servants who had offended in a significant way were supposed to be brought before a town official to have punishment administered rather than be whipped by their masters, and masters could not whip white Christian servants naked. 67 The intent was to both formalize the punishment and remove impunity for masters to beat their servants without restrictions. Masters who went beyond these guidelines could be punished, though in practice, the penalty was typically limited to court-mandated removal of the servants from their master's control. A more serious penalty was sometimes imposed for egregious cruelty. In 1640 Barbados, for example, John Thomas, a servant, appealed to the Barbados Council that his master Francis Leven and his brother-in-law Hajis did inhumanly and unchristian-like torture him by hanging him by his hands and placing burning matches between his fingers. Their cruelly dealing had crippled Thomas, whereby he has lost the use of the several joints and is in great danger to lose the use of his right hand. In response, the governor and council freed Thomas, imprisoned Leven and Hajis, ordered that they pay Thomas £5,000 of cotton apiece within 10 days, and decreed that Leven have Thomas cured in a speedy course and pay for the treatment. 68. In general, the expectation that masters would physically punish servants combined with the power balance between vested members of the community and lowly servants, and the difficulty of proving that excessive violence had occurred meant that, even when charged in court, many violent or even murderous masters escaped prosecution. Misadventure, or accidental killing, was frequently invoked, even in England, when people murdered subordinates, such as masters who killed hired servants or husbands their wives, particularly when the deaths occurred while masters or husbands were striking as a form of chastisement. 69 Indentured servitude was even more inherently risky for servants, who were very distant from their home communities, and brutal masters appear more frequently in official records in the colonies than in England. 70. Protections for servants. Servants did gain some safeguards through legislation, such as a vague 1657 Virginia Act that specifically stated that mistreated servants could complain in court about their master by informing one of the court commissioners if they experienced harsh and bad usage, or else for want of diet or convenient necessaries. A commissioner finding by just proof that the complaint was accurate could caution the master or mistress, who might also be punished in court. 71 The legislation seems well-intentioned, with a stated aim to ensure that no servant or servants be misused by their master or mistress, but it neglected to specify penalties and was so full of loopholes, such as the repeated requirement for proof, that it must have been almost toothless. In contrast, 2 years later, an act established to ensure that no servant lay violent hands on his master or overseer mandated 2 extra years of service as a penalty with no requirement of proof. 72 In 1661, the Virginia Assembly tried again to protect servants, with slightly stronger language mandating that every master shall provide for his servants component diet, clothing, and lodging, and that he shall not exceed the bounds of moderation in correcting them beyond the merit of their offenses. While servants could complain against harsh and bad usage, or if they were in want of diet or convenient necessaries. Again, if the court commissioner found by just proofs that the allegations were correct, the servant would have remedy for his grievances. 73 Yet the court immediately followed this with an act against unruly servants, punishing servants that laid violent hands on his or her master, mistress, or overseer, as well as another law limiting servants' autonomy by preventing them from engaging in business transactions, as Francis Gunby had tried to do with Petronella Chivers. 74. The protection of the law, of the courts, and even of public opinion must have provided servants in the mainland colonies with some safeguard against violence, neglect, and other forms of exploitation. However, there were many cases in which masters and mistresses continued to act harmfully toward their servants. Sometimes murder trials hinged not on whether the killer had struck the blows but on whether the subordinate had initially offended and thereby deserved chastisement. 75 This dynamic could be overturned, so that occasionally juries considered servants who killed their masters or wives who killed their husbands to have acted in self-defense, and thus warranted mercy. 76 Yet these cases demonstrate that while it was difficult to prosecute murderous masters, and the bar for obtaining justice was high by modern standards, the law as well as societal expectations did possess some power to restrain masters' illegal actions and to provide some justice for servants. Similar inquiries did not occur in the case of enslaved people who suffered violence or murder. While servants existed in an ambiguous category between dependents and chattel, slaves definitively occupied the latter category. Murder of servants. Masters who murdered their servants could be punished for their crimes, but the burden of proof was high. A pair of criminal cases that illustrate this were tried before the Maryland Provincial Court in 1664. In a legal practice that would not be permissible today, the cases were tried in tandem before one jury, which delivered two verdicts at once. The cases, which had differing outcomes, were both against masters accused of killing their servants. One case involved the death of Jeffrey Hagman, servant of Joseph Fincher. 77 The other accused John Grammer of killing his servant Thomas Simmons. 78 In the Fincher case, an inquest jury at first determined that Hagman had been a diseased person who had died of the scurvy. 79 Nonetheless, there was enough suspicion of murder that a jury trial was called, and Fincher was held in jail during the proceedings, which took several months. Several witnesses were called, who testified that they saw Fincher strike Hagman at various times, at least once with a small stick. One added, however, that he was sure that the blows were not severe, they could do him no hurt. 80 Much of the testimony centered around where the beatings had occurred. Hagman had died in the tobacco house, where tobacco was dried before being processed. Accordingly, the first two witnesses had clarified that the beatings that they had seen had not occurred in the tobacco house. Another testified to observing a more serious beating on the day of Hagman's death, inflicted by both Fincher and his wife, who had repeatedly knocked down, beaten, and kicked Hagman, who apparently collapsed before stumbling into the tobacco house, where his master continued to beat him with a stick. The deponent had later heard a great noise in the tobacco house, then had heard Fincher crying out, get up, after which she had seen several people running back and forth from the tobacco house. 81 This testimony was corroborated by four others, who also added further details about Hagman's bleeding nose and apparent bruises. 82 The jury found that Fincher an assault did make and feloniously and of malice forethought did kill and murder Hagman. Fincher was sentenced to be hanged. 83 The jury then heard the case of John Grammer, accused of killing Thomas Simmons. At the request of Grammer, who claimed that Simmons had been ailing for the past year, the jury viewed Simmons's autopsied body and observed various evidence of putrid ulcers, putrefaction, paleness, and rotten organs, by which it concluded that he was sickly and dying. This person by course of nature could not have lived long. 84 While this suggested a death of natural causes, there were compelling reasons to try the case. Most crucially, there were several witnesses, the majority of them Grammer's own servants, who had observed Simmons receiving violent beatings. They testified that on the day of Simmons's death, Grammer had ordered another servant, Christopher Anderson, to whip Simmons, which he had obeyed with severity. One witness stated that Simmons received near upon 100 stripes WTH, a cat of 9 tails, upon his bare back, and that those blows were the occasion of his death. Other servants confirmed this, as well as an additional beating administered by Grammer. After Simmons collapsed in the field, Grammer had tried to revive him with a gourd of water, but Simmons was unable to walk. James Lowe, one of the witnesses, stated that he had confronted his master, saying, "Yo have killed this man, for he is a dead man," to which Grammer had replied, "Hang him Roage, he is a dissembling Roage." However, Anderson and John Eds, another servant, had to drag Simmons into the house. Anderson was brought to the stand and testified that Simmons had tried to run away, and that his master had ordered him to beat Simmons. In a deviation from the other's testimony, who had described Grammer continuing the beating immediately after Anderson had whipped Simmons, Anderson asserted that between the two beatings Simmons had breakfasted and completed some work, presumably hoping to emphasize that it was Grammer's actions and not his own that were responsible for Simmons's death. Anderson was in a precarious position, potentially liable for the murder, but, having been commanded to whip Simmons, not in a position to refuse his master's order. However, the other servant's testimony seemed to suggest that Anderson had gone beyond his duty in his abuse of Simmons. To bolster his claim of innocence, Anderson dubiously claimed that it was he who had said to Grammer that Simmons was a dead man, and he told me no, he was a dissembling Roage. The week before the trial, Anderson had asked Susan Hunt, another fellow servant, to falsely testify that she had heard Grammer threaten to kill Simmons. Instead, she testified on the stand that Anderson had whipped Simmons, and when asked by their mistress if he were not sorry for what he had done, Anderson had seemed to show no remorse, replying no, he could have given him 10 times more 85. Despite these depositions, the jury, asked to determine whether Grammer and Anderson feloniously did kill Simmons, responded with a verdict of ignoramus, meaning that there was insufficient evidence. No one denied that Simmons had been beaten. However, the jury concluded that no evidence which appeared before us, did positively swear that any blows given by John Grammer or his man could touch his life. They were in part swayed by the surgeon who performed the autopsy, who stated that no stripes given him had in the least touched any principal part and, consequently, in his judgment according to the rules of physic, his life could not be touched, the blows could not have killed him. 86 In a telling aspect of the whole affair, a further viewing of the body led the jury to declare that want of good diet and lodging has been the chief furtherance and cause of his death, apparently absolving Grammer of responsibility. 87 This statement neglected two facts: that Simmons's death immediately after he was beaten was inexplicable, and that if his death had indeed been caused by malnutrition and exposure, Grammer should still have been culpable. After being held in prison for 8 months, Grammer was released. 88 A further bleak consequence of this trial is that his servants who had testified against him would have had little protection against reprisals. These two cases show that the courts regarded a servant's murder with some gravity. Considerations had been given to the facts of the crimes, and the deliberations of the jury were real. Yet the burden of proof was high, and the disparate verdicts illustrate the precariousness of servants' safety while in the power of their masters. The killing of Thomas Simmons illustrates that often masters could operate with considerable impunity. The testimony of the witnesses had essentially been disregarded in Grammer's favor. Furthermore, in neither case did the court question the right of masters to physically punish their servants. There were many other similar trials. In some instances, those who murdered servants were punished, while in others they escaped charges. For example, in 1666, Walter Pake was hanged for murdering former servant William Price. Price was known to be a disreputable character and had had a restraining order taken out by his wife, while the murderer was Price's former attorney and a pillar of the community, although drunk at the time of the murder. 89 While by modern standards, this was a relatively clear-cut case, it again demonstrates that indentured servants were seen as vested members of the body politic. It should be noted that in 17th century Maryland, at least, Juries typically failed to convict on capital murder cases unless the evidence was overwhelming. 90 Even in Pake's case, the jury attempted to have the charge reduced to manslaughter because Walter Pake was drunk and did not know what he did at the time of committing the fact, leaving it in the hands of the justices to determine if it was murder. 91. The trial of Pope Alvi, a notorious troublemaker who was tried twice for capital crimes, showed a different outcome. In 1664, Alvi was found guilty of murder of his indentured servant, Alice Sanford, who had died half an hour after being beaten. Alvi was sentenced to be hanged but pleaded benefit of the clergy. He was then branded on the hand and released. 92 In the second case, in 1665, Alvi was again sentenced to be hanged for killing a neighbor's cow. 93 Benefit of the clergy was not allowed twice, but after several persons came upon their knees humbly begged the court for lenience, Alvi was released by the court with a warning to henceforward behave himself in his remaining course of life. 94 The original sentence was left to be reinstated in full force under the pleasure of the governor if he showed recidivism, but Alvi was given a full pardon 9 years later by the Maryland Assembly. 95 One wonders whether he would have been treated so leniently if he had killed a free woman rather than an indentured servant and a cow. 96 Likewise, despite significant evidence of violence, Anne Neville was found not guilty after being indicted for the beating death of her servant Margaret Redfern. At the inquest, Redfern's body was observed to be severely beaten. Witnesses had observed her being beaten several times and had heard her accusing Mrs. Neville. In the end, despite providing little defense, Mrs. Neville was found not guilty by the jury. The justification was not recorded. 97. In another Maryland case, in 1664, a jury in the provincial court investigated whether servant Anne Beadle had been murdered or had committed suicide. Her mistress, Mrs. Hunt, had shoved Anne Beadle after finding her in her husband's bed, which had resulted in Beadle falling and gashing her face. However, the wound, a great cut, was judged not mortal and the source of death was determined to be drowning. The jury thus determined that servant Anne Beadle had committed suicide, and she was indicted for willfully murdering herself. 98 While there does appear to have been a genuine attempt in this case to determine whether the servant herself had been physically harmed in the reported incident, the determination did not take into account a number of factors, including the difficulty for a servant woman to deny her lecherous master's wishes, the inevitable scandal and likely retaliation that would ensue from the servant's continuing to live in the household after the affair was discovered, or Beadle's possible resultant despair that led to her suicide. Elizabeth Ashbridge too had considered suicide after her master's advances and abuse. 99 Servants sometimes committed suicide due to the harsh conditions of their lives and the abuse that many suffered, but it was seen as an extreme action in a society where suicide was viewed as a sin. For example, a Virginia inquest jury in 1664 found that servant Edward Whittell, who hanged himself, for want of grace was guilty of his own death. 100. A similar case in 1657 Maryland involved the prosecution and sentencing of John Dandy for killing his servant Henry Gouge, whose body was found in a creek near Dandy's house. The trial hinged on whether or not Gouge had drowned. Several witnesses described the pitiful condition of Gouge's body, and others described hearing or seeing Dandy beating Gouge. But perhaps the key evidence was that several of the witnesses described seeing an old axe wound on Gouge's face bleeding afresh when Dandy touched his body, giving credence to a popular belief that a victim's body would bleed in the presence of his killer. 101 It's difficult to know whether the body was actually emitting blood in an unusual fashion, but it's clear that the neighbor's belief that Gouge had been murdered was a powerful factor in the conviction of his master. This case demonstrates that while public opinion tolerated a significant amount of brutality toward servants, there was a limit to what could be condoned. Servants held by brutal masters were in grave danger and help from the courts might come too late. In 1661, the Maryland Provincial Court heard a case about servant Thomas Watson, who was beaten to death by Mary Bradnox and her husband Captain Thomas Bradnox. The Bradnoxes had been violent toward Watson for some time, and witnesses, including other servants in the household, testified to multiple beatings. The final cause of death was a blow to Watson's head inflicted by Mrs. Bradnox using a staff. Captain Bradnox died while the case was being tried, but the jury found Mrs. Bradnox not guilty, despite ample evidence against her. 102 While the trial was ongoing, the Bradnoxes retaliated against Sarah Taylor, one of the servants who had testified against them. In response, Taylor separately complained in the Kent County, Maryland court that she had been beaten by Captain Bradnox, and Mrs. Bradnox had abetted this by holding her down and guarding the door. Taylor showed numerous bruises, and Captain Bradnox admitted to the charge. As well, she was able to produce a witness to another beating, and the court possessed a record of her complaint of ill treatment 2 years earlier when she had run away and been sheltered by a neighbor. She had also once been accused of theft by her master and mistress but had been found not guilty. Following these earlier incidents, the court had returned her to the violent Bradnox household. Ultimately, in the 1661 case, the court decided in Taylor's favor, ruling that there had been no cause at all for one beating and that the punishment in the other instance was excessively harsh, above measure. Taylor was freed early, without having served her full term of servitude. The court did not punish her employers but did deliver an implicit reprimand in justifying Taylor's discharge from her indenture in regard of the eminent danger likely to ensue by the inveterate malice of her master and mistress toward her. 103 In light of the still ongoing Thomas Watson case, this court decision may have saved Taylor's life. Since servants were often the main witnesses against their masters in such cases, there was a significant risk of reprisal if the master was not convicted. In 1679, Mary Baines, servant of James Lewis, accused him of murder. She also asked to be removed from his household. Baines feared for her life because, although she had asked the court a year ago to punish Lewis for his violence toward her, he had avoided arrest and had become even more violent toward her and the other servants in the household. He had beaten servant Joseph Robinson to death. In addition, he had continued to abuse the other servants, beating them and treating them cruelly, and Baines had been deprived of clothing, food, and a bed. If Lewis was left unchecked, it would lead to her inevitable ruin. The court arrested Lewis and placed Baines, first, with the sheriff and then as a servant in another household. There is no record of a judgment against Lewis. 104. Physical abuse. Other forms of violence could also be claimed in the courts. On April 27, 1658, the Maryland Provincial Court heard a case brought by Margaret Roberts against her master, John Hambleton. Roberts complained that her master had kept her in servitude past the expiration of her time and had often struck her. Hambleton asked for the case to be respited until the next court session, when he would provide a defense. The court agreed and sent Roberts back to Hambleton's house, with the provision that he use her well and not strike her. Although it made no determination about the outcome of the case, the court noted the provision that if Roberts was found to be free, Hambleton would also owe her payment for damages and her extra time in service. 105 The outcome of a further court encounter is not recorded, but Roberts had been returned by the court to a very vulnerable situation in which she was at risk of retaliation from a man who had already shown a propensity for violence. In a very similar case, in 1652, Jane Latham complained to a Norfolk County, Virginia court of her ill usage by her master Mr. Thomas Willoughby, which included physical abuse. The court ordered that she return to her master's house there to do her service, until the next court session. At that time the two parties were to come to court with witnesses, and Mr. Willoughby was to bring the rope struck ESD Latham. 106 Although this statement seems to acknowledge the abuse, the court nevertheless left Latham in her master's house for at least a period of weeks, where she might expect reprisals for her testimony. In June 1690, Thomas Evergan sued his former master Thomas Newbold. Newbold had consistently abused Evergan during his 7 years of service, and now that he had completed the term, had denied him his freedom dues. 2 days before Evergan was due to be released from indenture, Newbold had given him 50 lashes with a horsewhip, apparently out of anger that Evergan was being freed. The resulting injuries made Evergan unfit for labor or travail at present, a serious concern for a man who had no likely means of support other than physical labor. Evergan brought in witnesses to both his past whippings and the most recent mistreatment at the hands of Newbold, and craved his freedom dues as well as monetary compensation. However, the court did not return a judgment on this case. Thomas Newbold was at that time a justice on the Somerset County, Maryland Court. 107 Not only did his status seemingly give him immunity from Evergan's suit, but one wonders about his potential bias in other cases brought by maltreated servants. Physical abuse was a common cause of complaint. It was probably some prior case of cruelty that led the Virginia Quarter Court to decide in 1661 that Roger and Elizabeth Partridge would be prohibited from keeping a maidservant for a 3-year period, but there were many examples where the nature of the violence was more clearly described. 108 In 1664, Sarah Hall appeared before the Maryland Provincial Court complaining of violence inflicted by her master and mistress. 2 witnesses were called, who verified that they had seen Hall being hit, kicked, and threatened. The court did not punish her employers, but it removed Hall from their household. As she had 2 years of servitude remaining, she was to be resold to a new master. 2 appraisers were brought in, who valued her at the most £1,000 of tobacco. The court ordered that she be disposed off to some other person, but mandated that her freedom dues be remembered, the buyer paying her at the expiration of the said servant's servitude her corn and clothes. 109 As with similar cases, this case is filled with contradictions and disjunctions. The court acknowledged that Hall had a right not to be beaten and moved to remove her from the household. It also strove to protect her right to receive freedom dues. The court also clung to the legality of the contract, mandating that Hall continue to serve her 2 years. Yet it relegated her to the status of chattel in having her appraised as though she was any other form of property. Likewise, in 1649 Virginia, when Charity Dolan was removed from her mistress's custody due to severe physical abuse, the court judgment indicating that her mistress had already had prior warning from the court to desist from beating her servant. In addition, she had already lost custody of a servant boy who had run away, but whom the court had found to have been maltreated. Dolan was assigned to service under a new master appointed by the court. 110 In a brief mention in the proceedings of the Kent County Court in Maryland in 1657, a Mr. Ward and his wife were fined for the unlawful correction they had given their servant Al Slut, but she was seemingly left in their custody. 111 In 1681, apparently responding to a case of neglect and possibly abuse in which servant Jane Jones had been taken in by a neighbor, the Maryland Provincial Court ordered that without delay Elias Nuttall provide sufficient apparel for his servant and also give good security for his good usage of her before she would be returned to him. 112 Although in this case the servant might have been a runaway, seen as serious misconduct, the court acknowledged her reasons in admonishing her master. She may have had a capable attorney, like Richard Boughton, who had so effectively emphasized the brutality endured by Elizabeth Hazel that he was able to win her freedom. 113 In a similar case, Ann Carter complained to a York County, Virginia justice that her master had several times beat and abused her in a most barbarous manner and compelled her to work on Sundays. The justice, Henry Tyler, ordered her to appear in court to pursue her complaint, but she failed to appear. However, the court suspected that she has been prevented by her master with intent to obstruct the course of justice and ordered the sheriff to take her into custody so that she could prosecute her master. 114 Neighbors might step in to protect a maltreated servant or apprentice. In 1712, William and Eliza Young filed a petition on behalf of apprentice William Vernon against Humphrey Nixon for maltreatment, including neglecting to provide wholesome diet and whipping Vernon naked. Vernon may have been sheltering with the Youngs at the time. They also asked for 40 shillings in damages for Vernon. However, the court decided that there was no cause of complaint and mandated that Vernon return to his master. 115. Although the servants in these cases succeeded in gaining the attention of the court, not all of them gained significantly. Many were left with their abusive masters and mistresses. Violent masters mainly escaped punishment and so might conclude that they could continue with impunity. Undoubtedly, many servants feared similar treatment and never complained about ill treatment, or were ignored when they tried. Masters could also use the courts to retaliate against their servants. In 1659, William Perrott sued his former servant, Alice Brassa, for defamation. She had claimed to her new master, Captain Waring, that Perrott had severely beaten her, breaking 2 of her ribs, and imperiling her life. Perrott likely would have continued his violence against Brassa, but as she was in another household, his only recourse was the courts. 2 or 3 weeks after her sale to Waring, Brassa still seemed lame and was observed to be covered with bruises. However, the court dismissed both parties without action, thereby leaving both parties responsible for their court fees. 116 A possible interpretation of this non-judgment is that Brassa had demonstrated the severity of the beating but not that it had threatened her life or permanent health. This would have marginally voided the claim of defamation, but not sufficiently to incline the court in her favor. In addition, having been sold to Waring, the court no longer needed to further protect her from Perrott. Sexual assault, an additional form of violence that may have been implicit in some of these cases, is discussed in Chapter 6. Defamation cases. The burden of proof was high for servants, even when they were supposedly protected by the law. In May 1640, Patrick Hitchcock and Alexander Joyner, 2 servants in Barbados, alleged that their master, Captain Stanhope, had vented some injurious and malicious speeches much tending to the dishonor and disgrace of the Barbados governor. Stanhope confessed that while in his drunken essay he had made scurrilous speeches against the governor. He was imprisoned to remain during the governor's pleasure. However, the servants were also punished, ostensibly because they had lewd and profane lives and because there was some uncertainty about their statements. They did very much from their former depositions. They were imprisoned and whipped at the public whipping post, receiving 20 lashes each. One must speculate, however, that their punishment was a form of retaliation against servants who dared contradict their master. 117. Defamation was a serious concern, but courts were relatively even-handed when servants and masters clashed on this issue. 118 For example, in 1666, the Maryland Provincial Court heard a case for defamation against former indentured servant William Champ, who was being sued by his erstwhile master, William Moorcroft, who had then just recently become an attorney. Champ had called his master a cheating old knave, although it is unclear whether this occurred before or after he had finished his service. Champ himself admitted to the insult, even refused to retract it, but claimed that he had made it prior to Moorcroft's assumption of position. The court's judgment was primarily concerned with this latter point, and it eventually determined that since the words had been uttered prior to Moorcroft's swearing in, they were not actionable. The court thus decided in favor of the former servant against his master. 119 Champ flourished as a freeman shortly thereafter, marrying and working as a physician, although he died early in 1668. 120 In another case, a servant, James the Scot, was falsely accused of theft in 17th-century Virginia. The court awarded him £200 of tobacco to compensate for the harm to his reputation. 121 On the other hand, in 1638 Virginia, servant Margaret Harrington sought revenge against her mistress, Sarah Julian, for abuse, saying now she would be even with her and claiming Julian had engaged in carnal copulation with a man not her husband. Lack of evidence led to Harrington being punished for defamation with 100 stripes upon the bare shoulders and also ordered to ask her mistress for forgiveness. Here now in court. 122. Richard Austin called his mistress a whore, for which the court sentenced him to 30 lashes well laid on his bare back. 123 These excessively harsh punishments could also be imposed on free individuals who alleged sexual impropriety without proof. Earlier in the same year, Deborah Glasscock alleged of Captain Sipsey that his maidservant was with child by him but then offered no proof. She was sentenced to 100 stripes on the bare shoulders and likewise asked the SD capt. Sipsey forgiveness. Here now in court and the next Sabbath at the parish church. 124 Notably, the damage to the servant's reputation was not addressed. Disputes about term of servitude. Servants sought to employ the courts to protect their rights, sometimes suing for freedom, as did Rickett McCain and Hester Nichols and her father, and other times suing their former masters or mistresses for delayed freedom dues or other obligations owed them by contract or custom. Many servants appeared in court protesting against unscrupulous masters who sought to keep them indentured past the legal termination of their contracts. Richard Newman petitioned the Maryland Provincial Court for freedom in February 1679 after his appropriately named current master, Captain Sly, had refused to free him in November of the previous year. The court searched the papers from the estate of Newman's previous master, who had died 3.5 years earlier, discovered a certificate validating Newman's claim, and ordered that Captain Sly free Newman and pay his freedom dues. 125 Even servants without a paper contract could successfully sue for both their freedom and their freedom dues. William Knaggs sued his master Robert Kenley in the Maryland Provincial Court in 1660, arguing that despite there being no indentures, he had served 4 years and ought to be freed. Kenley hoped to keep him in servitude for 7. However, the jury stated that a servant coming in at 16 years of age without indentures ought not to serve above 4 years according to the custom of this province, and that not only was Knaggs free but also Kenley owed him freedom dues and was liable for the court costs. 126 In a comparable case, Joseph Inglesby, a servant brought from Virginia to Maryland, argued in the Maryland Provincial Court that his master was trying to keep him in indenture an extra year, based on the former colony's longer terms of indenture under the custom of the country. The court found in Inglesby's favor, ruling that Maryland was not bound by that act in Virginia concerning servants' servitudes, and also mandated that Inglesby's master pay him his freedom dues according to Maryland custom. 127 In 1686 Virginia, Thomas Mountfort sold his servant woman Marjorie Crowe to Alexander McDaniel for a 3-year term. However, Crowe was granted her freedom in court after 2 years. Mountfort was ordered to compensate McDaniel for the value of the lost year and pay the court fees. 128. Elizabeth Canay was the plaintiff in a more difficult dispute involving both her freedom and her freedom dues. She was obliged to go to the Maryland Provincial Court twice to obtain her rights. In February 1679, her master, Mark Cordia, had transferred her to his son-in-law, John L. Ekant, who had agreed to let Canay go free immediately if she would forego her freedom dues. However, Cordia had then arrested Canay as a runaway and claimed extra time of servitude from her as a result. Canay was able to produce her discharge document in court, but the court deemed it invalid and ordered her to serve the rest of her original time with Cordia, though it provided some protection against retaliation by mandating that Cordia be forever debarred from taking any advantage against the said Elizabeth for the time she absented herself. Yet on May 12, 1680, she was in court again because Cordia had refused to allow her freedom and freedom dues, owed on May 6. The court found in her favor and ordered Cordia to free her and provide her corn and clothing. 129 The rapidity with which Canay resorted to the court to obtain her rights suggests that she was an unusually proactive individual, and perhaps also that she had anticipated trouble with Cordia. The previous year, the court had made a similar decision in favor of another servant illegally detained past his time by the intractable Cordia. 130. False contractual dealings were another reason that servants resorted to the courts. In 1670, the Maryland Provincial Court responded to the petition of John Griffith, a poor and ignorant indentured servant from Maryland who sued his erstwhile master Thomas Paine, claiming that he had been tricked out of the freedom dues owed him with a false document that the possibly illiterate Griffith had been persuaded to sign or mark. Griffith won, and the court ordered that Paine pay the corn and clothes and other things according to the custom of the country which is due to him. 131 In a similar case of fraud, Thomas Darner had signed a contract for a 4-year indenture in England. But when in Maryland, Humphrey Warren, the factor for the shipper, had confiscated the document, erased Darner's name, and substituted the name of another servant. Darner was judged to be 17 years old in 1668 and sold at the custom of the country for a 7-year period. In 1672, he sued for his freedom. The jury examined the indenture contract and awarded Darner his freedom. His master was made responsible for the cost of suit, perhaps under the assumption that he had colluded with Warren. 132 Similarly, when a Maryland master attempted to alter a contract made in 1739 by erasing a time of 4 years and replacing it with 7, and then selling his servant, the court found for the servant over his new master, who wanted to retain the servant's time based on the new sale contract. 133. Altering a contract or neglecting its terms was cause for a lawsuit. Elizabeth Frame sued her master Thomas Davis in 1657 in the Maryland Provincial Court, alleging that she had been deprived of her freedom. The previous year, Davis had purchased her for 3 years from John Hawkins. The court ordered her to bring proof of her freedom to the next session. In the interim, she left Davis's service. Frame failed to bring in proof, and Davis sued her in 1658 for damages, including court costs and loss of her time, and asked for her to be returned to his service. He brought in a copy of a contract, which was transcribed in the court records, verifying that Frame had agreed to her purchase from her previous master, John Hawkins, for the period of 3 years beginning in 1656, which also added a half year to her original contract. However, Frame pointed out that the contract had also stated that Hawkins was to give her a cow-calf, as speedily as he can, which he had not done. 134 Furthermore, in a facile argument that led the court recorder to dub her Elizabeth the Deft, she pointed out that she had been a servant when she had engaged in the contract, which was therefore invalid. 135 The court agreed that she had no further obligation of service and that she remained free. The irrepressible Frame then demanded freedom dues of clothing from Davis, which was granted by the court. Davis was left only with the advice of the court to sue Hawkins. 136. Many servants sued their masters and mistresses for attempting to default on freedom dues, a more common occurrence if the master or mistress was not the original employer of a servant who had only served a short term with them. In 1693, Mary Cranshaw sued her former master Leonard Jones for not giving her freedom dues. She had been sold to Jones by William Gross and presented the court with a note signed by Gross in 1691 transferring the remaining 3 years and 8 months of her service to Jones. The court ruled that Cranshaw was free and that Jones was to pay her clothing and corn, as well as court costs. 137 In 1710 Virginia, Abigail O'Brien successfully sued her former master in court because, although she had been released from her service early being greatly afflicted with sickness, she had not received her freedom dues. 138 A claim of poverty by the former master, or even his death, was insufficient cause for withholding the dues. This was verified in 1648 when Henry Spink petitioned the Maryland Provincial Court to recover his freedom dues from his deceased master Nicholas Hanvey's estate. The executor of the will claimed that he did not possess the requisite goods, there being no such assets to be found in the estate, leading the court to assess the freedom dues value in tobacco. 139 In Virginia in 1711, Robert Francis sued his master William Babb, who had inherited Francis after his former master John Babb died. The outcome is not recorded. 140 There were many more examples of servants suing for release from servitude, for withheld freedom dues, or for damages based on being held in servitude too long, indicating that the right to sue was widely known. 141. The individual situations of indentured servants varied considerably, but always remained uncertain. Servants were at risk for many hazards, such as disease that threatened the entire settler community, as well as risks specific to indentured servitude. The latter included the dangerous passage across the ocean, poor living conditions involving bad or insufficient food, clothes, and lodging, or excessively hard labor, as well as cruelty by vicious masters. Meanwhile, servants were limited in their ability to engage in economic transactions that might have bettered their situations. The servitude relationship gave masters and mistresses inordinate power to maltreat servants. While cultural norms in theory limited the amount of abuse, in actuality, masters had a great deal of impunity. Often they were only punished in extreme cases, such as murder or severe physical abuse, while the burden of proof was high. There were some mitigating factors, including social norms that saw servants as Englishmen with certain rights, including medical care and fulfilling the provisions of their contracts. Further, many masters' and mistresses' behavior remained within the bounds of appropriate social norms, and some even treated their servants with kindness. Nonetheless, these individual relationships could not completely alleviate the inherently exploitative nature of indentured servitude. Additionally, while the English state and colonial governments recognized servants as rights-bearing members of society and provided legal remedies against the worst forms of violence and abuse, in practice this generally depended on the awareness, ability, and resolve of individuals to utilize the courts, leaving many wrongs unredressed. 6. Women in indentured servitude. Approximately 2/3 of indentured servants were men, who were generally preferred by colonial masters. However, women were also in demand as domestic servants, and the colonies, beset by unequal gender ratios among English settlers, also hoped for marriageable women who would complete their servitude and marry colonial men. 1 Most shippers of indentured servants preferentially chose men, whose contracts were worth more at auction in the colonies, but there were increased ratios of women in servant cargoes that included convicts, indigents, and kidnapped persons. Early modern women who were indentured servants were in a precarious position. Often women's experiences in servitude paralleled those of men. However, women also experienced particular constraints and risks in servitude. In early modern England, women's rights were significantly limited in comparison with those of men and with modern conceptions of human rights. However, they included rights to life, subsistence, religious participation, some property and inheritance, as well as various rights associated with social status and entitlements by birth. 2 In addition, women servants possessed a very significant right that equaled that of men, the right to petition for grievances in the courts. Indeed, in late 17th century Maryland, women were considerably more likely than men to win suits for overextension of indenture and slightly more likely to win any suit. 3 Although they occupied an underprivileged social category, women and, as shown in the next chapter, children were still seen as rights-bearing members of society if they were of English, British, or Irish descent. Nonetheless, their overall rights remained limited in comparison with those of men. Women additionally faced sexual double standards that restricted their autonomy and placed more stringent standards on their behavior, although they sometimes found ways to subvert cultural norms to express agency. While all servants were at risk of abuse from their masters, women were more likely than men to be sexually harassed or assaulted by other males of the household, against which there was little recourse. Women's sexual lives were also subject to more coercive control than men's. Women were more likely than men to be punished for fornication, which was usually revealed through pregnancy. If they bore children while under contract, they were typically punished by a public whipping, and the length of their contract could be lengthened to compensate for the labor lost during their pregnancy. As a consequence of the coverture laws, women servants who married slaves were sometimes enslaved themselves. Women's entry into servitude. Many female indentured servants agreed to enter servitude, like Mary Hilliard and her daughter. They likely traveled for the same reasons as men, to seek opportunity or escape destitution. When the Conqueror was searched by British authorities, the 2 kidnapped women aboard were willing to continue with the voyage if they had their clothes, while a dozen other rescued servants departed the ship, illustrating the fine line between the 2 alternatives. 4 Some women also saw indenture as a chance for independence and adventure, as shown in Elizabeth Ashbridge's autobiography. Later in her life, Elizabeth Ashbridge regretted disobeying her parents and entering indenture as a mistake of her headstrong youth. Yet she also wrote about her adolescent sense of being deprived opportunity as a woman. I sometimes wept with sorrow that I was not a boy. Even after experiencing abuse by her master and reconciling with her parents, she rejected her father's offer to pay off her indenture, preferring to pay it off through her own needlework. My proud heart would not consent to return in so mean a condition, and I therefore chose bondage rather. 5. Women's experiences also significantly diverged from those of men. A larger percentage of indentured women than men were transported by force. Women in England earned lower wages than men and were eligible for fewer kinds of work. The large numbers of impoverished women and children roaming urban streets, with limited possibilities for earning a stable living, were viewed with consternation by the authorities. 6 The indigence of so many early modern women, especially single women, meant that to survive many had to resort to crime, especially theft, vagrancy, or prostitution. The narrow options women faced must have made the expanded opportunities of indentured servitude seem more desirable. Yet to some extent, it was harder for women to enter servitude than men. They were generally less desirable laborers and brought a lower price when sold in the colonies, making shippers hesitant to transport them. Expectations of marriage. By the conventions and laws of early modern society, women were conceived of as inherently dependent. 7 Unlike men, who were expected to become productive and independent members of society upon finishing their contracts, women were frequently sent overseas as future wives, under the expectation that they would marry into colonial society, a form of productivity, but not one based upon autonomy or independence. Coverture laws prevailed in the colonies as in England, and a married woman, or femme covered, was theoretically a dependent of her husband and lacked a legal persona. The latter precluded, for example, her ability to engage in economic transactions or control property, even an inheritance, to earn separate wages, to act as a witness in court, and, perhaps more beneficially, to bear responsibility for crimes committed in the presence of her husband. 8 By way of illustration, in Sarah Taylor's case for abuse against her employers, the Bradnoxes, it is likely that the jury, though clearly sympathetic to Taylor, did not find Mrs. Bradnox guilty because her violence against Taylor had been committed with the approval of her husband, whose early death prevented his own prosecution. 9 To some degree, coverture expectations were moderated in the colonies, with both single and married women taking on unexpected roles in legal cases and economic transactions through necessity. 10 For instance, in 18th century Virginia, there were a number of instances of wives being granted power of attorney in court. 11 Single women, the most likely group to become servants, were allowed to take part in economic transactions, such as signing indenture contracts, but were in a particularly difficult situation. Masterless women were perceived as disorderly and liable to sinful behavior, as well as responsible for eliciting sinful behavior in men. As a result, many single women in England were forced into service with greater frequency than their male counterparts, with authorities setting their wages. A large percentage of young women spent some time in service even in Britain. 12 Servant women were held to be in a lower status category than married women or single women living in their relative's household. In addition to being poor and dependent, they were viewed as lacking sexual morality, which justified strict restrictions on their sexuality. They were sometimes termed wenches, a word that suggested a bondwoman, but also sexual immorality, filth, and disease. The label was even more commonly used to refer to young enslaved women. 13 For example, the term was casually used in Joan Nicol Got Sued for Freedom when one witness, a fellow servant, referred to her as the swench. 14 Figure 6.1 Endemic poverty in London, a woman beggar and her children, from Marcellus Laroon, the cries of the City of London drawn after the life. Most women came to the colonies as servants, but after their servitude, there was a significant expectation that they would marry men in colonial society. There were more enslaved African women in the colonies than free white women, but they were not usually considered marriage partners for white men. However, sex ratios were unequal among the enslaved as well, with men outnumbering women. In general, unmarried white women were believed to have excellent prospects for matrimony in the colonies, even if they had pasts that would have made marriage difficult in Britain. 15 Lois Carr's research suggests that poor women did have greater opportunities for marriage in the Chesapeake than in England. 16 John Hammond, the promoter of colonization, wrote that women could easily advance themselves in marriage, yet at the same time, he cautioned against single women living alone. I advise them to sojourn in a house of honest repute, because though even loose women seldom live long unmarried, if they were to match with men who were dissolute, they would never live handsomely or ever respected. 17 Similarly, the more blunt George Alsop wrote, the women that go over into this province as servants, have the best luck here as in any place of the world besides, for they are no sooner on shore, but they are courted into a copulative matrimony. 18. The possibility of marriage was used by recruiters to entice poor women in Britain into signing indenture contracts, some promising marriage within a few months. 19. The unequal gender ratio among English settlers also led to requests by colonial authorities to send women to marry into colonial society without the necessity of working in service, instigating transportation plans by the English government specifically targeting women. 20. From 1619, the first session of the Virginia Assembly, lawmakers discussed how to bring more English women into the colony. In 1620, Virginia requested 100 maids to maid wives as well as male servants. The women were not to be servants and not to be sold but, rather, allowed to choose a husband. The lack of a servitude requirement was intended to incentivize women to come to the colony, where they could gain the status of a wife and the safety of a household without committing to years of hard labor. 21. In 1660, James Leigh, Earl of Marlborough, attempted to rectify the gender imbalance among English settlers in Jamaica by encouraging poor maids, preferably not prisoners, to come to Jamaica for planters' wives. Dowries were not necessary, he pointed out, because the custom of the planter is to give, not to require anything with his wife, a point doubtlessly intended to reassure his English audience that such women would be acceptable partners for wealthy planters. 22. Indeed, while poor English women had traditionally provided their own wherewithal for a marriage, for higher levels of society, the frequent necessity of waiving dowries in the early colonial period may have contributed to the practice fading in the American colonies. Of course, servant women remained more likely to marry men from the same socio-economic level, like Abigail Shanks, whose future husband John Shanks, a well-to-do former servant, paid off her indenture and soon after married her. 23. However, the repeated attempts to bring in women suggest that, overall, the idea of an overseas marriage was not sufficiently enticing for many women. 24. Potential marriage prospects aside, most transported women were sent to indentured labor, often by force. In 1653, a Bristol merchant applied to ship 250 Irish women to New England. This was turned down, but when he modified his request to a cargo of male and female beggars and vagabonds from Cork, it was granted. 25. Supplying marriageable women was likely a motivation behind Henry Cromwell's plans to send 1,000 Irish girls to Jamaica. 26. Most requests for women specified that only respectable poor women were to be sent over. However, in some cases, these schemes seem to have included women who would otherwise have been undesirable marriage partners, such as a 1656 proposal to send English prostitutes to Jamaica as potential wives. This scheme was eventually abandoned. 27. Even so, prostitutes could rise socio-economically by agreeing to travel to the colonies to marry colonial men, though in some cases, prostitutes appear to have seen the colonial milieu as an opportunity to continue practicing their trade rather than settle into a domestic arrangement. 28. For example, John Hammond wrote critically of the early days of the Virginia colony when, in order to supply servants for the colonies, there were jails emptied, youth seduced, infamous women drilled in. 29. Convict women. Convict women represented a relatively small proportion of the servant women transported across the ocean, but because of their encounters with the courts, more records remain about them than about any other group. Their criminal records provide details not only about the reasons for their transportation but also about the stratagems that ordinary poor women developed to tackle the obstacles of survival in early modern London. Some women showed extraordinary initiative in forwarding their criminal careers, which usually revolved around subterfuge, deceit, and scams rather than the outright violence more common to male convicts. A striking example can be found in the criminal career of Elizabeth Longman, a habitual lawbreaker, who was condemned to death in 1676 for repeated thievery and for returning early from transportation, the punishment for her prior offenses. Longman had been gone overseas only 14 months before her indenture contract was bought off through a collection of money by her criminal associates in England, referred to by the magistrate as the Brotherhood. However, By returning early, she was evading punishment. After returning to England, Longman resumed her career in theft, was caught and imprisoned in Newgate, and was then found to have coordinated the robbery of a person of quality while still imprisoned. 30 She was presented to the court as an audacious instigator who had reportedly incited her associates to theft, once seeing some unguarded silver in a wealthy household and opportunistically saying, "And will you only see it? Then you deserve to starve indeed, when fortune puts booty, as it were, in your mouths, and you are such cowards, that you dare not take it." 31 Even when convicted of multiple crimes, Longman continued to fight for her life, claiming pregnancy, but to no avail. 32 The pregnancy defense or pleading the belly conferred at least a temporary and usually a permanent reprieve from punishment, if the claimant was believed. 33 Longman represents a particularly interesting case. She appears to have been a leader in her criminal gang, which explains the collection in order to pay off her contract and return passage, and why she was essential to the later theft plans. It is difficult to determine how common it was for women to have risen to her position within the criminal hierarchy of directing the kind and number of men implied by the term brotherhood. She was clearly a person of resourcefulness and proficiency in her trade, yet her allusion to starvation indicates a substantial incentive pushing poverty-stricken women into a life of crime. Longman's inability to escape her final sentence resulted from jury perceptions that she was a hardened criminal. The life trajectory of Moll Floyd was one of dabbling in crime rather than participating in a criminal organization. In 1674, she was convicted of enticing an 8-year-old girl into an unfamiliar London neighborhood, robbing her of her valuable clothing, and then abandoning her. Fortunately, the crying child was taken in by a kindly passerby, and her parents were eventually found. After being jailed, Floyd pleaded for transportation as a respite from a capital sentence, which was granted on July 17, 1674. She too appears to have been a habitual criminal, as the court clerk sarcastically wrote that she was committed to Newgate. 34 She may have then been transported, or may have remained in England, resumed her crimes, and ultimately faced a worse punishment, because a year later, an unnamed woman described as the woman that stripped the children of their clothes was sentenced to death at Newgate. Like Longman, this woman, who was perhaps Floyd, attempted to plead pregnancy but was turned down. 35 A similar story was that of Mary Carleton, a notorious con artist convicted of fraud, polygamy, and theft. She was transported to Jamaica in 1671 but returned within 2 years. Carleton, who was known for her wit, wrote a popular memoir and acted in a play about her own life. 36 Even the Newgate Calendar, a collection of condemnatory stories about executed felons, half-admiringly described her as a prodigious woman, who, had she been virtuously inclined, was capable of being the phoenix of her age. Nonetheless, she too died on the gallows after attempting a last-minute pregnancy plea. 37 Like today, it was apparently difficult to leave a life of lawlessness because the desperation or incentives that had instigated criminal activities continued to exist. Another woman, Jane Voss, referred to as a notorious thief, boldly stole the Lord Chancellor's symbolic mace as part of her extensive criminal history. Sentenced to death, she claimed she was pregnant, and her punishment was reduced to transportation. In Voss's case, the pregnancy claim was invalidated after a long time continued in prison proved it false, but her sentence of transportation still held. She returned to England at the end of her service, resumed her career of theft even after her husband was executed, and was herself eventually executed. 38 However, there must have been other women like Longman, Floyd, and Voss who managed to evade capture to continue their previous life paths, whether criminal or otherwise. Pleading the belly. One commonality in all of these cases was pleading the belly, the pregnancy defense. The available means of reprieve were different for men and women. Men could sometimes win reprieve for benefit of the clergy, but women did not legally receive benefit of the clergy until two statutes passed in 1623 and 1692.39. For example, Transcripts from the trial of a woman found guilty of bigamy in 1676 and condemned to die related that she was not eligible to be reprieved, her sex not being capable of the benefit of the clergy. 40 Bigamy was a serious crime, especially for a woman, and probably limited the availability of recourse in this case. However, in other circumstances, convicted women could, and did, ask for reduced punishments. For women, these would normally consist of either branding on the hand or transportation. For instance, in December 1678, the sentences for a group of convicts condemned to capital sentences were reduced, those to whom the benefit of clergy, as men, and the punishment of branding, as women, was allowed. 41 In capital cases, courts were more likely to be lenient toward those who were young, first-time offenders and those who seemed regretful. 42. The existence of a pregnancy defense meant that both actual and claimed pregnancy could become a strategy for women to escape punishment when convicted of capital crimes. In theory, a woman was to be brought back before the court after delivering a baby to plead her case again. In practice, pregnancy reprieves usually turned into transportation or, more often, release through respite from the king. 43 One consideration was the financial cost of care for the infant if the mother was executed or transported. Parishes preferred for women to provide for their own children, even if the mother was considered to demonstrate depraved morals by bearing illegitimate children. 44 Contemporaries sometimes suspected that women might have deliberately incurred pregnancy in jail in order to be reprieved. For example, in October 1685, Newgate's bishop berated the condemned criminals to repent, including 3 women who had successfully pled pregnancy. He expressed suspicion that their pregnancies had been incurred in jail, a very sinful artifice to prevent a sudden execution, hoping thereby to get a transportation. He referred to their respite from death as a certain fact. 45 Early modern jails consisted of large open rooms in which criminals had opportunity to consort with each other as well as with guards, providing opportunities for both voluntary sexual activity and rape. Rape was not a concern for prison authorities, who seemed to have assumed that pregnancies were deliberately incurred, consistent with the early modern perception that conception could only occur if a woman had consented to sex. 46 Thus, contemporaries often considered women who became pregnant in prison or single women who entered prison pregnant to be morally depraved. Indeed, pleading the belly normally only succeeded once. If women were recommitted for another crime, they could not use this defense again. 47 To some extent, this must have reduced the number of women claiming this defense. Nonetheless, the pregnancy defense was often successful, despite medical and moral obstacles. In an age when medical knowledge was scant, pregnancy could only positively be established if women were quick with child, meaning that there was perceptible motion from the fetus, usually at well past 4 months gestation. 48 This could have been possible even for pregnancies that had begun during the time that a woman was imprisoned, because offenders often waited weeks or months for a trial. In order to verify pregnancy, courts looked to those with expertise. Rather than turning to medical practitioners, women's claims of pregnancy had to be attested to by a jury of women responsible for gauging whether a woman was pregnant. These women, also referred to as a jury of matrons, were chosen for their respectability. 49 The term jury implies that they were expected to exercise juridical as well as medical expertise, as suggested in the statement, the jury of women bringing in their verdict it was truth, yet officially they were appointed to make a medical determination. 50 Nonetheless, the unusually high percentage of positive verdicts as well as the statements of contemporaries indicates that these juries sometimes showed sympathy toward the accused. Between 1674 and 1750, out of 746 capital cases with a verdict of guilty at the Old Bailey, 200 women, or about 26.8%, were able to successfully plead the belly. 51 That means that more than a quarter of women found guilty of capital crimes were RESPI'd for pregnancy. This seems an extraordinarily high figure if those pregnancies were assumed to be real, especially if one considers that the proportion of women accused of capital crimes likely encompassed all ages of women and some who may have been too early in their term to be confirmed as pregnant. These figures are still more striking because some women convicts did not claim pregnancy or were excluded from the pregnancy defense because they had already employed it previously. 52 Legal commentators remarked on this trend, like 17th century jurist Matthew Hale, who observed that I have rarely found but the compassion of their sex is gentle to them in their verdict, if there be any color to support a sparing verdict. 53. One such case is that of a woman sentenced to be burned at the stake for coining. Coining was a felony, and a form of treason since 1555, punished by drawing and quartering of men and burning of women. However, most people regarded this as excessive punishment, and magistrates and jurors were often sympathetic to the accused. 54 In December 1677, the unnamed woman was sentenced to be burned to death. Her situation was particularly egregious because after she had obtained her husband's acquittal by claiming that he was sleeping in another room in bed while she was melting down the stolen metal, he was asked in court if he regretted her conviction and had callously responded, "I am very willing the law should have its course, better one than both." 55 However, she claimed pregnancy, which was affirmed 5 days later by the jury of matrons. The execution was suspended by the court that the innocent babe might not perish with the guilty mother. 56 What happened to her is not recorded, but women who were found pregnant were usually freed, in theory temporarily, but without efforts being made later to locate them. 57. Hale's statement also implies the exercise of judicial judgment. A percentage of women claiming pregnancy were turned down by the jury of women, though accurate figures are difficult to come by. Court recorders usually did not record pleas, only final sentences or remission and reprieve of those sentences, although they sometimes included the reasons for the latter categories. Elizabeth Longman's case history, for example, demonstrated that she was a habitual criminal. If we assume that the juries of matrons were influenced by factors other than medical findings, we can also see them wielding negative judgments in cases involving incorrigibles and other unsympathetic individuals, who were indeed least likely to be found pregnant. Coverture. A further defense available only to married women was through coverture, the legal precept that a married woman was not fully legally responsible for crimes committed with the awareness of her husband. In some cases, only the husband was prosecuted for crimes committed by a married couple. 58 Some women employed a kind of coverture defense in court, claiming that they had committed crimes while under their husband's authority, an argument that could potentially result in a complete dismissal of charges. For example, in December 1678, a woman was apprehended with a gang of horse thieves that included her 2 brothers and husband, but was freed after claiming what she did was done by coercion even though she was caught riding one of the horses. 59 Another woman argued that one of her confederates in a theft was her husband, though she produced a marriage certificate. The jury decided it was counterfeit and found her guilty. 60 On the other hand, married women who were convicted of murdering their husbands, petit treason, were virtually always executed as hardened and incorrigible criminals. Women were far more likely to be executed for killing a spouse than men. 61. Transportation. Like Mal Floyd, another way to stave off capital punishment was to angle for transportation as a lesser evil. This, of course, was also an option for men. However, it appears that women and men were not convicted at the same rates, with a higher percentage of women receiving the sentence of transportation than men. There were no legal guidelines advising more lenient sentencing for unmarried women, but the practice of the law was highly variable, and courts had significant discretion in both conviction and sentencing. 62. In practice, disparities occurred for a number of reasons. It appears that some magistrates were more likely to reprieve women than men by transmuting women's sentences to transportation. 63 In other instances, it appears that courts were more likely to prosecute female rather than male offenders. 64 Likewise, juries often gave lesser penalties to both men and women in order to prevent death sentences, but also varied in their tendencies to be more or less favorable toward women. Often, lenience was based upon the character of the accused. However, this placed an additional onus on women to prove that they were dependents under coverture or mainly of good character. 65. There were many individual cases in which sentencing was comparable for both sexes, but also a significant number in which disparities existed, with women more likely to be acquitted, reprieved, or given reduced sentences, especially for capital crimes. This was particularly marked in cases where sentencing guidelines were dissimilar, as in capital offences with benefit of the clergy. 66 For example, in a case tried at the Old Bailey in October 1694, out of 9 men and 5 women initially condemned to die, all of the women but none of the men had their sentences commuted to transportation. 67 Similarly, in 1718, out of 22 offenders convicted of capital offences, 17 were RESPI'd, including all 7 of the women, 5 for transportation and 2 who successfully pled pregnancy, presumably released. 68 These cases and others show women were less likely to be charged with transportable crimes but more likely to be sentenced to transportation than men. 69 The actual number may have been even higher because of the sparse reporting of sentences. In addition to the 200 out of 746 women RESPI'd for pregnancy mentioned earlier, another 38 women at the Old Bailey, or about 5%, were RESPI'd for other reasons. The outcome is unknown for 491 or 65.8% of the capital cases involving women. 71 Reason for passage of the 1718 Transportation Act was that courts were reluctant to give too many capital sentences for lesser crimes that could be RESPI'd to transportation, but shippers were disinclined to ship women. Making transportation a sentence instead of a respite allowed the government to ship away women who were accumulating in large numbers in prison. 71 While relieving women from execution, the tendency to punish women with transportation actually resulted in a higher frequency of punishment for women, some of whom would have been simply reprieved in the past. 72 Convict women have left more records behind them than women from other populations, but most female indentured servants were not convicts. Rather, they were women who found themselves in extremely limiting circumstances, typically acute poverty. Indeed, the majority of indentured servants, men or women, were willing migrants who had contracted for their labor in London or Bristol. However, willing women servants also faced problems in becoming servants, especially in selling their labor, as they were often perceived as less valuable laborers than men. 73 On landing on the western shores of the Atlantic, captains sold servants' contracts to the highest bidders. From the captain's perspective, then, this meant that women were less lucrative cargoes for shipping since they had a lower market value. Sometimes women were able to raise their labor value by agreeing to serve for longer contracts than men, up to 7 years. 74 This was also true of child servants, who contracted for the longest terms. Women's work in the colonies. Once women arrived in the colonies, they mostly worked in typically female occupations such as domestic work in household, including cooking and child care, dairying, and working with poultry. However, many faced new labor arrangements, being required to take on male labor working in the fields. 75 Even though propagandist John Hammond had assured his readers that the women are not put into the ground to work but occupy such domestic employments and housewifery as in England, that is dressing victuals, riding up the house, milking, employed about dairies, washing, sewing, and both men and women have times of recreations, as much or more than in any part of the world. Besides, he had qualified his statement by adding that some wenches that are nasty, beastly, and not fit to be so employed are put into the ground, for reason tells us, they must not at charge be transported and then maintained for nothing. But those that prove so awkward are rather burdensome than servants desirable or useful. 76 Readers of his tract may well have been suspicious of his disclaimer of what is reported or the criterion that determined which wenches were nasty and beastly and destined to work in the fields. On the other hand, Revel described his first master owning 6 male servants who worked in the fields, besides 4 transport women in the house, to wait upon his daughter and his spouse. 77. Yet some indentured women were surprised and displeased to find that they were expected to do heavy farm labor that in England had been the purview of men. Often the tasks most associated with women's work were at least partially done by the mistress, while women indentured servants were expected to take part in tilling, hoeing, and other physically demanding work. 78 Part of the complaint of the trapined maiden was that she was forced to do farm labor, typically the role of men in England. The axe and the hoe / have wrought my overthrow, and I have played my part, / both at plough and at cart, while billets from the wood, / upon my back they load, in addition to duties at more typical female tasks such as bringing water, grinding grain, and caring for a child. 79 In the satiric sotweed factor, on the other hand, an indentured woman was described at domestic labor and weeding corn or feeding swine, outdoor farm tasks but less heavy. 80 In colonies like Barbados, where the work for servants consisted mainly of hard manual labor outdoors, there were few women servants by the end of the 17th century. 81 The reality borne out by most of the court cases that mentioned women, seems to have been a mixture of a gendered division of domestic labor and outside work. Women and freedom dues. Women's indentures also differed from men's in the allotment of freedom dues. Women's dues were usually less valuable than men's, which is consistent with the lower rates of pay for women laborers in Britain that were enshrined in tradition and contracts. 82 Men often received land, tools, or money, but women frequently received dues of clothing, a valuable form of movable capital in some ways but not necessarily as productive as the male dues. For example, in the 1654 scheme to entice Irish servants to the continent, men were to receive money, while women would obtain clothing. 83 Clothing was particularly suitable for women who were expected to eventually marry into a male-headed household, taking their goods with them. 84 During their contracted period, women rarely received skilled vocational training, except in domestic duties. In the early days of settlement, when land was still relatively plentiful and cheap in the mainland colonies, there were some expectations of similar, though not always equal, freedom dues. A 1667 advertisement urging colonists to come to the Carolinas stated that every servant at the expiration of their service are to have the same quantity of land for him or herself that their master had for their bringing over. Also, the master is bound to give them 2 suits of apparel and a set of tools to work with when he is out of his time. 85 Although the pronouns are not consistent, this seems to indicate an equal assurance for dues. Nonetheless, women servants were not counted equal to men. In the same document, masters were encouraged to bring male rather than female servants by being awarded head rights that bestowed more land per male servant, 100 acres for each family member and each male servant, and 50 acres for each female servant and each slave. 86 In 1669, the Lords Proprietors of Carolina issued similar provisions and announced that newly arrived free individuals over age 16 would receive 150 acres, plus 150 acres for each man-servant, but 100 acres for each woman servant or each male under 16. The servants themselves would receive equal amounts regardless of sex, 100 acres. 87 2 years later, the Lords Proprietors reduced the amount of land made available to women servants and ordained that subsequently arriving free persons and male servants would receive 100 acres, while women and males under 16 would receive 70 acres to his or her proper use when out of their time and to their heirs forever. 88 This was reiterated in 1672, but the amount of land given in male servants' dues was reduced to 70 acres. 89 Thus in the Carolinas, as in other colonies, women were less valued as colonists and also received lower freedom dues than men. It is unclear whether the quality of land given to men and women varied, or whether women trained mainly as domestic servants could effectively cultivate their land. As the availability of land decreased, the disparity between women's and men's dues persisted. By 1676, men's freedom dues for those serving at the custom of the country in Maryland consisted of clothing, corn, and tools, while women received only clothes and corn. 90 From 1715, both men and women were to receive clothing, but men obtained farm tools and a gun, while women got 3 barrels of corn. Thus, while men were given productive tools to enter independent life, women were given means of sustenance, presumably to provide for them until they married or entered new work arrangements. 91 It may also be that land was perceived as more appropriate dues for men since women's indentured servitude was encouraged by other means. From the 1680s, women's terms of indenture got shorter relative to men's, apparently to incentivize women to migrate into the colonies. 92 Violence against servant women. Like men, women servants were vulnerable to violence from their masters and mistresses, as several of the examples in this book show, such as the cases of Margaret Redfern, Anne Beadle, Sarah Taylor, Mary Baines, Margaret Roberts, Charity Dolan, Sarah Hall, Alice Brassa, and others. 93 But women were more likely to be abused by their mistresses than men were. In addition, women's proximity to the house made them particularly vulnerable to hostile attentions from their masters and mistresses, and there appear to be more frequent cases of violent abuse of female than of male servants. For example, women were almost 5 times more likely than men to claim physical abuse in court cases in 17th century Maryland. 94 A poignant case comes from 1637 Virginia, in which Elizabeth Starkey complained in court of diverse unjust and rigorous abuses done and offered unto her by Alexander Mountney. Starkey was in an exceptionally commodified position even for a servant, and her labor was shared between 2 men. Mountney possessed only a half share in her, with the other half held by James Holloway, the 2 men having split the cost of her indenture. The Accomack County, Virginia court's decision was to transfer Starkey completely into Holloway's service, but left Holloway owing Mountney compensation for his initial payment. 95 Beyond the more usual violence of beatings, women were more likely to be the targets of sexual violence. Women servants, whether indentured or not, were particularly vulnerable to unwelcome sexual advances and rape by their masters and other males within the household. 96 Likely these dangers were exacerbated in the more isolated, haphazard, and less regulated life of the colonies. Although rape was illegal, it was difficult to prove and prosecute, particularly as women's statements were regarded as less trustworthy than those of men. In 17th century Maryland, rape was usually presented as a charge in cases of illegitimate birth or repeated abuse by masters. While women might be removed from the household, the perpetrators were rarely punished. Rape was a felony, but as English jurist Matthew Hale argued in his 17th century treatise on legal precedents, it was one of the crimes most difficult to prove because although many times persons are really guilty, yet such an evidence, as is satisfactory to prove it, can hardly be found. 97 It appears that in 17th century Delaware, though rape was probably significantly underreported, cases of rape and attempted rape were virtually always prosecuted with severity. 98 Nonetheless, women were often reluctant to report rape because of the difficulty of proof, the possibility of retaliation, and the potential damage to the victim's reputation, factors that still operate as deterrents today. In her autobiography, Elizabeth Ashbridge alluded to a sexual assault by her master. She described how at first her indenture went pretty well, but soon the scale turned, occasioned by a difference that happened wherein I was innocent. After she had repulsed his advances or had attempted to, her formerly lenient master changed, having set himself against me and was inhuman, giving her insufficient clothing and no shoes even in winter. 2 years after the difference occurred, Ashbridge told another woman, who informed others, and by her means he heard of it. Her barbarous master sent for the town whipper to correct me for spreading the rumor, even though he knew it was true. She escaped the whipping because when ordered to strip, she begged her master to pity her for my father's sake. After wrestling with himself during a turn about the room, her master let her escape punishment, perhaps because, unlike most indentured servants, Ashbridge had a father who, as a surgeon, had no great estates, yet he lived well and she had some relatives in America. Yet her reputation had been damaged. She wrote, "But now I began to think my credit gone. For they said many things of me, which I thank God were not true. And here I suffered so much cruelty I could not bear it." 99. In most cases, historical evidence of rape comes from the courts. In 1677, Judith Platts complained to the Suffolk County, Massachusetts court that her master was physically and sexually abusing her, engaging in wanton and lascivious carriages towards her and cruel beating of her. Her master was fined, and Platt was freed from her indenture. 100. In a sad case from 1659, Joseph Wick sued Richard Owens in the Maryland Court of Chancery for deception in the sale of the contract of Anne Gould, a servant woman who had been severely infected with syphilis and who had died within a few months. She had been promised to be in sound and perfect health. Gould had described to witness Anne Hinson how she had been raped and beaten by Richard Owens, who did make use of her body, after a very inhumane manner, and had infected her with the pox. This case is notable for the way in which Gould, who remained an unnamed servant woman in most of the depositions, was treated as chattel by almost everyone concerned. The case revolved not around Owens's mistreatment of Gould but on his misrepresentation of her as sound merchandise and on the infection risk to the Wicks family, who had employed her to cook their food and wash their laundry before they realized the source of her condition. She was repeatedly described in the testimonies as loathsome and stinking. The case records do describe Gould's plaintive cry that she had been undone by Owens and mention the pity of some of the witnesses, who tried to provide palliatives to ease or moderate the pain she endured and use their best skill and endeavor for her cure. Although the defendant's lawyer argued that Gould had appeared to be healthy when purchased and that Owens therefore had fulfilled the terms of the sale, Owens was ordered to provide the Wicks with another woman servant with a 4-year contract and to pay the court fees. He does not appear to have incurred a penalty for rape, or for that matter, murder. 101. The risk of making an accusation of rape is demonstrated by a 1657 Maryland case. Marguerite Manning, servant to Thomas South, had charged her master with rape. After an interrogation by the court, she withdrew her complaint but was then prosecuted for slander and sentenced to 10 lashes. She would also have had to continue serving in South's household, leaving her at risk of further assault and reprisals. 102. Likewise, when 2 servants of Captain Hilary Stringer accused their master of occasioning the death of his servant woman Eleanor Tanner in 1681, the Accomack County, Virginia court, after deliberating, decided that it was slander and ordered the servants extra time on their contracts. 103. Women servants and sexual reputation. Even if women servants engaged in consensual sexual relations, the risks and penalties were potentially more severe for them than for men. Laura Gowing's work shows the importance of reputation for early modern women, a pitfall Elizabeth Ashbridge had experienced firsthand. 104. Early modern women who were indentured servants were in a precarious position according to societal norms, coming from a social class that was often assumed to be sexually promiscuous while often exposed to sexual harassment from males in the household, whether the master's family or fellow servants. 105. However, there was also potentially some legal protection against the most damaging claims. In a case that illustrates the vulnerability of reputation for an indentured woman, in 1663, Henry Spinky accused Luke Barber of slander for calling Spinky's wife Eleanor a whore. Barber had been the shipper who had brought the former Eleanor Edwards to Maryland as an indentured servant. He acknowledged making the insult but defended his words by saying that he brought none but rogues and whores out of England, some out of Bridewell, some out of Newgate, and some from the whipping post, and added further that he had previously observed her divers times with her coats up, and that rogue Thomas Hughes WTH his breeches down. 106. Henry Spinky responded by asking for additional damages because of the harm to Eleanor's reputation, asserting that she has been almost 5 years in this country without the least blemish of immodesty, yet now, because of Barber's slanderous speeches, she had been wounded, in her credit, reputation and honor, a harm that could only be remedied by reparation awarded by the court. The jury awarded the Spinks £30,000 of tobacco, but unfortunately, on an appeal by Barber to the Maryland Assembly, inconsistencies between the deposition and the warrant led to a voiding of the case, with both parties responsible for their own court charges. 107. As in other cases where jury judgments were revisited by the Assembly, Barber's influence prevailed over the less affluent Spinks. While demonstrating the precariousness of servant women's reputations, This case also evidences that women servants could become respectable wives. Although servant women's reputations were vulnerable, like male servants, they were members of the social body and thus theoretically protected from libelous accusations. In 1640s Virginia, Mary Jolly, an ailing servant woman, was accused by Francis Millicent of fornication, saying that she had been in bed with another man and also if she were not with child, she was lately with child. However, Jolly's mistress, Elizabeth Neal, defended her and accused Millicent of opprobrious speeches against Jolly. After witnesses testified to both Millicent's slander and to Jolly's good behavior, the court declared that Millicent had unjustly and wrongfully scandalized and defamed Mary Jolly, ordered him to make a public apology in church, and sentenced him to 30 lashes. 108 It is not clear whether Jolly was an indentured servant or had been hired to work for wages, but this case illustrates the complex relationships of servitude. Her mistress, a femme covered, had sued Millicent on behalf of Jolly. Furthermore, Mrs. Neal was caring for her own bedridden servant. However, this case seems to have hinged on the personal relationship between Mary Jolly and Elizabeth Neal. If Mrs. Neal had not been so inclined, it is unlikely that anyone else would have defended Jolly's reputation. In that regard, servant women rarely possessed advocates within the community, and especially so when first arriving in the colonies. In 1652, Judith Catchpole was accused before the Maryland Provincial Court of a number of offenses that suggested witchcraft. Her crimes supposedly occurred while Catchpole was shipboard crossing the ocean and included giving birth to and murdering a baby, cutting a maid's skin off her throat and she never felt it, and the said Judith Catchpole sewed the wound up again, grinding a knife with which she then pricked a seaman in the back, apparently wounding or killing him, but then she greased his back and he stood up again, after which she was to kill 3 or 4 men more. The court was apparently skeptical of these charges, and the lack of victims and evidence, and ordered a jury of able women to examine Catchpole to ascertain whether she had borne a child. The jury of women returned their verdict that Catchpole had not recently done so. Based on this determination, and the opinion of the court that the main party accusing was not in sound mind, Catchpole was acquitted. 109 This case demonstrates both the social disadvantages of servant women and the potential for even-handed protection by the law. Servant women, fornication, and bastardy. Although sex outside of marriage was a punishable offense for anyone, people were rarely punished unless they were caught in the act or the relationship produced a child. Women's sexuality was tightly controlled throughout early modern Europe as well as in the colonies. But because of the strict regulations governing indenture contracts, among the harshest penalties were imposed in the colonial context. 110 Typically, servant women were not allowed to marry or bear children while in servitude. Servant women who engaged in fornication were risking whipping, additional time in servitude, and the loss of their children. 111 Yet sex outside of marriage remained a relatively frequent charge in both Maryland and Virginia, and servants, who could not marry and were very vulnerable to coercion, were charged at a much higher rate than free women. 112 From the earliest period, servant women and men required the permission of their master or mistress to marry while in servitude. For example, from 1619, Virginia laws stated that servants could not marry without penalties, which by 1643 meant an extra year in servitude for both spouses. 113 This was reiterated in a 1657 Virginia Act mandating that if servants married without permission, they would be liable to serve an extra year of servitude. 114 In 1661, the law also added fines for ministers who presided over the marriages of servants without their master's permission, and reiterated the additional time for those who married. 115 Fornication outside of marriage was against the law, but was usually only prosecuted if a birth occurred, although a substantiated accusation could bring about a court case and penalties. In such cases, the penalty was usually less harsh, as when servants George Wakefield and Ursula Bailey were caught in the act in 1649 Virginia and made to do penance in the chapel wearing a white sheet and a white rod in their hands. 116 In Virginia, couples were punished if a child was born too soon, 6 months or less, After the marriage. 117 Maryland apparently let these cases slide, as I have not seen any in the records. Early modern courts were somewhat haphazardly run by modern standards, providing leeway for avoiding punishment. Amy Marks, a spinster, was summoned to appear before the Maryland Provincial Court for fornication in 1670. She duly arrived at court, but fortunately for her, the informant did not appear, and she was acquitted. 118 Bastardy, however, was a serious accusation, one that tarnished not only the parents but also the child, as evinced by the case of James Lewis. The planter was sentenced to the harsh penalty of 39 lashes for saying that the governor, the chancellor, and one of the provincial court justices were all rouges and that the justice was in addition a bastard. 119. The courts paid more attention when sexual encounters resulted in an infant who potentially required financial support from the parish in England or from the county in America, including the children of indentured servants. In England, men who were the fathers of illegitimate children were usually made to pay the parish for their maintenance, but the norms of English law were not always fully implemented in the colonies. 120 Courts did try to make fathers maintain the child, but if the father was a servant, the solution was usually to put the child into indenture until the father finished his term of service, at which time he was potentially liable for reimbursing the costs. 121 In practice, however, the children of indentured mothers were usually indentured themselves until age 21. In Britain, a single woman with a bastard, if she was not a resident, could be forced from the parish without any provisions for subsistence. In the colonies, the same could happen to a single free woman. For example, in 1693, Suranyi Church, a single woman was charged with fornication and having a child out of wedlock. Because she stated that the child had been got and born in Accomack County in Virginia, she was ordered to pay security and leave Somerset County in Maryland within 2 months. 122 However, servants who bore children were residents and not allowed to leave their servitude. There was some contemporary understanding of the constraints under which women servants lived. A 1662 Virginia Act expressed disapproval of dissolute masters who had gotten their maids with child while hoping to continue to have benefit of their service. However, the law continued with little sympathy. While it might seem that such a woman should be freed from that service, such an approach was problematic because women would then make false claims about the parentage of their infants. It might probably induce such loose persons to lay all their bastards to their masters. Thus, the law concluded, women who gave birth to their masters' children would serve the rest of their indentures, and then be sold by the parish for a further 2 years. 123. In theory, both parents of an illegitimate child were to receive punishment, but some women were unwilling, afraid, or unable to report the father, or their claim of paternity was not accepted by the court. Women were put under a lot of compulsion by the court to name their child's father. 124 Generally, if a father could be identified, the woman's penalty was often reduced, either because of her cooperativeness in naming in the father or because the father himself promised or was made to pay compensation to the county. 125 Most, but not all, women did in fact name the father of their child. 126 If the woman did not divulge the father's name, midwives were enjoined to try to force women to name the father of the child during labor. 127 Accusations of rape were rare in such cases, likely because of the belief that conception could only occur in consensual encounters. 128. However, it was obviously difficult to prove the paternity of a reluctant man. A sizable minority of women, perhaps a third, do not seem to have named names, even though in both colonies, in addition to a penalty of extra servitude, women who bore illegitimate children could be whipped 10 to 40 lashes, well laid on the bare back, and until the blood flows. This punishment was rarely inflicted on the fathers of illegitimate children, although fathers who were servants might suffer whippings or extra terms of labor. 129 Despite the wording of the 1662 Virginia law, there was little recognition of the compulsion a servant woman was under, either physical or psychological, to engage in sex with men in positions of power, especially their masters. 130 This is delineated by a 1661 Maryland bastardy case in which the paternity of Elizabeth Lockett's child was initially unclear because she had previously had sexual encounters with other men than the father of child, and her master had also sexually abused her. The women attending the birth had asked her her master died to hew in the husks in the tobacco house, to which she replied that he did but tickle her, which apparently referred to sexual contact short of intercourse, because she went on to say that she never knew her master but by his face and hands. 131. Maryland laws, the first not passed until 1658, were somewhat more lenient toward women, focusing on the loss of income for the master, but also the costs of child care for the parish. If a pregnant woman could be made to testify to the identity of the father, he could be made responsible for any costs. 132 The laws stated that bastard-bearing servant women not being able to prove the father shall satisfy damages by servitude, or otherwise, but if the father could be verified, then the father, if a servant, shall pay half damages, if a freeman, he shall satisfy the whole damage by servitude, or otherwise, as the court shall think fit. 133 In a 1693 case, Elizabeth Lawrence became pregnant by her master, John Pope. She had previously complained of his incessant, unwearied, passionate and violent allurements and temptations to a witness, but ultimately succumbed. Although Pope tried to deny the charge, he was required to make bond for £50, pay for the support of the child, and maintain good behavior. Lawrence was ordered 20 days of public work, which was paid off by another man, perhaps recognizing the compulsion she was under, and she was apparently transferred to another master. 134 When Walter Rowles and Joyce Cox, both of whom seem to have been free, had an illegitimate child, only the father, who was an influential man and a constable, was fined £1,000 of tobacco, to be paid to the Lord Proprietary of Maryland. 135 This was double the typical fine of £500 of tobacco per parent. A servant woman was in a more difficult situation, because at issue was the labor still owed the master, as well as the lost labor during the time of pregnancy and early child care. Furthermore, a servant did not possess the financial wherewithal to make restitution through a fine. Thus, a servant typically would be whipped and sentenced to additional labor, although some were fined if they could find someone to pay security. For example, when Andrew Tudley fathered an illegitimate child with Elizabeth Wharton, servant of Jonathan Kinnamant, the penalties for the two parents were quite disparate. Tudley was ordered to pay Kinnamant £500 of tobacco, while Wharton was sentenced to 30 lashes well laid on her bare back. 136 If the mother was free while the father was in servitude, an uncommon situation, his penalty might be the lesser because his master could still obtain work from him. In Norfolk County, Virginia in 1637, Sarah Perslet, a widow, being big with child and destitute of any place of abiding, complained to the court, who ordered that she be married to Thomas Hughes, a servant who was the reported father of her child. The court also mandated that Hughes's master would provide a bushel of corn for the maintenance of Perslet and give leave to Hughes to go to the said Sarah Perslet at convenient times, not hindering his master's business. 137 In this decision, the court seems to have aimed to facilitate the relationship of Sarah and Thomas so as to establish a self-sustaining Hughes household in future and avert the county's expense of supporting a destitute single mother. However, the case also strikingly illustrates the disparity of punishment between male and female servants who had illegitimate children. In another example, while a servant to an bishop in Maryland, Rose Deverley bore a child out of wedlock, she hath most wickedly, sinfully, and shamefully committed fornication, and of her body born a bastard child, a formulaic phrase used for other unwed mothers. In March 1691, she admitted her guilt in court and named the father, Alexander Maxwayne, and then prayed that a fine might be taken for her offense rather than receiving a whipping. She was ordered to pay 25 days' worka in the parish. Security and her fine were paid by Peter Bodkin and Peter Dent, who had paid security for other arrested people and were possibly hired by Maxwayne. 138 By the winter of 1692, Deverley had absconded, leaving her child in the care of her former mistress, and Bishop, who was raising it. 139 Maryland laws stipulated that bastard children of women servants shall be maintained by the master or owner of such servants. During the mother's servitude 140 the extra expenses of the child's care would be paid for by additional servitude from the mother, which was obviously not an option in this case. Many people would have turned the baby over to the county to be indentured, but Bishop continued to keep the infant, at least for the time being. In 1663 Virginia, pregnant servant Anne Orthwood was removed from her master's house to the home of the midwife, Eleanor Gething, so she could force Orthwood to divulge the father's name during the birth. Also, the court was worried that the master, Ltcol. William Walker, might be the baby's father. 141 Meanwhile, Walker accused Jacob Bishop, the man from whom he had purchased Orthwood, of selling him a pregnant servant. Bishop was fined. During the birth of twins, which resulted in Orthwood's death, the midwife succeeded in obtaining the name of John Kendall, son of Justice William Kendall, from Orthwood. 142 The court, seeking to protect the said Kendall's future reputation, was at a quandary. On one hand, it insisted that Orthwood's claim of paternity was false because the possible time span meant only a pregnancy of 8 months, but on the other hand, it felt itself bound by the fact that the law peremptorily declareth that person, who shall at the delivery of such child or children be charged with getting of the same, shall keep the child or children unavoidably. 143 Eventually, through 4 lawsuits, Kendall was made responsible, though not acknowledged as the father. Jasper, the one surviving infant, was indentured until age 21. Later, he successfully sued for his freedom when his master hoped to detain him for 3 more years. 144 A salient aspect of this case is the far greater concern for the reputation of the privileged defendant and for the financial obligation to care for the infants than for the death of a young woman. The bastardy indictment of Anne Macrack, an Irish woman from Somerset County, Maryland in 1673, illustrates many of the typical features of these cases. Macrack was no longer a servant, but her former status as a servant was entered into the record. The child's father, Francis Roberts, was still a servant. The court ordered that Macrack either be whipped or provide security for 20 days' work on the highways. The short summary implies that the latter course would be undertaken, with the work done by Francis Roberts, who would also be responsible for the child's upkeep. 145 Roberts may have been the same Francis Roberts who 18 years later in the same county sired another bastard child, though by this time his profession was listed as planter. That penalty accrued mainly to Roberts, who hath most wickedly, sinfully and shamefully committed fornication, and upon the body of Mary Mackany hath begot a bastard child. Mackany was a spinster, or single woman, rather than a servant. Her punishment of a whipping was remitted because she was prone to fits of sickness, and she was fined instead. Roberts was fined a steep penalty of £30 plus court costs and was required to provide for the upkeep of the child. In addition, he was to pay Mackany £1,200 of tobacco to maintain the child for the next 12 months. 146. In contrast, the northern colonies appear to have been more egalitarian with respect to women's responsibility for fornication. In the Delaware Valley regions of Pennsylvania and Jersey, men were charged almost as frequently as women, and often incurred harsher penalties, such as in a 17th-century fornication case in which the man incurred 20 lashes to the woman's 10, and the couple were forced to marry. 147 In Barbados in 1652, the governor mandated that both the servant mother and the reputed father, apparently whether free or not, of an illegitimate child serve 3 additional years each, or pay another to do the service. 148. Most indentured women were without community support, in contrast to single free women, who still endured disapprobation but might be protected by their families. In Somerset County, Maryland in 1791, Mary Hearn, a spinster, gave birth to an illegitimate child. The child's father, Lawrence Burfey, had fled, and Hearn humbly requested that corporal punishment might be remitted and a fine taken. WCH was granted. William Hearn, her father, paid for both the fine and for the security for the care of the baby, who was his grandchild. 149 However, for an indentured woman, family members were less likely to be present in the area and to have the financial wherewithal to pay off fines. Servant women and marriage. A man who had promised marriage prior to sexual intercourse could be forced to carry it through, or pay compensation. 150 In Maryland, for example, if a servant woman was able to show proof of a promise of marriage and the father of her child was a freeman, he shall be at his choice either to perform such promise, or recompense her abuse, according to a sum set by the court. 151 For example, pregnant servant Elizabeth Lockett was forced during childbirth to swear on the Bible to the paternity of Thomas Bright as the father of her child. She was originally sentenced to 20 lashes on her back well laid on, but testified that Bright had broken a piece of money to be divided between the two in a betrothal promise, a fact confirmed by a witness. That led the court to give her indemnity, with Bright responsible for fines and court costs. 152 A promise of marriage could allow women servants caught in a bastardy case to attempt to use the law to gain restitution. Joan Langford, a servant woman, sued George Harris, accusing the said George for begetting a bastard child on her body, and for non-performance of his promise to marry her, or set her free thereupon. This represented a clever re-articulation of the situation, which implied that Harris was solely responsible. Harris was ordered by the court to provide a bond for £1,600 of tobacco in case he failed to provide for maintaining the child, and £250 of tobacco to the woman who had cared for Langford during and after the birth. He apparently voluntarily agreed to pay £500 of tobacco to prevent Langford from being whipped. The records do not mention whether she was freed or whether Harris agreed to marry her. 153. If a servant woman bore a baby for which the father accepted responsibility and her master was willing to be reasonable, an accommodation could be reached. Servant and care was summoned to the Somerset County, Maryland court for bearing an illegitimate child in 1671. The father, Edward Hassards, acknowledged the child before the court. Care was fined £500 of tobacco, Hassards ordered to do work on the roads, and the couple were Wednesday 154 in 1693. Joan Needham and John Poor, who appears to have been a freeman, had an illegitimate baby. In this case, Needham's master was awarded an extra year of servitude, but agreed to pay her fine and to care for her. Poor was assessed 20 days of work, a bond of £30, and a promise to maintain the child. It appears the two were wed, because Joan later appears with the surname Poor. 155 In March 1671, Talbot County, Maryland servants George Thurl and Mary Barnett had an illegitimate child and were sentenced by the court to receive 20 lashes each. However, their master, Henry Corsi, agreed to allow them to marry, and Thurl and Barnett settled with him that for every child they shall have in his service, they would serve a court-determined additional period of time to compensate him for loss of time, trouble, and charge of bringing up each child. 156 This couple seems to have avoided the whippings and succeeded in constructing a household in which they could expect to remain together, to keep their child, and to receive sufficient wherewithal to raise it, as well as potential additional children, albeit at the cost of additional time of servitude. The agreement also prevented any children from being indentured. This arrangement was probably facilitated by the fact that the two worked for the same master. Mistresses and masters of servants also sometimes married their servants, either before or after a pregnancy was incurred. Marriage did present a potential successful outcome for women servants. Women like Eleanor Spinky could rise in status as a result. The reality, though, was that masters were not usually disposed to release women from indenture early, and cobbled together strategies might not come to fruition. In Maryland, servant Margaret Brant claimed the estate of the deceased Thomas White based on an informal agreement in which he had promised to give her his goods and hoped to marry her. 157 Brant was the servant of William Marshall, but White had hoped to buy her off. The depositions suggest that the engagement went on for at least 2 years. By 1658, White seems to have known that he was dying, as he had made several statements mentioning both his proposal of marriage and his wish to pass his goods on to Brant, telling a witness if it pleased God he the said White should die, before he married William Marshall's maid Margaret, he would give her all he had. 158 Shortly before his death, he had been witnessed slaughtering a hog and saying that he was crusy and desired to eat some fresh pork, saying I think I shall have no great occasion to kill any more. 159 It's unclear what was wrong with White, who was perhaps ailing or elderly. However, from the beginning, the Maryland Provincial Court was skeptical, and when Brant attempted to claim the estate, the court recorded her to be pretending herself executrix. 160 In the end, Brant's claim did not prevail, as there could not be proof made of the will. 161 Interracial relationships. In a few cases, women servants or former servants married slaves or former slaves. There were harsh penalties for white women who had children with slaves or black men. Some colonial-era laws specified that free women, black or white, who married slaves automatically attained slave status, thus enslaving their future children. However, this was not true of women who had sexual relations with slaves outside of marriage. Their children remained free. Thus, when marriages occurred, they seem to have been voluntary affairs sanctified by ministers, rather than a stratagem by owners to increase their numbers of slaves. 162 By comparison, women who married indentured Monmouth rebels in Barbados were to be fined and sentenced to a 6-month jail term. 163 There were also significant penalties for white women who engaged in sexual relations with black men. In Virginia in 1705, an act concerning servants and slaves stated that servant women who had illegitimate children by black or multiracial men, regardless of the father's status as enslaved or free, were liable for an additional 5 years of service or a fine. The child would be indentured until age 31. 164 The 1716 Maryland Act of Assembly stated that if any white woman whether free or a servant that shall suffer herself to be got with child by a Negro or other slave or free Negro, if free, shall become a servant for and during a term of 7 years, if a servant, shall finish her time of servitude, together with the damage that shall accrue, and after such satisfaction made shall again become a servant for and during the term of 7 years. Not only would the mother serve 7 years in penalty, but if the begetter of the child was a free Negro, he too would become a servant for 7 years, and any children resulting from such unnatural and inordinate copulations were to be indentured until age 31. In addition, any white man that shall beget any Negro woman with child, whether free woman or servant, shall undergo the same penalties as white women, a penalty that was notably not applied. Such child servants could be sold or used by the county, and the proceeds of their servitude would be appropriated towards defraying the county charge. 165 Since a child's status of servitude followed that of its mother, the children of enslaved women automatically became the property of their mother's master. 166 In Kent County, Maryland in 1733, several women were indicted for bastardy during the same court session, but their differing penalties are instructive about the ways that social standing shaped perceptions of criminality. Single women were typically fined, while servants, who had no property or funds, were sentenced to whippings and additional service. Whippings could be remitted, however, if the child's father paid a fine. White women who engaged in fornication with black men faced the steepest penalties, and their children were obligated to undergo 10 more years of servitude than white children. Servant Loveday Turner, whose child's white father was also a servant, was fined £311 of tobacco and sentenced to receive 15 lashes on her bare back till the blood appear. 167 Mary Spearman, a spinster, had a bastard child with an unnamed certain Negro person and was sentenced to 7 years of indenture and a fine. 168 Phoebe Gilbert, a spinster, had a child with a white man, and was fined 30 shillings and £221 tobacco. 169 The father, Thomas Morsel, was also fined, but his fine, and probably Gilbert's also, was remitted when he agreed to raise the child. 170 Spinster Jane Flanagan was likewise fined 30 shillings and £267 of tobacco. 171 Lawrence Neal, the father of Flanagan's child, was fined 30 shillings and 449 pounds of tobacco, apparently remitting the fines of Flanagan. 172 Mary Graves, a free mulatto and servant who had an illegitimate child, was fined, ordered to serve her master for an additional year, and then serve an additional 7 years to the county. 2 mulatto children, probably the children of Mary Graves and Mary Spearman, were to serve Mary Graves' master until the age of 31. 173. Early modern women were expected to be humble, deferential, and compliant. Servant women suffered from poverty and were particularly vulnerable to unwelcome sexual advances and everyday violence. Nonetheless, women also resisted the demands of authority, for example, by contributing to or leading complicated heists and scams, returning early from a sentence of transportation, running away from their masters, and in some cases refusing to name names of their criminal associates or the fathers of their infants, even when the alternative was physical punishment, transportation, or death. 174 In addition, women's involvement in the criminal underworld expanded options, though it is always questionable to what degree participation in crime was a choice or a necessity of survival. Servant women tried to better their prospects and, in the colonies, sometimes appear in the records trying to obtain a just portion of freedom dues or accusing their masters and mistresses of mistreatment, evidence of both their vulnerable position and their willingness to fight for what they saw as their rights. This chapter has been able to detail only a few of the ways in which women servants, despite being restricted by their circumstances, endeavored to shape their own lives and act as autonomous agents. Nonetheless, a considerable number of servant women were able to partially circumvent the constraints imposed upon them and find the most advantageous way to chart their own course in life. Many of the women described in this chapter defied convention, despite coming from the poorest and least influential levels of their society. They negotiated, signed, and broke indenture contracts, traveled to the colonies, sued for their rights, and evaded criminal penalties. They also broke the law and engaged in theft and disorderly conduct, sometimes persistently, and in one case led a criminal organization. Women who participated in the juries of matrons exercised judicial judgment and endorsed their own visions of justice. Even indentured women servants, frequently thought of as the lowest of the low, were often able to navigate a course through the many obstacles before them, some thereby perhaps bettering their prospects. Although many of the sources available to present-day historians reflect the unlucky women who failed or were caught in their endeavors, these probably represent only a few of the working and servant women who strove to ensure a better future for themselves. Additionally, the presence of colonial women, including servant women, in the courtroom highlighted disjunctions in early modern gender norms, and established that colonial women possessed certain rights of subjecthood, albeit within a clearly patriarchal framework. 7. Indentured children. Most indentured servants entered servitude in their late teens or early 20s, but the most vulnerable servants sent to the colonies were children in their early teens or younger. Most of these were older than 10, but some even younger children were transported. Child servants also included the indentured children of indentured mothers. Transported children presented particular difficulties in the servant market because they were inherently less desirable to overseas masters. Colonial interest in child servants was never high and diminished over the 17th century, with children more sought after in the mainland colonies rather than in the Caribbean, where plantation labor prevailed. Nonetheless, the government continued to ship children as it weighed the utility of removing certain populations at home against actual labor needs overseas. In addition, children were shipped by spirits because they were relatively easy to seize. Even so, the servitude of white children remained an emotionally resonant issue throughout the 17th century because of changing ideas about the need to nurture children, and also because such children were expected to grow into contributing members of colonial society, and like other British and Irish servants, possessed inherent rights as citizens. Transporting poor children. Poor children were often targeted for transportation by the government, under the belief that they were destined to become beggars and vagrants. In addition to removing them from Britain or Ireland, they were seen as nascent colonists once they had finished their terms of indentured servitude. Such children were sometimes orphans or merely destitute. Shipments of children were generally planned on a larger scale than those of adult voluntary servants, often 100 or more, although there were exceptions. The government displayed considerably more ambiguity about its motives for transporting children than it showed in the case of adults, and the implementation of such policies was virtually always justified on the grounds that transportation was morally and economically beneficial to the youths. There was also a small percentage of children who were indentured with the permission of their parents, usually because of family poverty but also because of incorrigible behavior, the death of one parent, or adverse family dynamics such as coveting a child's inheritance. 1. The government in London periodically swept indigent children off the streets and sent them to the colonies. They did this without much concern for the welfare of the children, with hundreds dying during and after transportation in ships such as the notorious Seaflower, which accidentally blew up in 1623. The incentive for these roundups was unease about widespread poverty and vagabondage in both Britain and Ireland. Indenture removed itinerant street children from both the public view and the public expense, and it was widely believed that domestic service would be morally redeeming for them. 3. In addition, as with adults, professional kidnappers tricked or coerced children into indenture. As mentioned at the beginning of Chapter 2, the very word kidnap comes from the practice of nabbing kids off the street to send them to colonial plantations. 4. Children were easy targets, though of low value at sale for servants. Once in the colonies, children worked for longer terms than adults, usually until age 21. Nonetheless, there was considerable controversy regarding the indenture of children since public opinion opposed child stealing, parents complained of lost children, and colonial planters petitioned for able-bodied adult laborers. Although there were feeble official attempts to halt child kidnapping, official half-heartedness, conflicting social attitudes, and government weakness and corruption mainly resulted in inaction. However, the practice was inherently limited by economics as well as, to some degree, ambiguities about how to view children and childhood. Early modern childhood. There is a considerable scholarship on children and childhood in early modern Europe. Historians from the mid-20th century argued that early modern child rearing was characterized by both neglect and strictness, and that the era did not possess a defined concept of childhood. 5. However, more recent historiography has detailed relationships shaped by love and concern, though also colored by early modern ideas about patriarchy, deferential behavior, and social norms. 6. In the early modern era, children of modest means were expected to work in the household or in the profession of their parents. It was considered perfectly acceptable to make children work, and work hard. 7. Although very young children were not considered productive, children from the age of 7 years or so were expected to contribute to the household economy. 8. Working, for able-bodied children, meant that they were supporting themselves through their labor, rather than relying on society through the parish, and that they were behaving in socially and morally acceptable ways. Yet there was also recognition of children's developing physical and cognitive abilities, and of the need for guardians to provide moral guidance and education, despite little acknowledgement by governing officials of the emotional or psychological needs of children. On a more informal and implicit level, parents do seem to have had an appreciation of children's psychological needs to some degree. When children were indentured, courts and magistrates envisioned the labor arrangement as paying for the child's keep, but also saw the masters and mistresses of children as in loco parentis. Children, removed from the supposedly malign influence of their parents, were placed in a proper patriarchal household, and perhaps trained in a skill so that they could become competent and moral adults. Children were among the earliest groups sent into indentured servitude. The Elizabethan Poor Laws provided the guidelines for the practice of child indenture, with rules about apprenticeships that were not too fussy about training poor children in a trade. 9. As early as 1618, the Virginia Company, which had been requesting transports of vagrant adults to labor in the fields, changed its request to children. A plan was set up for 100 young boys and girls who lay starving in the streets to be shipped from London to Virginia. 10 Before the City of London agreed, there were a series of tense negotiations between the city and the Virginia Company over the value of the freedom dues that the children would receive upon completing their indentures. 11 Yet further obstacles appeared. Even children could protest against forcible transportation overseas. Most of the ill-disposed children, who under severe masters in Virginia may be brought to goodness, and of whom the city is especially desirous to be disburdened, were reluctant to go, making a Privy Council order necessary to transport the children against their will. In 1620, the City of London was able to hand over these children from their superfluous multitude to be sent to Virginia as servants. 12 Perhaps included was Richard Fredhorn, who left for Virginia in the early 1620s. This incident is particularly instructive because it illustrates a number of contested moral, legal, and economic positions that would continue to reverberate in later initiatives to transport indentured servants, particularly children, the City of London's attempt to provide for the children in its care by negotiating a more fair settlement of freedom dues for them, and its inability to transport them against their will conflicted with its desire to disburden itself of a population deemed ill-disposed and superfluous. The transportation of children continued throughout the 17th century and typically occurred in an extremely coercive fashion. It was also extremely dangerous. Approximately 8,500 poor children were sent from London to Virginia from 1619 to 1625, but fewer than 1,250 were alive 2 years after transportation. The rest had died from Indian attacks, disease, and starvation. 13 Yet unlike typical pauper apprenticeships served in England, arrangements with the Virginia Company included relatively generous freedom dues that would provide each child with 50 acres of land, a house, a cow, tools, clothing, and corn. 14 Perhaps as a result of the 1618 fiasco, in 1623, it was proposed by the Council of New England that laws binding poor children as apprentices be adapted to indenturing children to send to the colonies, thus explicitly employing the Elizabethan statute of artificers to justify this newer punitive system. 15 On January 31, 1643, New Englanders petitioned Parliament for a collection for the next 2 fast days to pay for poor fatherless children either driven out of Ireland or of this kingdom that are out of employment to be transplanted to New England. The first shipment of these children arrived the same year. 16 A significant number of voluntary migrant children were orphans without other means of supporting themselves. 17 Criticisms of child indenture. Fundamentally, shipments of children failed to meet the Caribbean demand for labor. While children were apparently somewhat desirable in the mainland colonies, presumably because they were bound for much longer terms than adults and were employable as household workers, they were less sought after on farms and plantations where hard labor was the main work for servants. In 1661, for example, the Barbados Masters and Servants Act stipulated that children under the age of 14 not be brought in as servants. 18 In 1697, the Barbados Assembly specified that they were willing to take people fit for laborious service, even convicts, but no women, children, nor other infirm persons. 19 Jamaican merchants also complained in 1697 about the overabundance of women and children. 20 In addition, public opinion mitigated against the forcible indenture of children. The coerced apprenticing of pauper children had always been controversial, and even more so when the children were being sent to the colonies. 21 The practice of child stealing was generally regarded as especially atrocious and saw earlier preventative legislation than against the kidnapping of adults. In 1645, Parliament ordered that stealing children would result in severe and exemplary punishment and mandated that all ships at dock in London be immediately searched. 22 During the colonial period, the last time that the government deliberately attempted to transplant English children seems to have been 1643. The cessation was likely a combination of increased public concern over forced indenture practices, especially in the case of children, and an increase in appeals from colonial planters to transport only adult servants. Vagrant or available children continued to be transported by spirits and unscrupulous government contractors. however, and Irish children, perhaps seen as more expendable, continued to be sent overseas as well. In 1653, the Council of State agreed to grant a license to a New England merchant to take 400 Irish children to plantations in New England and Virginia. 24 Soon after, an act was drafted supporting the transportation of poor Irish children to England and the western plantations. 25 The topic of shipping children, including those from Ireland, was debated in government circles from the early 1660s, although without much resolution. 26 The government did mandate in 1660 that registration of servants be implemented so that it could be clear that all servants and children who were to be transported to Virginia or Barbados would first declare their willingness to go. 27. Kidnapping. Kidnapping children was illegal, though not a felony, perhaps the reason it continued to occur. 28 Like Rickett McCain, some autobiographers revealed how they had been kidnapped as children, including Charles Bailey, who was cunningly tricked onto a ship at age 13 in the 1640s and, being once aboard, could never get on shore until I came to America. 29 Peter Williamson was only 8 when he was kidnapped from Aberdeen, along with several other boys. In the 1730s. 30 There was significant public and governmental disapprobation of the practice of making away with children. In 1660, the Privy Council referred to the kidnapping of children as a thing so barbarous and inhumane that nature itself, much more Christians, cannot but abhor, but without agreeing on further legislation. 31 In 1682, a broadside that purported to be the text of a letter written from Jamaica to London about child kidnapping grieved that the great abuses in the spiriting away of children, makes a very sad story and was a lamentable grief to their parents that have lost them. 32 Narcissus Luttrell mentioned that the increasing prevalence of child kidnapping led the authorities to aim more strenuously at putting a stop to so prodigious a villainy by stepping up the number of prosecutions, and promulgating a royal proclamation against child stealing in 1682, as well as an order of council against kidnapping in general in 1686.33. The kidnapping of children reflected the fear of every parent of harm coming to their children. Servitude itself was not safe for children. While all indentured servants were at risk of violence, children were particularly vulnerable. Even if indentured children survived their period of indenture, even if they were not abused by their masters, they were likely to lose contact with their parents forever. Random indenture of children was also a denial of the rights of fathers to determine what happened to their family members, hence the usual disclaimer in the official government sweeps of indigent children that the children were orphans. For example, the c.1650 broadsheet printed by the Admiralty aimed to disavow the most false aspersion that there were diverse little children taken up and shipped, to be transported for the plantations. The beggar boys in the ship described in the text were carefully documented to be both willing and orphans. 34. Parents who strove to recover kidnapped children were supported by the authorities on an individual basis. In 1682, Narcissus Luttrell described an order to arrest merchant John Wilmore for having kidnapped a boy of 13 years of age to Jamaica. 35 Wilmore seems to have been a prominent shipper, but also a known spirit, while Richard Civitar, the kidnapped 13-year-old, appears to have come from a middling-level family. 36 The authorities took the case seriously. It came to trial before the King's Bench after the parents of Richard Civitar had appeared before the mayor of Gravesend to claim their lost son, and the mayor had summoned Wilmore. Wilmore attempted to justify taking the boy by producing a copy of the boy's contract, claiming that the boy was very willing to go with him and that he had done the boy a very good act of charity, having bound him to a carpenter there, and so provided for him better than his parents could. He also attempted to force the parents to compensate him for the boy's passage across the ocean and back and his clothing before he would agree to return him. 37 Wilmore lost the case, and the other parties involved in the kidnapping were also prosecuted, including the mayor of Gravesend, who had defended Wilmore after the fact and who was fined for his countenancing such a practice. The ship's captain also was arrested. He had been brought in as a witness on Wilmore's behalf, but his dubious testimony, in which he supposed to have witnessed what he knew not, had been full of several contradictions and unlikelihoods. 38 After the decision of the court, in hopes to mitigate his fine, Wilmore urgently sent an express to Jamaica to recover the boy as soon as possible. 39 The fine would have been a steep one. Luttrell records the typical penalty for kidnapping children as £500, sometimes with time in the pillory added. 40 The judgment was delivered by a jury, but during the trial the Lord Chief Justice made leading remarks against the horrid practice of kidnapping children. 41 He afterwards congratulated the jury for giving a good verdict. 42 The multiple prosecutions as well as the unanimity of the jury and the justice testify to a societal distaste for the kidnapping of children. Yet this was not followed through by legislation, which meant child stealing remained a misdemeanor rather than a felony. 43 Richard Civitar's story ended well. He was rapidly brought over the ocean on Wilmore's express ship and restored to his parents. Although Civitar's parents recovered their son, most parents of kidnapped children probably did not. Indeed, the merchant Wilmore had been a known shipper of children in the past. 44 The public embarrassment of this case led Wilmore to publish a 16-page tract that claimed the boy had entered indenture willingly. 45 The likelihood of rescuing a child must have been much higher if the parents were able to trace their child prior to shipping, which did sometimes occur. 46 In November 1653, the father of Bart Broom, an 11-year-old boy, traced his son to a ship berthed at London. The ship's master was served a warrant for stealing the boy and forced to return the boy to his father. Like Wilmore, the captain of the ship at first refused to comply until the father returned with a magistrate, who warned the captain that he would resist the warrant at his peril. 47 In April 1668, the lost child John Brooks was rescued after much trouble and charge from a docked ship, but the 3 other ships still held several children enticed from their parents. The ship's masters required payment from the parents to recover their children, or each child would have required individual government warrants if they were to be released. 48 When the spirits Edward Harrison and Captain Azariah Daniel were apprehended, 150 children were rescued. They had been confined for 3 weeks in the holds of ships that had been waiting to sail. 2 boys were found bound in a garret. 49 In none of these incidents were merchants or ship's masters prosecuted. In some instances, kidnapping was arranged by acquaintances or even family members. In a partially recorded case from Maryland in 1677, James Desborough petitioned the provincial court that his father had agreed for him to become the assistant to a Maryland merchant, paying his passage across the ocean. However, when he arrived, he was disposed of as a servant. The court ordered the ship's master to appear and testify, and the ship to remain in port until this was done. There is no record of how the case was resolved. 50 A more unusual case was that of John Baker, orphaned at the age of 12, who through his adult sister's cruel contrivance was sent as an indentured servant to Virginia and forced by threats to sign his inheritance over to her. In 1660, having reached adulthood at 21, he returned to petition Parliament for redress, but the outcome is not recorded. 51 Age determination for indentured children. Once in the colonies, unlike voluntarily indentured adults, most children did not possess a paper contract and were expected to serve at the custom of the country. This usually meant 7 years for adults without contracts, but children were indentured until age 21, legal adulthood, because of their reduced earning potential and the belief that they needed to be contained within a patriarchal household. 52 For a child indentured at a young age, this could mean many years of servitude, perhaps 10 or more. Because the length of indenture depended on the determination of a child's age, which could potentially be contested later by either a master or a servant, colonial legislatures mandated that within 1 to 3 months after purchasing a child, the master or mistress had to bring them before the court to determine their age, providing a public record of the term to serve. 53 Older youths could be expected to serve past the age of 21 to give them adult-length terms of servitude, like Mary Taylor, judged 17 and indentured for 7 years, and Margaret Otero, judged 20 and ordered to serve 6 years in 17th century Maryland. 54 Often the servant's age was not recorded, only the future term of servitude. For example, John Couch, who must have been adjudged about 8 years old, was ordered to serve 13 years, while Roger Allen, who was merely described as very young, received only 6 years. 55 There was some arbitrariness to these terms, probably in part because of the impreciseness of age determination, and neither the servant nor the master appears to have had much control over the length of servitude. A few lucky youths might have a contract in hand. On the second Tuesday of April 1669, the Charles County Court began proceedings by judging the ages of 22 servants, including 2 pairs of siblings. While the Hoskins brothers were indentured to the same master, the Balding siblings received separate masters and also separate fates. Robert Balding was judged to be 21, and would have been required to serve 5 years, but his sister's new master was probably disappointed to see Mary's proof she had an indenture, which likely limited her term to 4 years regardless of her age. 56. Each colony established its own rules for managing the custom of the country. Although they were broadly similar, terms did vary between colonies and changed over time. In Virginia, in 1642, servants from 13 to 19 of age were to serve 5 years, while those 12 and under served 7, as compared to adults, who served 4.57 in 1657. This was amended, with those 16 and over serving 4 years, and children under 16 typically till age 21.58 in 1661. This was raised to 5 years for those over 16 and until age 24 for those under 16.59. Masters were legally obligated to bring young servants into court within 4 months of receiving them for judgment of their ages, or their term of indenture could be no longer than what was assessed for those aged 16 or above. 60 In 1638, the Maryland Assembly assessed a term of 4 years for those over 18 but until age 24 for younger boys, though girls were to serve 7 years if under 12 or 4 years if older, perhaps under the assumption that they would soon marry. 61 In 1661. The Maryland Assembly mandated that servants aged 22 and over without contracts were to serve 4 years, if aged 18 to 22, then 5 years, if 15 to 18, then 6 years, and if under 15, till age 21. Masters and mistresses were to bring new youths into their local county court for age determination within 3 months, or risk losing 1 year of the servant's service. 62 From 1666, this was amended so that Maryland masters were legally obligated to bring young servants into court within 6 months of receiving them for judgment of their ages, unless they planned to ask for only a 5-year contract. 63 In the meantime, in 1664, the Maryland Assembly again attempted to regularize the status of incoming child servants without contracts, ruling that those who were under 15 were to serve until age 22, those between 15 and 18 to serve 6 years, and those between 18 and 22 to serve 5 years. 64. The existence of trade between Maryland and Virginia, in servants as well as slaves, led to the colonies honoring prior arrangements. The 1676 Act relating to servants and slaves enacted in Maryland mandated that servants transported from Virginia shall complete their time of servitude here which they ought to have served in Virginia and no more. In addition, Maryland masters bringing or buying a servant from Virginia were to bring them into the court for age determination within 6 months. After reiterating the term limits for young servants without contracts, the law also stated that no servant could be compelled to serve longer than his initial indenture had specified. 65 A 1715 compilation of Maryland laws added the provision that servitude began upon arrival to the colony, regardless of whether the master or mistress delayed in asking for age determination. The time of servitude of all servants imported shall commence from the first anchoring of the vessel within this province. 66. These laws typically clarified that both master and servant could challenge the determination of age in court, though in reality that would have been difficult or impossible for a child or youth arriving alone to an unfamiliar territory. Yet the courts did take the question of age determination seriously, recording youthful servants' ages so that the register could be referred to in instances of dispute. Maryland courts also aimed to enforce regulations protecting servants, such as requiring a minimum number of jurors for age determinations. For example, In 1662, the Talbot County, Maryland court refused to judge a servant's age on a day when a full quorum was not in session. 67 In 1676, the Somerset County, Maryland court refused to determine the age of an apprentice whose master was attempting to resell him as a servant. 68 In 1665, when Lot Richards sold his 11-year-old servant boy William Freeman, who had no indenture contract, in Surry County, Virginia, the transaction was recorded in the Register of Deeds, specifying that the boy was to serve 8 years from the arrival of the ship he came in, and after that, he was to be absolutely free and to receive his freedom dues. 69. There are many records of masters and mistresses bringing in children, usually youths in their mid-teens. 70 For example, there are 181 records of servants having their ages determined in the 9-year period from 1666 to 1674 in the Charles County, Maryland court. 71 In Maryland, age determinations before the Central Provincial Court began to occur with such frequency that from 1688 on, the Provincial Court refused to take further cases, stating that such determinations were the purview of the lower county courts. 72 Nonetheless, evidence suggests that many masters neglected to obtain age determinations. There are simply too few of them recorded in court records. Presumably there are multiple reasons. Some masters simply didn't bother or didn't live in the vicinity of a court, others might have had a more malevolent intention to hold children in service longer than their legal terms, especially in an era when few people knew their exact ages or the calendar date of their arrival into the colony. In 1661, when Riquet Mackayne took his master to court, the crux of the trial hinged on age determination. Mackayne argued that after serving 6.5 years, he was now 21 and should be released from servitude. His master Thomas Gerard contended that Mackayne still had 8.5 more years to serve, implausibly implying that Mackayne at that point in time in 1661 was about 12 years old. Mackayne had been one of 8 Irish boys kidnapped in 1654 and sold, 4 to Thomas Gerard and 4 to Colonel Speke. Gerard had not brought Mackayne in for age determination when he was first indentured. The jury decided that Mackayne was 19 and had to serve 2 more years. A crucial facet of the case was the testimony of witnesses about the initial arrival and sale of the 8 boys just over 6 years earlier, which revealed the disapproval of community members regarding the indenturing of young children. The witnesses took an ambiguous role, acknowledging the boys' young age at the time of their arrival, which would have suggested the boys had a longer term left to serve, but simultaneously expressing their disapprobation. Witness Nicholas Lansdowne declared that the eldest of those boys in my judgment then was not above 10 years of age and many of them not near so much. Judith Love, apparently a servant of Gerard's in 1654, testified that she had seen Captain Hinfield, who had brought the boys across the ocean, threaten to beat them with his cane while telling them that they were to serve 15 years. James Salstsm, a servant of Colonel Speke, who had taken the other 4 boys, stated that Mrs. Speke had been shocked by their youthfulness when her husband first brought the boys home, asking sarcastically, why had not your master brought some cradles to have rocked them in? She was likely anticipating the additional work that caring for 4 young boys would create for her. However, her response also indicated sympathy for the children. The next morning, she was concerned enough to dispatch Salstsm with bread and cheese for the remaining 4 boys still on Hinfield's ship. 73. The case provides evidence for the kidnapping of boys, in this case from Ireland in the 1650s, but also shows that the indenture of very young children was not a normal practice in Maryland at the time. Mrs. Speke's parcel of food for the remaining boys on the ship also indicates a sense that children deserved special consideration and care. Thomas Gerard seems to have taken the case to heart since soon after he presented his new Irish servant Diarmid Dormer before the court to have his age determined. Dormer was a youth, but not as young as the previous boys. The court determined that he was 15 years old. 74. The instances of contestation of the age of indentured children demonstrates the unscrupulousness of certain masters. In Somerset County, Maryland in June 1694, servant Robert Atkins argued that he was due to be freed because the court had determined him to be 13 in June 1686, After having arrived in the fall of 1685, and had ordered that he should serve 9 years. His master maintained that he had not yet served the full term, but the court ordered that Atkins be freed and receive his freedom dues. 75 This case provides a good example of the protectiveness of age determinations for young servants and also demonstrates why some masters might attempt to avoid them. Exploitation of child servants. In addition to potential exploitation of the length of contracts, masters and mistresses had inordinate power over child servants, who were even more vulnerable to maltreatment than adults and were less able to defend themselves in court. Charles Bailey, though he eventually prospered as an adult, described in his autobiography how he was kidnapped by a spirit in the 1640s at age 13 and sent to the Chesapeake region. While a child servant, he suffered hunger, cold, and nakedness, beatings, whippings, and the like, while kept at sore and grievous labor. 76 A master's impunity might even extend to murder. In March 1665, planter Francis Carpenter was tried in the Maryland Provincial Court for murdering an indentured servant boy, Samuel Youngman. A post-mortem examination of the boy found severe head injuries and a fractured skull. Witnesses described the wounded boy left exposed in a cold and bleak cabin in February, lying on the ground without any clothes to cover him. The jury, which included Carpenter's neighbors, delivered a verdict of manslaughter. To avoid the death penalty, Carpenter pleaded benefit of the clergy, possible because the verdict had not been murder. He was burnt on the hand and ordered to pay court costs of £3,000 of tobacco. 77 It is difficult to know whether the lenience of Carpenter's sentencing was due to the reluctance of peers to prosecute for the death of a servant, because his victim had been a child, or because it was not considered proven that Carpenter had intended to kill the boy. In another example, in Virginia in 1640, Anne Belson sued her master Theodore Moises after having completed 7 years of an 8-year contract. Indentured at a young age, her contract had promised that Moises would use her more like his child than his servant and that he would teach her to read and instruct her in the rudiments of religion and have a paternal care over her. Instead, she was grinding grain for the household. The court took Belson's side, taking into consideration the grievous and tyrannical usage of the said Moises to the said Belson. It mandated that she be immediately freed from her service, that Moises owed her freedom dues of a cow and calf, and an additional amount of clothing and corn, and that Moises was obligated to pay all court fees. 78. If living parents were present in the community, they might attempt to protect their indentured children by interfering with the indenture arrangement. The case of Hester Nichols, mentioned earlier, is worth revisiting here. Her initial indenture in 1659 had been for 7 years when she was about 10 or 11 years old. When Hester's father, John Nichols, objected in 1662 that Thomas Cornwallis had breached the contract, the basis of his claim was that Cornwallis had supposedly agreed to treat Hester like his own child, and to teach her to read and sew, conditions that had been nullified by Hester's sale. 79 Cornwallis, meanwhile, tried to configure Hester as an adult, arguing that Mr. Nichols' case was instigated because his main witness wanted to marry the then 13 or 14-year-old Hester. 80 The case did demonstrate the potential obligations impinging on the master of an indentured child. The case is possibly also indicative of genuine concern for Hester Nichols's welfare by her father, although an impending marriage for his daughter might signal another motive. There was an even greater obligation incumbent on the master of an apprentice. Apprenticeship was different from servitude in that it presupposed that the apprenticed child or youth was to be taught a skill preparing them for a trade, rather than working at any task the master required. They were normally apprenticed by their parents or perhaps the local parish if their parents were deceased or indigent. The master of an apprentice usually accepted a payment to defer costs of training, housing, and feeding the apprentice. Apprenticeship implied that the master would care for his apprentice more like his own child than as a laborer with a monetary value. 81 For example, in 1632 Virginia, Jane Winley sued James Knott for the misusage of her son Pharaoh, Knott's apprentice. The court's judgment was for Knott to remedy what had been formerly amiss, pay court fees, and if he were again justly complained of, to release Pharaoh from his apprenticeship. 82 Pharaoh here received some protection from the proximity of his mother in the community. There were a number of court cases in the mainland colonies in which apprentices or their parents sued because the apprentice was being forced to work at general labor rather than being trained in the trade they had been apprenticed to. 83. However, apprenticeship had been the basis from which indentured servitude practices were developed, and apprentices were, like servants, contracted to serve and obey their master for a term of usually 7 years. The similarity of apprenticeship to the practice of indenture could lead to abuses. In February 1676, the Somerset, Maryland County Court was presented with a case in which Francis Roberts asked the court to determine the age of Tristram Davis, having bought him from Thomas Davis, ship's master of the Endeavour from Barbados. The court demurred, finding evidence that Tristram was in fact apprenticed to Thomas to learn the art of navigation, and thus could not be sold. 84 However, despite condemning the fraud, the court apparently left the boy in Thomas Davis's care. Thomas Davis was unwavering in his duplicitousness since later that month he was sued by Edward Gibbs for the same cause. This time, Thomas had succeeded in selling Tristram to Gibbs for £1,200 of tobacco. Gibbs wanted compensation when he realized that he cannot enjoy THSD Tristram as his serve, and was awarded £1,800 of tobacco. 85 Tristram had by this time been away from Thomas Davis's service, but the record does not relate what became of him. The court had already demonstrated its inability or unwillingness to truly protect his interests. The death of a parent, very common in the early modern era, was often what precipitated children into indenture, especially if it was the male head of a family who died. A poor widow was often left without the wherewithal to care for her children. 86 On the American mainland, orphans were usually placed in apprenticeships, much like the orphaned poor children in England. These orphan apprenticeships, however, were more like indenture than the craft apprenticeships of England. 87 It is possible that Pharaoh Winley's case was more like this than a typical craft apprenticeship. Sometimes, even if the mother survived, the child was considered an orphan, a group lumped with illegitimate and abandoned children. 88 That said, in 17th century Maryland, most single mothers raised their own children, even if illegitimate. 89 In 1638 Virginia, after widow Mary Bibby died, the disposition of her children includes much contradictory language. The executors of the estate, out of charity to her children, took them to be sold but not on the open market, instead finding homes to place them in through the advice of some of the most judicial neighbors adjacent for the best behoof of the said children. 90 Unlike in England, such arrangements were made by the courts rather than by the parish authorities, but the children's situation was more like indenture. They served till 21, working for their master. However, because of court oversight, it was easier for them to complain to the courts about ill treatment and, if necessary, ask for a new master. 91 Also, in such cases the children did not always seem to expect freedom dues, but often expected training in skills, including reading, especially for boys. 92 For example, in Somerset County, Maryland in 1692, Valentine and Mary Trubshaw, the daughters of the deceased John Trubshaw, were apprenticed to 2 masters. The girls were to be taught to sew and read and to receive a ewe and a heifer respectively when they turned 12, while their 6-year-old brother John, also apprenticed, was to be taught to read. 93 The 5 children of Arthur Turner, who had died at the end of 1667 in Charles County, Maryland, were parceled off to their father's acquaintances, or as apprentices, including a baby girl just 1 month old whose mother may have died at her birth. The baby was put under the care of George Taylor's wife Susanna Taylor, who was to receive an allowance of £1,600 of tobacco per year, which was to be reduced if the baby died before a half year was up. 94 The court appears to have continued in its oversight of the Turner orphans because a half year later, it abruptly moved and Turner, one of the older children, into an apprenticeship with a new master. No reason was provided. 95 Very young orphaned babies were invariably sent to a woman to care for them during their early years. Thus Dorothy Jones was awarded a maintenance of several bushels and barrels of corn, 300 pounds of tobacco, and the milk of one cow for maintaining James Ravis's child, who was probably illegitimate. 96 However, if they were able, parents appear to have tried to make provisions, through wills or arrangements with relatives or friends, to prevent this happening to their children. 97 Indentured infants. Women who bore children while under indenture were usually seen as unfit parents because they had engaged in fornication, and additionally, caring for the children would have interfered with their duties. The child was usually indentured by the courts, from weaning at 2 or 3 years of age until 21, unless someone made provision for its care. 98 In some cases, single free women appear to have voluntarily given up their children to indenture. Infants' contracts did not usually provide much special considerations for child servants, but both written contracts and the custom of the country stipulated that servants were to have adequate food, clothing, and shelter, receive freedom dues, and particularly specified that very young children were to receive some education and religious training. Such was the case of Thomas Ducaloon, 1 year and 8 months old, who was to be indentured from age 2 to 22 by his mother, Dorothy Stoddard. In an unusual arrangement, Ducaloon was to be treated more like an apprentice, trained to work as an artisan and taught to read and write. Additionally, he was to have some contact with his mother in his early years, as she was responsible for clothing him during the first 5 years. 99 More typically, in 1693, the Somerset, Maryland County Court separately indentured 2 boys with this provision. The very young Edward Camplin, indentured for 1,000 pounds of tobacco by his father, was to be taught to read and given a heifer. More equivocally, John Chancellor, probably also quite little, was to be taught to read, provided his master can have it done in his own house. 100. Sometimes adults in the community, usually women, stepped in to care for indigent children, but they usually expected some compensation. 101 For example, Anne Bishop, mentioned in Chapter 6, cared for the illegitimate child left behind by her runaway servant Rose Deverley. 102 Bishop's care may have been grudging. She complained that the baby's upkeep was a real detriment and had caused her damage and trouble. She sought reimbursement in court for expenses incurred in rearing the child, which she had undertaken for more than 1 year at that point, as well as penalties from Deverley. Yet Bishop never suggested abandoning the infant or asked for it to be removed from her household to be raised by the county, as she could have done. The record hints at some real concern for the baby's welfare, with Bishop referring to how she had nourished, kept, and maintained the infant. Ultimately, her case against the absent Deverley was dismissed, while it is unrecorded whether she received any funds from the county. 103 In a similar case, a bleak existence probably awaited 7-month-old William Shuttlesworth, whose mother was dead and whose father is runaway. He was indentured in June 1675 to Roger Woolford, who had cared for him since his birth and who had probably been his mother's master. Woolford was to provide cloth, meat, drinking, washing, and lodging, provided it may be ordered to serve him from the time it is able to work till it come to the age of 21 years. 104 In 1672, Sarah Bass, an 8-year-old mulatto girl whose parents were a Negro manservant and an English woman servant living in the household of John White, was indentured as white servant until age 21, with the expectation of freedom dues of a cow and calf. This appears to be a formalization of a relationship that already existed, perhaps because Sarah had reached an age where she could do some light work. Her parents must have had long terms if they had already been in white service for 8 years, or perhaps they were hired servants who worked for wages. Bass's mother might also have served additional time for bearing a child. It is also possible that her father was enslaved. Assuming that her parents continued to remain in White's household, this arrangement allowed young Sarah to remain with her parents and assured her some assets and her freedom when she reached adulthood. In some, probably rare, cases, an indentured child may have been treated more like a son or daughter, as with Peter Williamson. His master, having no children of his own, and commiserating my condition, he took care of me, indulged me in going to school, and left Williamson a large bequest in his will. 105 Williamson's case was unusual, however, and the relationships of most indentured children with their masters were probably more adversarial. In a very different arrangement, Elizabeth Copper, the wife of John Copper, gave up all rights to her 3-year-old daughter Mary Curtis to Anthony Hodgkins. Hodgkins was to keep little Mary as his own natural child and to care for her as Becometh a natural parent. 106 Mary was probably an illegitimate child born before Elizabeth Copper's marriage, with Hodgkins likely the girl's father. The baby had been kept by her mother until weaned, and could enter the new household. As a free woman, Copper had not had to risk the indenture of her child. In Dartmouth, Massachusetts in 1716, Abigail Bryant indentured her son James, an Indian lad, for a 7-year term. She received 20 shillings and a good fat sheep in a transaction that was akin to an exchange. 107. An indentured woman had little recourse to prevent her child from being indentured, especially if it was illegitimate, but some parents were determined to attempt it. For example, Bethia Cunningham had arrived in Somerset County, Maryland in 1690 as a free woman, but had then contracted herself to serve Lawrence Crawford for a year. Before the year was over, she committed a fault, that hath offended the law of God and man, which was apparently a sexual encounter resulting in the birth of a child. Her master then tried to deceive her in order to keep her laboring for a longer period. He pretended he had a great kindness for your petitioner, and did pretend he would keep your petitioner harmless from the law, provided your petitioner would indent with him for 4 years. Cunningham, unaware of the law, agreed, provided that her child would continue to live with her for the 4 years and to have maintenance according as a child ought to have, and when Cunningham's term of labor was completed, your petitioner's child to be free along with Cunningham. The case showed up in court because Cunningham's child died 8 days after birth, and she was seeking to have her indenture agreement cancelled. 108 Cunningham had done her best to both keep her child and prevent it from entering indenture. These cases also demonstrate that there must have been a significant minority of unmarried women in 17th century Maryland living with their illegitimate children, even under indenture. Another example is revealed in a 1660 case, in which John Dabb sued Matthew Reed for detaining his unnamed maidservant and her child. The child in this case was likely an infant or toddler still breastfeeding, who had apparently continued to reside with its mother within Dabb's household. 109 Even Lawrence Crawford, for all his unscrupulousness about the contract, had been willing to allow the unmarried Bethia Cunningham to keep her illegitimate child with her in his household. In 1674, Elizabeth Goodale arrived in Maryland with her 5-year-old son Gilbert. Although she had contracted for her son to remain with her and to be free at the end of her 5-year contract, John Quigley, the ship's captain, had sold them both to the same master, but the boy at the custom of the country for 19 years. She complained to the provincial court, which drew up a new indenture clearly stating her conditions and also ordering Quigley to pay £2,000 of tobacco to compensate their master for the future loss of the boy's labor. 110 Very few women entered into indenture together with their children unless they had borne the child while under indenture. Another exception can be found in the example of Mary Hilliard and her daughter Mary Hilliard, who may have been an adult, whose contracts were discussed in Chapter 4.111. If a child was indentured until age 21, the long period of indenture coupled with the scanty levels of knowledge about one's age meant that masters could try to take advantage and keep former child servants in indenture past their times. In August 1690 in Somerset County, Maryland, Hannah Holland petitioned the county supposing herself to be of age and thus free. She had asked her master Walter Lane to go and search the records to determine whether she was of age, but he had refused. Holland, who was illegitimate, had been indentured in court while a child by her unmarried mother, a servant woman. 112 In her complaint, she was not asking for compensation, but for the court to order that the records may be searched. 113 The persistent Holland had to return to court in November, because although the court had done as she asked and Holland had been informed she is a free woman, she was still being detained and kept a servant. 114 Holland presumably won her freedom, but appeared in court again in 1692 complaining that she had contracted to serve Edmund Beecham for a year, but he had not provided her dues of £600 of tobacco and 2 shifts. 115 She won this case as well, but in a sad coda to her tale, that same year she gave birth to a bastard child, repeating the conditions of her own birth, for which she received 120 lashes on her bare back well laid on, as well as a fine. 116 The father of the child was her master Edmund Beecham. He was probably fairly young because it was Thomas Beecham, perhaps his father, who undertook his portion of the fine. At first, Beecham denied paternity, and the Beechams appear to have had little interest in their descendant, baby John, who took the surname of his mother. 117 2 years later, John Holland was indentured, to start at age 3 until 21 to John Kirk, with a heifer and 1 year of schooling as freedom dues. 118 John Kirk had been Hannah Holland's original master when she had been a child. 119 This case illustrates the difficulty of breaking the cycle of poverty, illegitimate birth, and child indenture, even for an individual as willing to use the courts to fight for her rights as Hannah Holland. Occasionally, legal cases unveil the pain of parents at losing their children. In 1693, Mary Winsley petitioned the Somerset, Maryland County Court to return her 2 children who had been detained by the suitably named Devorix Draggers. The court judged the children to be 12 and 14 years of age, apparently without consulting Winsley about their ages. Clearly considering her an unfit parent, either because she was a poor widow or because she was a single mother, the court awarded the children to Draggers, with the proviso that he give Winsley's son 1 year of schooling and a heifer to each child. Draggers was to keep them in custody until the boy, the younger of the children, was of age, presumably thus able to take his older sister into his care. 120 Parents did not often succeed in recovering their children from indenture. Hester Nichols's father's suit is a case in point. In 1692, Anne Walker petitioned the court to release her 2 sons whom she had indentured after her husband died, because she craves to have her children again, but the outcome was not recorded. 121 Alexander Gold, with great grief and sorrow of heart, sought to end the indenture of his 14-year-old daughter Elizabeth, who had already served many years. The original 1684 document of indenture, produced in court, proved almost unintelligible, calling into question whether it referred to Elizabeth's age of 9 at her initial indenture, or a term of 9 years, with the court ultimately ruling against the Golds and selecting the latter option. 122 Elizabeth Shelbourne was arrested in Virginia in 1693 because she was sheltering her son, a runaway apprentice. 123 Early modern people generally regarded orphaned and poor children as a troublesome population to be slotted into preconceived legal and political categories: vagrants, occasionally criminals, and laborers. The state and community also strove to limit financial costs for their care. While a small part of the indentured servant trade, child labor saved government funds while providing low-priced labor to masters. Yet this practice came into increasing conflict with evolving early modern perceptions of children and childhood, which had already begun to see children as a special category of people requiring nurture and care. The complex reactions to the indenture of children illustrate the changing attitudes to the nature of childhood in the early modern period. Perhaps even more than the servitude of adults, the servitude of children also laid bare the ambiguities, contradictions, and weaknesses of the early modern state. 8. Resistance to servitude. Indentured servants possessed few effective ways of resisting servitude. Still, for some, any form of escape appeared worthwhile. One legitimate avenue of resistance was in using the courts to contest ill treatment by masters and mistresses, whether physical or sexual abuse, detaining a servant past the end of their terms, stealing freedom dues, or other forms of harm. As has been seen throughout this book, many servants used this recourse effectively. Yet other servants, whether they were poorly informed about their rights, had their petitions to the court rejected, or lacked means to get to court, did not utilize this approach. Instead, they resorted to other methods of resistance, of small and large magnitude. These could range from minor acts such as theft to more overt opposition such as refusing to work, running away, using violence against masters and mistresses, uttering threats and insults, and the most confrontational resistance, engaging in open rebellion. Of course, all of these forms of revolt involved risk, but for some servants, it may have been safer than remaining in an exploitative or dangerous situation of servitude. At the heart of all of these modes of resistance was the conviction that servants were humans who deserved dignity and autonomy. Rebellion. Although open rebellion was a last resort, it did occur. The most famous is Bacon's Rebellion in 1676 Virginia, which was not exclusively a servant rebellion, but did involve significant participation by servants. 1 There were also several other attempted rebellions. 2 In Virginia, this included the Gloucester County Conspiracy in 1663, a planned servant rebellion in which servants, termed by the authorities false traitors who were seduced by the instigation of the devil, planned an insurrection that was betrayed by John Birkenhead, one of their fellows, who was rewarded with his freedom and £5,000 of tobacco, as an encouragement to others. 3 In the Middlesex County Conspiracy of 1687, also discovered before it began, a few ill-disposed servants and enslaved people planned to run away and use stolen weapons to defend themselves against the authorities. 4 There were a number of smaller rebellions by servants in Barbados, some in collusion with the enslaved, who were perhaps seen as compatriots in oppression. 5 Ligon described a servant rebellion shortly before he arrived, their sufferings being grown to a great height by the intolerable burdens they labored under. At the last, some among them, whose spirits were not able to endure such slavery, resolved to break through it or die in the act. Although the discontented party were the greatest numbers of servants in the island, the servants lost their nerve, the plot failed, and 18 leaders were executed. 6 Yet most servants did not engage in open revolt. The promise of eventual freedom must have limited the instances of this to some extent. Violence and crime. Servants who killed their masters, the ultimate act of resistance, were guilty not of murder, but of petty treason, a much more serious charge. 7 A case of petty treason was heard by a Maryland grand jury in 1671, in which 3 servants, James Sale, Robert Wary, and Robert Spear, as well as 2 men recorded as servants who may actually have been enslaved, John the Negro and Tony the Negro, were convicted of traitorously killing their master, John Hawkins. The 3 servants and John the Negro were put to death. Tony the Negro, who could speak no English, was acquitted, but was made to serve as executioner at the hanging of the other 4 men. 8. On a lower scale, servants engaged in disorderly behavior and violence. In 1669 Maryland, Robert Pennywell, an indentured servant, was sentenced to 20 lashes for smashing the glass windows of a chapel, an action that may have had a religious motivation. 9 In 1659, Owen Morgan not only ran away from his Maryland master but also cursed and beat him. 10 In 1679, the barbarous and villainous servant Thomas Jones attempted to rape his mistress and cut her severely about the face and hands with a rapier and knife when she resisted. In response to his horrid offense, the Accomack County, Virginia court sentenced Jones to 39 lashes, 3 additional years of servitude, and an iron collar. 11 In 1715 Virginia, John Watson was made to serve an additional year for lifting up his hand in opposition and assaulting his master. 12 Theft could be another means of resistance. In the mainland colonies, it was usually a misdemeanor, in contrast to the felony charge it incurred in England. In 1684, the Accomack County, Virginia court heard the cases of several servants who had been accused of theft by their master. The thefts, some in collusion with an enslaved man, were of food, that was subsequently eaten, livestock, 3 turkeys, a lamb, 2 sheep, a sow, 6 piglets, and a sack of potatoes. The record also includes one of the servants' sardonic statement that if he was caught, he would send his master a very loving letter commending how very fat his livestock was. The judgment is not recorded, but the stolen food as well as the sarcasm about fat livestock indicate the hunger experienced by the servants. 13 In 1670, Maryland servant Nicholas Bradley was sentenced to receive 6 lashes for rebelliousness and theft. 14 In 1638 Virginia, Servant Anthony Delamons was punished with 30 stripes on the bare shoulders because he hath conveyed and made away the goods of his said master, and bartered and bargained contrary to the laws and customs of the country. 15 In 1650 Virginia, Magrat, a servant, was caught after she had broken up the doors of the house and stolen certain goods from a neighbor. 16 In 1674 Massachusetts, Hannah Stewart was imprisoned on suspicion of stealing from her master. However, as the theft could not be fully proved against her, she was admonished by the suspicious court, ordered to pay court and prison fees, and dismissed. 17 However, in 1679, another Massachusetts servant, Sarah Phillips, not only stole from her master but also bore an illegitimate child and perhaps had run away, riding away in man's apparel. She was sentenced to 2 weeks' imprisonment, to receive 15 lashes twice, and to pay her master's court fees. If her master refused to pay off her prison fees, she would be sold, with the surplus going to her master. 18. Close knowledge of the household facilitated James Southward and Anthony de Mondidier's plot to forge the will of de Mondidier's master Jeremiah Hasling. Hasling had been totally deprived of his reason and senses for some time, and the two men had kept others in the household out of the bedchamber during Hasling's death. 19 The new will, written by de Mondidier, made Southward the heir to Hasling's substantial estate, including a plantation, and disinherited Hasling's 2 adult married daughters, the beneficiaries of his previous will. De Mondidier's incentive was made obvious in his boast immediately after the death that now there is a cow, calf and a sow for Anthony Mondidier in a bequest from the false will. 20 Although Hasling's relatives regained his assets, Southward and de Mondidier do not seem to have been prosecuted for their fraud. Strikes. Work stoppages were also a means of defiance. 6 servants went on strike on the Patuxent, Maryland plantation of Richard Preston. They announced they would peremptorily and positively refuse to go and do their ordinary labor because of excessive hard work and a diet of only beans and bread without meat. Both Preston and 4 of the obstinate rebellious servants sent petitions to the Maryland Provincial Court. The court did not view this rebellion lightly. The 4 petitioning servants were sentenced to 30 lashes each, and with a stroke of cruelty, the court mandated that the whipping be administered by the 2 mildest and not so refractory servants. The 4 ringleaders escaped punishment by kneeling on their knees, asking and craving forgiveness and promising all compliance and obedience hereafter, causing the court to suspend their punishment as long as they remained of good behavior towards their SD master ever hereafter. 21 This peaceful resolution might have occurred because Preston indicated that he would not seek punishment as long as the servants returned to work. This case illustrates the harsh lives of the servants, the impunity of the master, and the favoring of the master by the court, but also the social expectation of benevolence and patronage. In Norfolk County, Virginia in 1638, several servants of Captain John Sipsey engaged in what the court called a mutiny, but which seems actually to have been some kind of work stoppage against the overseer during a time of Sipsey's absence. The punishment was harsh. The servants were to receive 100 strips apiece on their bare shoulders. 22 A similar kind of strike was implemented by an unnamed Maryland servant in 1643, when she refused to work for anyone who was not her master. After she had become lame on arrival to Kent County, her master had apparently handed her over to another man who brought her back to St. Mary's County. He had expected her to also do work for him, but she stated that she was no servant of his. Although brought to court, the lack of proof meant she was not punished. 23. Servants also deployed their intimate knowledge of their masters' households to devise ways to better their situations. In another case, a servant inveigled her mistress to sell her. The matter emerged during litigation in the Maryland Provincial Court in 1664 over a large debt when one of the deponents mentioned in passing that John Hawkins, the plaintiff, had also encouraged a maidservant, Deborah Webb, to speak to your dame and give her high words that will be the way to make her sell you. Webb had responded enthusiastically, saying, I will give her all the bad language I can to get clear of her. The plan seems to have worked, with Webb soon after being sold to Hawkins. 24 Although this stratagem was imputed to Hawkins, it's clear that Webb put it into action to further her own interests. Returning early to Britain from a criminal sentence of indenture was also a potential means of resistance. The records are scanty about this, but a subset of criminal cases prosecuted at the Old Bailey in London included allegations of returning early from servitude. 25 One such was the trial of Elizabeth Longman, the leader of a theft ring that had bought off her indenture before she served the full term. 26. Returning early was evading punishment and thus a felony, because the convict had been reprieved from a death penalty conditional to serving the indenture. 27 Margaret Riggs, another repeat offender, a year or two ago transported for stealing silks, but returning before her time, was now again convicted of stealing, and called to her former judgment of capital punishment. 28 However, there must have been some number of convicted felons who left their indentures early and managed to avoid being recaptured. Runaways. The most common way of attempting to evade a master's dominion was running away. 29 A relatively high proportion of servants ran away during the 18th century, scholars have estimated between 5 and 10% of servants, which probably tallies with rates for the 17th century. 30 It's difficult to know how many runaways were apprehended. On one hand, the authorities had limited ability to trace runaways. On the other hand, it might have been difficult for runaways to get assistance. Since the act was regarded as a serious crime, and the population of the colonies was relatively small in the 17th century, there was a persistent risk that a fleeing person would be recognized. Nonetheless, running away must have presented an obvious temptation to servants who had been abused or who had entered servitude unwillingly. One case that suggests that it was difficult to catch servants who had left the area was brought by Thomas Bennett, who had been sent to Delaware Bay in 1666 as a bounty hunter to recover a Maryland runaway servant. Bennett had been promised payment of a cow and calf for his search and provided an affidavit of his journey, but the case went to court when the servant's master, not recovering the servant, refused to pay Bennett. 31 That said, many servants who tried to escape were caught and punished. Most legislation regarding servants dealt with the problem of runaways. The usual penalty in both Maryland and Virginia was additional time added to the indenture, and often whipping. 32 For example, the 1676 Act relating to servants and slaves enacted in Maryland primarily focused on this issue. The law tried to disincentivize running away and to make it more difficult. It mandated that no servants, whether indentured or conventionally hired for wages, were to travel more than 10 miles from their master or mistress without a notice. It also established that for every day servants were unlawfully absent from their master's or mistress's service, they would serve an additional 10 days, while anyone helping absconding servants would be fined £500 of tobacco for every day of the servant's absence. 33 For example, in 1666 William Loveridge, who was gone 3 months and 8 days, was sentenced to serve his original term plus 10 days for each day he had been absent, adding almost 3 years to his term of servitude. 34. In 1680 Virginia, Adam Ballantyne voluntarily agreed in court to serve his master for 2.5 years after his term was over. 35 In another case, that had a more obscure resolution, Robert Jones took his servant Robert Davies to court for running away. Davies claimed, however, that his absence was due to being sold by Jones to another master. The court, clearly unsure of its ground, ordered Davies to serve extra time, but with the caveat that if he was able to prove his contention, then Jones had to compensate him. If he makes appear that he was sold by virtue of the said Robert Jones his power as aforesaid, then the said Robert Jones shall make the said Robert Davies satisfaction for all the time he shall serve the said Jones from this present day. 36 Popular culture recognized the risks of running away, and James Revel described how if we offer once to run away, for every hour we must serve a day, for every day a week, they're so severe, every week a month, and every month a year. 37. The courts heard many cases involving runaway servants. In Maryland, runaways were seen as a serious enough issue that they were usually dealt with by the provincial court rather than the local county court. Absconding from servitude was seen as a denial of proper societal relations that could disincline a court in a person's favor. On the same day in 1673, the Maryland Provincial Court heard two back-to-back cases of servants suing for their freedom dues from the same master. Elizabeth Thompson was freed and the court ordered that her master pay her freedom corn and clothes. But because Walter Jeffreys had previously run away, the court, after making examination into the matter, decided that he had to serve an additional 7 months. 38. Although courts saw running away as malingering, it is not unlikely that most runaways were fleeing cruelty and maltreatment. A telling case is that of Ursula Bailey, who was brought to court in Virginia in 1650 for both running away and theft. Bailey was sentenced to 30 lashes on the bare back, but the record also implies that she had absconded because of maltreatment, a factor the court seemed to recognize in mandating that her master George Higham shall provide meals, drinks, and clothing for her and further cure of her leg, that hereafter no more complaints be made by her nor by none of his servants. Higham was also made responsible for court costs and other charges. 39. Whipping of runaways was customary, but in 1668, the Virginia General Court felt the need to codify that while runaway indentured servants were liable to extra time of servitude by law, masters and magistrates could still inflict moderate corporal punishment in order, somewhat paradoxically, to reclaim them from persisting in that idle course. 40 apprehended runaways were to be whipped by the constable of each precinct severely as they were handed from district to district on their return to their master's home. 41 Recidivists suffered even worse punishment. Virginia imposed whipping and branding with an R after the second offense, as well as additional time. 42 When Hugh George's 3 servants were apprehended in Maryland in 1640, he planned to cut his losses and sell them where they were. But the Virginia General Court ordered them to be brought back to Virginia, to be given such exemplary and condign punishment as the nature of their offense shall justly deserve. 43. Collusion. Enslaved people who conspired with servants to run away could not be punished with additional time, and additional violence was likely to be imposed on their persons. The same applied to Africans who were still free. In July 1640, Hugo Gwynn traced his 3 runaway servants to Maryland. The Virginia court ordered that they receive 30 lashes each, but then devised disparate punishments for the white and black servants. The 2 white servants, of Dutch and Scottish origins, were ordered to serve their master an additional year, and then the colony for 3 more years. The black servant, John Punch, suffered a much more severe punishment, being ordered to serve his master or his heirs for the time of his natural life, essentially becoming a slave. 44 Through such severity, punishments sought to deter runaways and also complicity between whites and blacks. If runaway slaves, of both African and Native American descent, were injured or killed, the owner was to receive compensation. 45 Injuring servants, on the other hand, was seen as a wrong done to the servant. The prospect of servants collaborating with the enslaved remained a significant fear, and there were attempts to divide the interests of the 2 groups. In 1660, Virginia aimed to disincentivize servants escaping with enslaved people, mandating that any English servants who shall run away in company with any Negroes would have to serve additional time to make up for the absence of the latter, who were incapable of making satisfaction by addition of time. In fact, if enslaved people, as property, were lost or killed, the captured servant would be liable for additional fines or service. 46. In addition, the authorities were concerned about the collusion of servants who ran away together. In 1640, 6 of Captain William Pierce's servants, several of whom were Dutch, and Emmanuel, slave of a Mr. Reginald, stole a boat, food, and arms to escape to the Dutch plantation. The court regarded this as a dangerous precedent and punished them harshly. The 2 ringleaders were punished with 30 lashes, branded on the cheek with the letter R, given added servitude to the colony of 7 and 3 years respectively after they had finished their indentures, and forced to wear irons at the discretion of their master. The enslaved Emmanuel suffered the same punishment, without the added time, which was superfluous. The other 4 men received lesser punishments, variously an additional 7 years of servitude to the colony, an additional 2.5 years, 30 lashes, and for one relatively lucky servant, to remain upon his good behavior, although he too apparently served an additional unspecified term because the entry ends with, all those who are condemned were to serve the colony after their time are expired with their masters 47. These severe punishments were in part imposed because the court saw the attempt of several servants to escape together as a conspiracy that risked inciting a more general seditiousness among servants and perceived the collusion of servants with enslaved people as increasing the danger of general insurrection among the subordinate peoples, who were the majority of the colony's residents. In addition, it appears that there was concern that servants would continue to try to escape to the Dutch plantation. The Dutch practiced both indentured servitude and slavery but mitigated by legislation and cultural expectations that allowed some freedoms and protections, as well as paths for the enslaved to rise out of slavery. 48 Fleeing to Dutch territory offered a zone out of reach of English law enforcement. In 1663, the Virginia Assembly mandated that if runaway servants managed to escape to any of the Dutch plantations, then it is enacted that letters be written by Virginia magistrates to the respective governors of those plantations to make seizure of all such fugitive servants, and to return them. 49 Within a few years, this ceased to be an escape option. In 1664 New Amsterdam and in 1674 New Netherland became British territories. Another group escape attempt in 1640 was described as a dangerous conspiracy because the two leaders, William Wooton and John Brady, had been enticing divers others to join them. They had been joined by 6 other men and a woman, Margaret Brandan. Wooton and Brady, as the instigators, were to be whipped from the gallows to the courthouse, and then branded, Wooton on the shoulder and Brady on the forehead, and then to work for the colony 7 years after they had finished their terms. 2 freemen who had joined them were to be whipped and serve 2 years, but the other 5, who were servants, would be whipped and their masters would pay fines for them, but would be recompensed by an additional year of labor each. They were to be kept in irons until released by the court's order. 50. In some cases, if the runaway servant's master was amenable, a compromise was possible. In 1693, Nicholas Cornewall petitioned the Somerset County, Maryland court to assess additional time to the indenture of his servant Edward Hogg, who had run away for 101 days. The court granted the petition, and Hogg admitted that he had absconded. However, Cornewall also stated that if Hogg gave good service, he would reduce the additional time by half. 51 In the rare cases in which a servant could be shown to be justified in running away, the courts might impose no penalty. Jaffe Griffin had been indentured for 7 years, but his master claimed that he had the right to hold him in bondage for 10. When Griffin had finally run away, his master had recovered him through a public search. However, Griffin maintained that his master had no right to hold him, saying, "I did not run away but went away," and demanded his freedom and freedom dues. The court agreed, and Griffin was freed. 52 Likewise, David Ralston claimed his freedom from his master, who argued that because Ralston had been a runaway, he deserved extra time of servitude. However, Ralston argued, and the court agreed, that he had already served additional time before he had run away, and so he should be freed. 53. Pursuit of runaways. During the 17th century, runaways were announced by a hue and cry or announcement in pursuit of a felon, which might include placards advising passers-by to be on the alert for a runaway. 54 William Morley described printed and written advertisements to apprehend runaways that were set up against the trees and public places in the town, as well as notices in the newspapers in 1730s Pennsylvania. 55 There is only one such broadsheet extant from the 17th century, meant to recover Matthew Jones, a runaway servant of Hannah Bosworth in Hull, Massachusetts, in 1683. According to the announcement, Jones was a tailor, relatively well dressed, and a large reward of 40 shillings was offered for his capture. 56 However, most early runaway advertisements come from 18th century newspaper advertisements, which still provide some insights into the conditions of earlier runaways. 57 The earliest such ads I have seen date from the 1720s and 1730s, when American newspapers first began to be published. They can provide some insights into runaways from previous decades. The Virginia Gazette started publishing in 1736 and with its fifth issue began to solicit ads from all persons who have occasion to buy or sell houses, land, goods, or cattle, or have servants or slaves run away, or have lost horses or cattle and sea, or who want to give any public notice. 58 Even earlier, the 1729 Maryland Gazette announced the disappearance of 23-year-old Samuel Davis, of middle stature, very swarthy, downlooked with a turned-up nose, dressed fairly well, in a cinnamon-colored jacket, with large brass buttons, striped flannel breeches, and a speckled shirt, a pair of light-colored old worsted stockings, a pair of indifferent good shoes, and a felt hat, with a brown wig. It included another ad for the less well-dressed Eleanor Barry, an Irish woman, pock-marked and of a swarthy complexion. She had been wearing a white stuff gown and petticoat and had also taken a blue gown with her. 59 In the next issue, along with a repeat of the ad for Davis, there was one for John Jones. A 19-year-old native of Maryland of middling stature, short light brown hair, dressed more modestly with a crowed hat, a white cotton jacket, and an Osnabrück shirt and breeches. He had also stolen a hoe. 60 Even before it began soliciting runaway ads, the Virginia Gazette already included ads for runaways. As of its third issue in September 1736, readers were asked to help apprehend Thomas Reynolds, a convict servant man who was a shoemaker and took with him several shoemaking tools, as well as clothing and a horse and tack. 61 Its fourth issue included an ad for runaway Ann Harmon, age 20, of a middle stature, well-featured, and has black hair and eyes, wearing a cotton gown and petticoat, stripped with red and blue, and an English straw hat, lined with white calico. Harmon was notable for the quantity of additional goods that she took with her: 11 yards of fine Scotch plaid, 4 dozen Scotch handkerchiefs, several Holland shifts and aprons, 3 pairs of fine worsted stockings, and several caps. She was also suspected of stealing some other goods that had disappeared from storage about 10 days before she left: 11 dozen Scotch handkerchiefs, a piece of fine plaid, some thread, 4 dozen cravats, and a felt hat. Her master must have been a textile or clothing dealer. 62 On October 15, 1736, the Virginia Gazette recorded 3 runaways who fled together. John Connor, an Irishman who talks upon the brogue, was red-haired, freckled, and pock-marked; Ralph Taylor, an Englishman, and Sarah Myers, a Dutch woman who talks broken English. The 3 had also taken extra clothing, other goods, in particular a red rug and a longboat, with 1 mast and a square sail. 63 The same issue included an ad to apprehend Robert Crowson, a tailor, who ran away wearing a pair of brown breeches with green puffs, a pair of brown yarn stockings, a blue and white striped waistcoat, and a white shirt. Crowson had been previously captured in Charles County, but he swore that he was no servant, and so was whipped and discharged. 64. These ads show servants putting into effect carefully devised plans of escape, rather than fleeing without forethought. They took valuable clothing and gear with them, and Ann Harmon had planned ahead to provision herself, taking lightweight but valuable goods that were associated with women's property and easier for a woman to sell. 65 The 3 servants who had fled together must have planned ahead to take the boat as a means of escape and to depart with valuable goods. Thomas Reynolds likewise took a horse to facilitate his escape. In addition to providing transportation, the boat and the horse and tack had value in themselves and could later be sold. Robert Crowson, when caught, was prepared with a lie, and although he suffered a whipping as an idle vagrant, had been able to continue with his escape. Sympathy for runaways. In some instances, runaways were aided by members of the community. Those who sheltered runaways, like the Quaker Peter Sharp who harbored the ill servant John Corbett, mentioned in Chapter 5, were liable to penalties from the courts. Sharp escaped penalty only because the court concluded that Corbett had not been cured by his master as agreed upon and was therefore no longer a servant, and so Sharp had committed no crime in taking him into his home. 66 Many who sheltered a runaway servant were not so fortunate. For example, in 1667, Henry and Dorothy Robinson were sued successfully by James Humes for sheltering his indentured servant Catherine Howe, and Thomas Sprigg, a Maryland justice, was sued by Edmund Lindsay for sheltering his indentured servant Robert Leeds. The latter two took the case to arbitration, and Sprigg was ordered to pay Lindsay £5,000 of tobacco, receiving a general release from the charge. This may also have meant that the servant's time was bought out. 67 Another influential man harboring a fugitive was Augustine Herman, a wealthy landowner, who took in Francis Hill's runaway servant, George Taylor, in 1670, and refused to give him up to his master without a payment of £1,400 of tobacco. As it often did with influential individuals, the court seems to have given Herman some benefit of the doubt, mandating that he receive £400 of tobacco from Hill for a servant that Herman was unlawfully detaining, but that he returned Taylor to Hill. 68 This case may have begun with Taylor fleeing to Herman for shelter but then devolved into a monetary exchange in which Taylor's interests were trivialized. In 1665, the Maryland Provincial Court fined Thomas Sprigg, then the sheriff, who apparently had deliberately let a servant escape rather than incur a severe punishment. The servant in the 1665 case, Richard Newell, was one of 3 men charged in the Calvert County Court with stealing and killing hogs. The 2 freemen involved in the theft were each fined £2,000 of tobacco, but Newell, being incapable to satisfy in tob or goods because a servant, was sentenced to the pillory and 20 lashes at 3 separate court meetings. Sprigg may have found the punishment excessive, or perhaps was persuaded by the claim of the accused men that they had mistaken the earmarks of the hogs. In any event, he had willfully allowed Newell to escape. He was ordered to bring in Newell or, barring that, to pay the fine of £2,000 of tobacco. 69. The many cases of sympathetic bystanders helping runaway servants indicates that some felt the penalties were disproportionate or were sympathetic to the plight of abused servants, and potentially also accepted servants as rights-bearing members of society. Virginia laws reiterated that those who entertained runaways were fined for each day the runaway was at their place. 70 Apparently this was not a sufficient deterrent, though, because the issue of abetting runaways was revisited a number of times. In 1657, because hue and cries after runaway servants hath been much neglected, the Virginia Assembly mandated that the notice of a runaway be passed from household to household or a fine would be incurred. 71 The implication is that people in the community were not always very zealous in their supposed duty of tracking runaway servants. The following year, perhaps in desperation, the Assembly mandated that a returned runaway's hair be cut close above their ears so that they could be with more ease discovered and apprehended. 72 This provision was repeated in 1669.73 The assumption behind this appears to have been that most runaways would try to abscond again and so, perhaps implicitly, to prevent members of the public from claiming that they could not be responsible for turning in runaways because they were too difficult to identify. Possibly, there was also a shaming aspect. However, hair clipping was considerably milder than the branding, mutilation, amputations, or outright murder typically suffered by recaptured enslaved runaways. 74 Nonetheless, in 1660, further legislation was passed in Virginia because the pursuit and taking of runaways is hindered chiefly by the neglect of constables in making search according to their warrants. Officers were now enjoined to make diligent search and further encouraged by a reward of £200 of tobacco, to be supplied by the servant's master, or fined £350 of tobacco if they neglected to search. 75 In 1663, admitting that the ordinary way of making pursuits after runaway servants by hues and cries is by experience found ineffectual, the Virginia Assembly established that the master of a runaway was required to make a strenuous effort for the servant's recovery, which would involve public agents, and had to repay the costs of recapturing the servant, though they would gain extra time served. 76 Nonetheless, it appears that many remained sympathetic to runaways, continuing to abet their escapes. With increasing desperation, bemoaning the divers good laws to deter and recapture runaway servants that had been proved ineffectual, chiefly through the wickedness of servants, and partly by the reminiscence of some planters who not only had not captured servants but also had given them assistance and directions how to escape, the Virginia Assembly enacted a law in 1669 to reward anyone who apprehended a runaway with 1,000 pounds of tobacco from public funds, to be repaid by the servants' labor to the county upon finishing his or her original contract. 77. A few days later, the Assembly sheepishly reduced the reward to 200 pounds of tobacco, the previous amount being too burdensome to the public. Perhaps to bolster their claim to severity, however, the Assembly reiterated that servants would be given an extended term of servitude, that masters should cut the hair of previous runaways short, that any constable who took custody of fugitives should whip them severely, that constables be fined if fugitives escaped, and that masters pay authorities for recovery costs. 78. The reward of 200 pounds of tobacco still appears to have offered some incentive to capture fleeing servants, since the following year the legislature passed a law to limit the reward for each runaway to one person only. Apparently it had become common for sundry persons to simultaneously claim the reward. 79. In 1676, in the aftermath of Bacon's Rebellion, the Virginia legislature reiterated that anyone sheltering someone who remotely appeared to be a servant, such as any person not well known in the locality, including newly hired servants, was potentially guilty of harboring a runaway unless they immediately turned the person over to the authorities. No penalty was mentioned, perhaps because the events of those late rebellious times were assumed to have given an added seriousness to the mandate. 80. Detaining runaways. The problem of the public abetting runaways also existed in Maryland. Individuals could be prosecuted for entertaining or detaining the servants of others and would be ordered by the courts through a writ of replace even to deliver the absconded servants in question. 81. Perhaps because the courts treated the cases as a question of property, the nuances of the disputes, such as whether the accused individuals were sheltering runaways, stealing the labor of someone else's employee, or actually kidnapping servants, were not recorded. Some of these cases do suggest some form of kidnapping. For example, in a 1672 Maryland Court of Chancery case, widow Verlinda Stone complained with a public clamor about Edmund Lindsay, who took and was unjustly detaining her servant Henry Dorman. 82. No mention was made of punishment to the servant, which suggests some form of abduction. Other cases employing similar language, including the clamor of the aggrieved master or mistress, the taking and unjust detaining of the servants, and lack of mention of punishments incurred by the servants, occurred with some regularity. In 1673, John Wahab complained of Abel James's detention of Wahab's servant George Mills. In 1676, a servant named Jonathan Toss was reclaimed from Jonathan Athey. In 1677, servant Jonathan Tassel was to be restored to Thomas Bowdy by Charles Boteler. In 1678, Thomas Waggob complained that Jacob Lowton had taken his servant William Simpson, and Humphrey Davenport sued Thomas Hothud for the return of a servant woman named Sheely Donufway. Thomas Harris sued Thomas Pattison to recover servant Roland Morgan, and Jonathan Blomfield sued Garrett Van Seringen to get back a servant named James Wilkin. 83. In one extreme case in 1677, George Parker sued Joseph Tilley not only for the retrieval of two servants, Thomas Norris and Elizabeth Moore, but also for the theft of his horses, cattle, hogs, and a quantity of goods including tools, kitchen implements, clothing, and furniture. Charles Boteler, himself once accused of detaining a servant, represented Parker in court. 84. This last case clearly suggests that along with the theft of the livestock and goods, the servants had been held against their will. It's impossible to say with certainty how Tilley could have taken what seems to be a large quantity, maybe most, of Parker's goods and employees. Perhaps it occurred when Parker was away from the region for an extended period. The outcomes of these cases are not recorded, but the courts would have called witness to confirm the contentions of the plaintiffs and the accused. The mention of writs of replace even suggests that rather than moving the cases to trial, the courts were immediately ordering the return of the servants to their original master or mistress. In a similar case in late 1692 in Somerset, Maryland County Court, Thomas Davis sued John Carter for taking Davis's servant Mary Armitage into his service. claiming £50,000 of tobacco in damages. Armitage had been Carter's servant until August 1689, but then had been recontracted to serve Davis, an arrangement to which all parties had agreed. However, Carter had then enticed Armitage back through unspecified means. Through his attorney, Carter admitted fault and was assessed a penalty of £340 of tobacco in damages to Davis. It's not clear whether he also received Armitage back into his service, since the 2 years and 6 months specified in her contract were already over, perhaps the reason for the lower assessment of damages by the court. 85. A more complex case was that of Mary Maxwell, whose former master John Strawbridge sued Edward Jones in 1691 because Jones did detain and fraudulently and unjustly keep the servant woman. Jones claimed he had made a swap, by supplying Strawbridge with another servant woman, Margaret Williams, but Strawbridge contended that Williams was a poor indigent sickly creature who was not able to do any manner of service, and within 2 weeks, took her bed, and died. However, the court ruled the transaction had been legitimate. 86. In a later hearing, Strawbridge was fined for taking up his wench, Mary Maxwell, which was run away. 87. Despite the ambiguous language, the penalty was assessed to Strawbridge, which suggests that Maxwell was not actually perceived to be a runaway. Yet perhaps there had been some element of volition in the case. 1 year later, Mary Maxwell was brought to court by Jones for running away and stealing tobacco, for which she was ordered to serve an additional 5 months. 88. Maxwell also was willing to advocate for herself, as evidenced by her appearance in court in 1693, stating that she has completed her service and petitioning for her freedom dues from Jones, which were granted. 89. Searches and prosecutions of runaway servants provide evidence of the cruelty and exploitation of some masters, whose abusiveness caused their servants to flee, and of the sometimes unsympathetic courts. Yet, conversely, these narratives also show increasing recognition by those in the middling and even upper echelons of society, including magistrates and parish officials, of the shared citizenship of white servants. Indentured servants who resented servitude or who were faced with cruel, exploitative, or neglectful masters had no really safe path before them. Yet many servants were willing to risk their safety and health, and even their lives, in order to resist. They rebelled through many means, including through the courts, engaging in crime, including theft, violence, and murder, leveling insults, manipulating their masters, refusing to work, running away, and outright rebellion. While most of these forms of resistance were viewed with severity, the many instances of individuals aiding runaway servants show widespread acceptance that servants and masters shared some essential rights. The records of these various forms of revolt are sadly fragmentary. However, they do illustrate ambivalent attitudes about white servitude within the larger colonial society and provide insights into the resilience and resourcefulness of servants as they attempted to attain dignity and agency. 9. After indenture. From the beginnings of indentured servitude, servants received some rudimentary protections from English law. However, the articulation of the rights of indentured servants differed by geographic location and, especially, were expressed in the attention paid the legal grievances and court cases brought by indentured servants. Indentured servants were the most protected in the continental colonies. Laws in Britain did protect individual rights, but the government retained the right to forcibly indenture large groups, a right that colonial authorities were unable to impose. Servants' protections, whether stated in indenture contracts made in Britain or protected by law under the custom of the country, provided inalienable rights to indentured servants that could be defended in court. These rights were so ingrained that the legal system mandated a remission of court fees and the provision of court-appointed lawyers to ensure protections to servants who were inherently impauperous. By doing so, the colonial governments demonstrated that indentured servants, although in a temporary state of unequal dependence, were part of the body politic. The new definition of rights would prove critical to the growth of an American sense of citizenship in the state. Indeed, these rights were particularly far-reaching, extending not only to men but also to some extent to women, underage youths, and children. The Caribbean colonies, while still recognizing some servant rights and personhood, generally provided the least recognition of rights and recourse to legal relief. It was in the mainland colonies where the servant class, during the 17th century, a group encompassing a significant proportion of the population, experienced official recognition of themselves as subjects with rights. The experience with internationalism and citizenship that arose in the American colonies in the late 18th century. But it was a crucial component of the mainland colonists' understanding of themselves as independent actors and possessors of individual rights that required legislative acknowledgement. As servants completed their indentures, they entered the political and social body of the British Atlantic colonies. A number of outcomes were possible for servants after they had completed their indentures. While the period of servitude presented dangers, perhaps most acutely the risk of dying from disease, once servitude was completed, colonial society presented opportunities that were not available in crowded and land-scarce Britain and Ireland. In the early days of indentured servitude on the mainland, land ownership through relatively generous freedom dues was a significant benefit. In other cases, freedom dues also included some training in a trade, serving partly as a kind of apprenticeship that left servants with serviceable skills. Women were largely excluded from these opportunities but had a reasonable chance of socio-economic gain through marriage, like the former servant Abigail Shanks, whose status rose after she married John Shanks, a former servant himself, who had become a moderately prosperous planter and minor office holder. 1 Many servants, some mentioned in this book, flourished. One such was Thomas Doughty, or Doughty, a Scottish royalist soldier captured in 1650 at the Battle of Dunbar. He was sent to Massachusetts as an indentured servant. After finishing his term of servitude, Doughty seems to have prospered. He moved around New England, married, had children, owned 2 mills, and acquired land, finally ending up in Salem. 2 Charles Bailey, kidnapped as a child in the 1640s, eventually became governor of the Hudson's Bay Company. 3 A number of the 18th century autobiographers discussed in this book made good lives for themselves, including Peter Williamson, William Morley, Elizabeth Ashbridge, and John Harrower. Cuthbert Fenwick, who had tried to cheat Joan Nicolgut during her indenture in the 1660s, was a justice in Calvert County and referred to as a gentleman, yet he was also the son of an indentured servant of the same name. 4 Russell Menard's study of 275 Maryland servant men in the 1640s suggests that opportunity was abundant if servants survived their term of servitude. More than 40% of the servants he followed eventually disappeared from the records, probably deceased during the period of servitude or some dying after. But of the rest, about 80 became landowners, mostly small planters, and about a dozen became substantial planters. 75 served as jurors or public officials, with some attaining prominent roles such as justices of the peace, and 2 becoming part of Maryland's governing council. Outcomes varied. Some servants went on to economic and social success, others remained at the lowest levels of free society, or even re-indentured themselves for lack of employment opportunities. After the mid-17th century, when freedom dues no longer included substantial allotments of land, the basis for prosperity became more precarious, dooming many former servants to poverty and dependence. 5 In Maryland, the province did acknowledge some responsibility toward them. For example, in 1676, the Maryland Provincial Court ordered that Anne Williams, a former servant in a miserable and distressed condition, be assessed a yearly amount of tobacco for her maintenance and relief. 6 Former servant Alexander Howell asked for clemency from the Charles County Court in 1666 after he was disabled by palsy. He was awarded £1,400 of tobacco yearly as well as food, laundry, and lodging paid for by the county. A year later, the county paid for his transportation back to England. 7 In Barbados, most freed servants joined a laboring underclass, but some prospered. 8 Over time, while freedom dues diminished, there was increasing regularization of the practices that served to protect servants from the worst vagaries of the servant trade and abusive masters. Yet there continued to be considerable variation among servants' experiences. One group who initially suffered particularly harsh terms of servitude were 18th-century redemptionists from Germany and other parts of Central Europe. 9 Unlike previous servants, this group often included families with children, who were separated upon arrival. Meanwhile, distinctions were increasingly made between servants and enslaved people that established norms of citizenship for white servants and other freeborn Englishmen, as well as white women, Scots, and the Irish, while specifying enslavement as a condition appropriate only for those descended from Africans. Defining indentured servitude became central to delineating the nature of both citizenship and racial inequity. After the American Revolution, the British state began transporting convicts to Australia, while the practice of white indentured servitude disappeared in British territories. After Britain's loss of the American mainland colonies, it was still potentially possible for British indentaste for the idea of whites laboring alongside African slaves. Australia offered a zone that was more clearly a penal colony. 10 In addition, as the Enlightenment approached, politicians and intellectuals began to express doubts about excessively harsh punishments for petty crimes, sometimes singling out transportation and forced servitude as examples of unjust forms of punishment. 11. During the 19th century, redemptionists continued to arrive in Pennsylvania, while in British Caribbean territories, a form of indentured servitude was restored after the abolition of slavery. Hundreds of thousands of Indian and Chinese indentured servants began arriving after the abolition of slavery in 1833. These Asian servants, not protected by British subjecthood, were often shipped forcibly, with the collaboration of the local authorities in their homelands. They typically served many years of hard labor while accruing debts for food and upkeep, forcing many to repeatedly re-indenture themselves after finishing a term, unlike previous generations of European servants. 12 Additionally, coercive laws were devised to maintain restrictions on the descendants of enslaved people in the British Caribbean. 13. By that time, indentured servitude had helped shape many aspects of British and Irish economics, politics, and societal norms. The practice of indentured servitude was a crucial factor in shaping ideals of citizenship on both sides of the Atlantic. By situating indentured servants in an amorphous category between free English people and the enslaved, the need to define the status of indentured servants forced English and colonial societies to grapple with understanding the relationship of the subject to the state. The conclusion that servants possessed English rights helped codify an understanding of what those rights actually meant, and how they were expressed for an individual. These rights encompassed not only English servants but also the Scots and the Irish, even though the last group was often viewed with extreme bias. Paradoxically, the inhering of rights in people of British and Irish descent was part of the same process by which enslaved Africans and their descendants were defined as inferior. Indentured servitude was a key element of many aspects of British and colonial life and society, and significantly shaped discourses about labor, citizenship, race, and gender. It simultaneously institutionalized inequality and helped establish a class system in the colonies while undermining it by engendering cultural norms expecting opportunity and social mobility. While initially placing whites in positions of servitude similar to those of Africans, the practice of indentured servitude ultimately contributed to the hardening of perceptions about racial disparities. Both servants themselves and the British authorities demonstrated increasing disquiet about the employment of whites in bondage. It was also an important influence on the development of the Atlantic and British economies, shifting populations away from Europe, contributing to the commercialization of criminal justice, helping to pave the way for the accrual of vast fortunes for early capitalists, and laying the ground for slavery as well as transatlantic trade more generally. The existence of the practice of indentured servitude also forced a confrontation with and conceptualization of the nature of citizenship in England as well as in its growing empire in both Ireland and the colonies across the Atlantic.